Hey guys, it is NCSFan001 here for a very special and probably very long video. Today, we are taking a look back on the trophy list for Platinums number 501 to 600. So yes, it's one of those special 100 Platinum videos where I talk about all the games I worked on over the course of my last 100 Platinums, including going back and cleaning up old games and doing DLCs and all that kind of good stuff. Now, I will say, I don't think that this video is going to take, 5.5 hours and split into two parts, because there was a lot less cleanup in this last 100 than there was in the previous 100, where I was doing, a lot of older games, cleaning up a lot of older stuff, and not doing quite as many, quick, easy dumpster dive platinums that I was in this most recent 100. Because I attained this 100 platinums in about 11 months. It took me from like May of 2021 up until April of 2022. So it only took about 11 months this time. So it was a whole lot faster, which is hopefully going to be good for this particular video. Hopefully means that it won't take quite as long. Plus, there were quite a few easy games and stacks in here, as you're probably going to see as we go through it. But, it was still some great progress in here. I still finished up a few big games, a few old games or more difficult ones. So I'm happy with what happened through this. Of course, I also got my PS5 during this, so I started getting to play on the PS5. And there were, some easy platinums on there in a lot of live streams, because I've done, at this point now, like 4 platinum dumpster dive streams, which was probably like 30 to 40% of all my easy platinums that you're going to see on here. So that's where a lot of them come from, was dumpster dive streams. But hey, those tend to get a lot of views. They can be fun to do on occasion, just to be able to make fun of terrible games that somehow make their way onto the PS4 or PS5. So, of course, Far Cry 2 was platinum number 500. It was earned on May 12th of 2021. So that was platinum number 500. And I did not immediately get a platinum after that. The next game I did was Dreaming Canvas. I remember this being a very quick, easy 100%. So let's see, 253, was that the first trophy I got? So this was about a 7-minute 100%. From what I remember, like Bad Driver and everyone had guides up. All you had to do was just like walk around a few different sort of small open world areas and like maybe touch a few things. It was a very quick, easy 100% that's not going to really take any effort or skill. As you can see, once again, I did it in less than 10 minutes. It must have been fairly cheap when I bought it, because I've been trying to only buy games when they go on sale nowadays, just because games are expensive. So, the first platinums I got in this set, like I said, there's a lot more quick, cheap, easy, lower quality games and, super easy platinums and stacks in this set than there were in the previous set. So the first couple platinums I got were A Winter's Daydream for the PS4 and PS Vita. This is a visual novel game, and it looks like it took me about, that would be 19 minutes approximately to get our platinum trophy, but I'm sure that, the Vita version probably took longer because it's much slower. So I don't really remember this visual novel, but I know that you could skip through dialogue and set the dialogue to a much faster speed. I believe that this is one of the ones where you had to make separate saves in a few places, but I could be wrong on that. I believe you did have to make different choices and have extra saves, but, as long as you follow a guide, you're not going to have any problem with it. I want to say this one has a PS5 version that I did at some point since I got my PS5, but I, again, could be wrong on that. But I think it was a very quick, easy platinum trophy that was just, play through the game, maybe make a few choices and a few backup saves, and that was all you had to do. Next up, we had Chickens on the Road. This was made by that, one developer that makes these super, I say one developer, but there's so many developers now that make super cheap, quick, easy, terrible games and for platinum trophy hunters. But, they're terrible games, but they're good for trophy hunters, I guess you could say, is more what I was getting at with that. But anyway, for this platinum, I want to say this is only on, PS4, and it's 3 different versions, like a North American, European, and Asian or Japanese version. So to get this platinum trophy, all you had to do was get a total of 1,100 points. So with this one, you were driving a truck and you had to go down the road and run over, I guess it was chickens that were on the road, or you had to avoid the chickens or something. I think you had to run them over and collect some coins and such. It was a very, very quick, easy platinum trophy that required basically no effort to do. But, I mean, these games, there's a lot of games like this on here. There's not really going to be a whole lot to say about some of them, just because the games are very, very low quality. And, I mean, at least most of the time you can find a lot of them going on sale for, instead of being $5, they might be like $3 or $4. But sometimes they charge like $10 for some of these quick, easy platinums, which is just completely ridiculous. But they do go on sale sometimes. Next was Skate Masta Checo. Not a huge fan of this one. It's a skateboard platformer game, and it took me about half an hour to get the platinum. So you had to jump on an enemy, air dash an enemy, collect a health pack. Those were all easy. The collecting 50,000 was fairly easy from what I can remember. The friend letters, this is like in the old Tony Hawk games where there would be like a certain number of letters on a level that you had to collect as like a bonus. You have to defeat any fighter enemy in the game, I guess. You have to choose not to save your game, which can be done like when you complete a level. You can choose whether or not you want to save. A combo of 3, I believe, was pretty easy. I mean, I really don't remember this game that well because I remember it being terrible. You have to complete the level Concrete Jungle, and you have to complete any 2 levels, but you have to do both levels in a single playthrough of the game. So it's actually not a bad idea to save after beating your first level, and then go complete another level, so at least you have a backup, and then you can always just delete your save and go back and, not save when prompted at the end of like an easy early level. Because I remember the game does not play very well, doesn't control very well. It wasn't a fun time from what I can remember of it. Then you just had to collect money as well, which could take a little bit of time, but wasn't overly difficult. So yeah, I don't remember this game that well. I don't remember liking it at all, because I know for a fact I didn't like it at all, because it just didn't play well. And I'm not doing any other versions of it at this point in time, unless I accidentally downloaded one for the PS Vita or something, which I don't think I did. Because I want to say that one might not even be cross-buy, which is really dumb. Next up, I did Drowning. This would have been... Well, that's weird because it says PS Vita, PS4. I'm almost positive that this was the Vita version because the Vita version was always purchased separately from the PS4 version. So they weren't cross-buy. You had to pay the whatever price it was for each version. Which the game was only $3 normally, so not expensive. But I think they started making a lot of the Vita games only cost $1 within the last couple years. So I probably picked it up for $1 and then just played through it again. I have done other versions of this game. I do like this game, actually. This was a fairly good one. Like, I don't have any real complaints about this one. It's a journey through, like, someone's struggling with mental health issues. I remember liking the game quite a bit overall, especially because it's an easy platinum. So you have to get 4 different endings in the game, and the thing that makes the game easier is that you can, like, skip certain aspects of it. I don't remember which part of it you could skip. I believe it was, like, you could just skip through years if you wanted to. But you have to get the game's 4 different endings, of which, like, one of them requires you to go through this gate. One of them requires you to go around the gate. One of them requires you to go past the cabin in the level that has the cabin. And one of them requires you to, like, go on a completely different path on one of the earlier levels. So there are 4 different endings to the game. So you are going to have to basically beat it 4 times, but you can skip through whole levels at a time. So you get all 4 endings and you get this trophy. You have to start a new game for the first time, which somehow 1.6% of players never even started the game despite installing it, which is just kind of bizarre to think of. So then you have, basically the game was divided into like 4 or 5 different years, 8, 9, 10, 11, and I believe 12, yeah. So those were the different levels. So on year 8, which is the first level, you have to try to go and swim in the pond, which is simple, just like turn around and try to get into it. Try to fall off the side of the bridge 10 times in year 11, which is pretty simple. Try to climb the large rock early on. Actually, I don't even know if it was early on. Maybe it was just from turning around in year 12. Yeah, that one was easy. This one was a little bit trickier. There's a specific hill you have to climb in year 12. You are going to have to follow a guide for these collectibles because some of them are actually pretty well hidden. You have to find a secret gift box, snowman, candle, candy, secret bell, and a sock. So these collectibles, like the images show you a little bit of a hint as to where they are, but you are going to need to follow most likely a guide for this game to be able to find all the collectibles because some of them are going to be in relatively sort of out of the way positions, or at the very least you're not going to see them easily unless you have a guide up so you know exactly what to look for in the general area of where to get them. Because the game is like very slightly open world that you can sort of walk around in however you want in it. I remember though, like whenever the dialogue comes up on screen, the words that you pass through can be a good marker to tell you where certain collectibles might be. There's probably also text guides that you could follow for it if you don't want to follow a video guide. So yeah, not a bad game. Would definitely recommend playing at least one version of it. Next two Platinums, 50 Words by Pogi for the PS4 and the PS Vita. So this is, of course, a quick, easy Pogi game, like most of them. Though, I wonder why it took me so long to do it, because maybe it was a little bit tougher than I thought it was, because I don't really remember what this one was. I believe it was like there were a bunch of words in each puzzle, and there... Okay, that doesn't specify anything. I legitimately don't even remember what this one was, like, compared to the other Pogi games, like, at all. So you have to complete a puzzle and highlight a word backwards, which is easy. You have to complete an entire puzzle while only highlighting words backwards. So it's sort of like a typical Pogi word search type of game, but I guess it had something unique about it. Focus on finding the diagonal words in a puzzle first. I mean, none of the trophies are difficult as long as you follow a guide, and PowerPix has text guides for, like, all of the puzzles in the game, for, like, every single Pogi game. From what I remember, this particular trophy was a little bit... Okay, you know what? Now I kind of remember what it was. It was like... It was kind of a word search, but they were laid out in really weird patterns of letters, and I guess every puzzle had 50 words that you could find. I think that's what this one was, now that I think about it. Because I think I remember this 3 minutes one actually being a little bit trickier. Because you have to find a whole lot of words and some of the puzzles are pretty big. You have to zoom out for 5 seconds, which is easy enough. You have to complete a puzzle without looking at the word list. That's easy if you're following a guide. As well as doing one where you just check the word list when you only have one word left to find. That's pretty easy. Review any completed puzzle is easy. Reset any completed puzzle is easy. And then you could highlight the words with all different colors. So you have to complete a puzzle using only one color and completing a puzzle using 10 colors. Plus you have to change your color palette to put in 10 new colors. Then you just have to complete very specific puzzles of these names. So those are just, you know, certain specific puzzles out of however many there were in the game. And then you have to find certain words several times throughout several different puzzles, which is probably going to be a little bit separate from doing these particularly marked puzzles. So these are probably in different puzzles, so you're going to have to do other ones as well. I think that's what this game was about, but honestly, I really don't remember this one that well at all. A lot of these Pogi games kind of run together, and some of them just aren't as unique or as memorable. So it looks like I did the Vita version much faster. This one took about an hour and a half. This was probably a little bit easier because I'm sure you could have used the touch screen on this one, and I think these games tend to play a little bit better on the Vita, which is kind of weird to say. But, you know, nothing overly difficult there, except maybe the 3-minute trophy was a little bit trickier, because I think it was. Anyway, next up we have Foxyland, the PS4 and PS Vita versions. This was a not really even collectathon, this was just sort of a very basic platformer, where you just have to pick up, you know, various items throughout the level. So you have to die once, which is unmissable. You have to pick up a gem, which you have to find these. These were either bonuses or they were required to beat the level. You have to pick up cherries, which can give you extra, well, not extra lives, because I don't think there was a life system. But these are like coins in a 2D Mario game, or really any Mario game. You just have to pick up 100 total. And I believe you could spend them on these items in the shop, from what I remember. You have to defeat a toad, a possum, and an eagle, which are throughout the first, like, 20 or so levels. Because I think you only had to beat, yes, you only had to beat 20 levels of the game when there were probably, like, 50 plus. So it's basically beat the first 20 levels of the game, kill each of these 3 types of enemies, complete any level with 3... Oh, wow, I just realized that they misspelled that. They said starts instead of stars. That's... Unless that was supposed to mean within 3 lives, which I guess is possible, but I assume they mean 3 stars and misspelled it. So just a simple, like, 2D platformer. Nothing too difficult about this one. You know, shouldn't give you too much trouble. It took me about half an hour, which isn't bad at all. And I mean, this is another one where I did both versions of the game. It looks like the Vita version took only... Wow, the Vita version took only about... Oh, never mind, it took longer than that. Vita version took 15 minutes, so you can definitely do this platinum in like 15 minutes, maybe even a little bit faster. But like, I want to say you had to collect the gems to actually beat the level, and the cherries could be used for the item shop. I think that's what it was, but honestly, a lot of these sort of easy platinums just kind of run together at this point. Next up was Zaroptian Invasion for the PS4 and PS Vita. These are all North American versions, by the way. I don't know if I specified that previously. So Zaroptian Invasion is a pretty easy overall platinum for the most part. It took me about... Did I do this one in 7 minutes? Yeah, so I did this one in 7 minutes, but I remember that this game in particular is a little bit iffy. I remember that it can either be really easy if you get kind of lucky with your run, or it can be fairly difficult, as I believe it was on the Vita version. Yeah, the Vita version took me over 20 minutes because it was giving me a lot more trouble, whereas the PS4 version, I got a really lucky good run of the game and finished it in 7 or 8 minutes. So you have to die once, which is very easy, but the majority of the game is beating the game's first 2 bosses, which requires you to beat, like, the first 6 levels, because you have to get to the... Okay, so it was 7 levels. I want to say it was actually just 7 levels also gets you the boss fights, so just, like, complete the first 7 levels and you'll beat the bosses as well, and that's a majority of what you have to do. Dying once is unmissable. You also have to get a total of 10,000 score, which your score, I don't know if it resets if you die, but I know it resets if you run out of lives. But you get like a checkpoint after beating each boss, so you get sort of a save point there, which is nice. And you also have to pick up any one power-up, which should come naturally. That's another part of what can make this game a little bit more random, is what power-ups you get. If you don't get a good power-up or don't get them at good times, then it can make your run a lot harder. Like the shield, I remember, makes the game much easier because it basically gives you an extra hit. The game's not overly difficult, but I don't remember being a big fan of it overall, and I remember that it has some RNG heaviness to it. Alright, so the first actually, like, higher quality game that we've done so far in this 100. This is Lego Harry Potter Years 5 through 7, but it is the PS Vita version. So this game was really fun. I liked this one a lot. It's a little bit extensive in a certain category, which we'll show here in a moment. But, you know, it is a Lego game. It's fun to play. It plays fine even on the Vita. No major complaints about this one. So, for the Platinum, you have to beat all of the duelers. And that's going to take up a huge chunk of the game, is winning all of the duels. Most of the duels are really, really easy. A few of them are a little bit trickier, require a little bit better button combinations or mashing or whatever you had to do specifically for the duels. But you have to beat all of them, which is going to take several hours because there are a lot of them. You also have to 100% the game, which is pretty typical for a Lego game. It's just you have to finish all the duels and then finish all the story levels and find all the collectibles and unlock all the characters. Being a Vita game, there's nowhere near as much you have to do in this one as you do in a console Lego game. And the 100% doesn't take anywhere near as long. Plus, this game has very minimal of a hub world. It's just like 1 or 2 rooms of the Hogwarts castle. So there's very little in terms of hub world stuff. I'm not even sure there are any collectibles in the hub world, which is kind of nice. I believe you can like change your character in the hub world and like use the potions to do so. but otherwise it's just a very small, simple hub world, so there's not really a whole lot you have to do there. Then you have to complete the 4 movies, which is all of the levels in the game. I want to say that they're each like 4 or 5 levels, except for Deathly Hallows Part 1 is shorter. You have to find all the red bricks, which I believe there's 1 in every level. You have to collect all the characters, of which there's like at least 1 character token on every level. You have to win any duel in the dueling club without taking damage, which is pretty tough to miss. You have to use only Protego, which I believe like reflects the spells back. You have to defeat Voldemort without taking any damage. I can't remember if this is in the dueling club or if this is in the actual like final level of the game. You have to defeat Harry Potter while playing as Voldemort in the dueling club. That's pretty self-explanatory. You have to have a total of 100 million studs, which is easy with multipliers, as usual for a LEGO game. You have to defeat 1 of each type of enemy, which I think... Actually, no, this one does not fully come naturally. This one you might have to go just a little bit out of your way to get, because there's a couple enemies that are less common that you might not kill along the way. You have to use a confusion type of spell in order to make an enemy creature attack another enemy. You have to blind an enemy creature, which I believe requires a very specific spell to do. You have to find all the mini-kits, of which I want to say there's maybe like 1 per level or something, because Vita games always have fewer collectibles total. Levicorpus is like a very specific spell. This might actually be the one that is Draco's spell. It's like unique to him, or maybe I'm thinking of a different LEGO game. As Molly Weasley, you have to defeat Bellatrix without taking damage in the final battle. I believe there's an invincibility brick in the game, so you can just use that to get through this. As Sirius, you can defeat Bellatrix in the Dueling Club, which is pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory there. You have to cast Confundo on creature in Grimmauld Place. It's another way to do that part of the level. You have to play on everything in the playground, which I believe can only be done in free play. You have to max out the stud meter on a single level. I think you have to max out the stud meter on all levels for the 100%. You have to... I don't remember specifically what these were. I believe it was one of those, like, maybe like a slide puzzle or something that are real easy, but you have to fail it 6 times to get this trophy. You have to use a Death Eater to cast at anyone while inside of the Hogwarts hub level, which is simple enough. Create your own character, simple enough. Defeat Dumbledore while playing as Draco, that's pretty self-explanatory. Use a custom character to beat Lily and James Potter in the Dueling Club, pretty self-explanatory. Use Voldemort in a suit against Arthur Weasley in the Dueling Club, so pretty simple once again. This one is in the very end of the Half-Blood Prince. I don't really remember what you had to do it, but I think I got it like by accident. But it's right at the end of Half-Blood Prince. It's when you're in the cave with Dumbledore. And then as Draco Malfoy, you have to cast this specific spell on another character. I believe that one was kind of difficult because it was kind of hard to figure out what the spell was or how to access it. You might have actually had to purchase it or something. So overall, I mean, it's a typical easy LEGO game. It's a Vita game, so it's shorter. I mean, I like the LEGO games. You guys know I like LEGO games. They're fun to play. I like Harry Potter, so it was a good matchup, you know? Did another LEGO Harry Potter game. I've done all of them except for years 1 through 4 on the PS3, which I have no intention of doing because it's broken. Then I did One-Eyed Kutka. This game, I did the PS4 version of it. This is the Vita version of it, I know. I did the PS4 version of it years ago, but never bought the Vita version because it cost like $5. But then it like went down to $1 or whatever, so I decided, you know, why not do it? There's only 8 trophies, and a lot of them are missable, so you are going to want to follow a guide for this so you don't have to replay it. So 830 was the first trophy, and the last trophy seems to have been 906. So this game takes about half an hour to beat. It's very easy as long as you follow a guide that tells you, you know, where the missable trophies are, because a number of them are missable. But as long as you follow a guide, you shouldn't have any troubles with this. I want to say even like PS5 Trophies, Brian at PS5 Trophies has a guide for this game. So this one shouldn't give you any major trouble just as long as you follow a guide. It's loaded with silver trophies, which is really nice. So if you want to get a few quick, easy silver trophies, this is a good place to go. Next up, Saints Row the Third Remastered. Here's a good game for you. So this is the PS4 version of Saints Row the Third. I want to say it's PS4. Yep. So the PS4 version of Saints Row the Third. I actually wrote a trophy guide for this game. So this is a relatively easy platinum, like all the other Saints Row games are. We'll see about how Saints Row 1 is when it eventually gets its remaster or remake or port or whatever it is. I want to say it's a remaster or remake. So you have a bunch of story-related trophies. You have to complete Act 1 in 2 different ways. So you're going to want to make a save before completing Act 1. So before going into the mission. I don't remember what it's called, though. But before going into the mission, just make a second save, and you can go back and clean this up very easily. Then you have more story missions total for Act 2 and 3. The ones for Act 3 are actually unmissable because the game will give you the chance to go back and play the other ending, which is nice without having to worry about it being missed. And you have to complete all the city takeover gameplay, which is just, doing all of the tasks in each area, finding the collectibles, taking out the gangs, doing all of the other activities. Nothing really too difficult there. Then you have to complete all instances of every type of activity. Insurance fraud is the one where you throw yourself across the ground and at vehicles and such to rack up as much money as possible. They're slightly random. They don't always work right. Sometimes you get really easy, lucky runs. Sometimes they take a little bit longer. The trafficking is where you, deliver Zemo, the pimp, around, I believe. I think that's what this one was. Heli Assault is you get in a helicopter and damage as much stuff as possible in a short period of time. Mayhem is pretty much the same thing, but on the ground with your basic weapons. Escort, I believe this is... I want to say this is the one where you have to, actually drive people around and do certain stunts for them while also, avoiding paparazzi. The Double Dose... This one, Snatch, is another... This one I want to say might be the one where you have to go pick up people and bring them back to the starting point in a vehicle. Trailblazing is a racing type of mission. The Guardian Angel, this one's actually story related. You're going to have to do both of these just throughout the main story. They're protection missions. Tank Mayhem is just Heli Assault or regular Mayhem, but it's on the ground in a tank. Professor Genki's Super Ethical Reality Climax is that really weird game show where you have to get through the level, you have to kill mascots, you have to hit power-ups and not touch traps and stuff. You have to find all the collectibles. There's 80 of them total. They're easy to find because there is there's a collectible scanner radar type of ability you can purchase in the game. You have to complete all the challenges. There's a lot of challenges, and some of them are pretty time-consuming. So this trophy can definitely take a while just because there are a lot of challenges. They are a big grind to get through, but I don't think any of them are missable, which is good. You have to do a nut shot and a testicle assault. This is pretty easy. 2 hours as a male and 2 hours as a female. You can change your gender from certain stores, maybe the plastic surgery stores. Hijack 50 vehicles by Duke-style jumping through the window or the windshield of them. Taunt or compliment 50 gang members. I suggest knocking this out earlier in the game because once you have done all of the gang assaults, the gangs mostly don't roam the streets anymore, so it can take a little while to do otherwise. Every hood in Steelport, this one's unmissable while going for the other stuff. And these games actually have a bit of a trophy tracker in-game, which is really nice, and I'm sure that the PS5 version also has that. Killing 50 brutes, you'll probably get this one naturally while going for the other trophies. Buy an upgrade is very self-explanatory. Kill a total of 1,000 gang members is unmissable. Fully upgrade a weapon in each slot. It's expensive, but it's not difficult. Fully upgrade any stronghold. There's 3 you can upgrade. Do all the gang operations. Takes a little bit of time, but nothing difficult with it. Because remember that in the Saints Row games, you can purchase so many powers that make you just so ridiculously overpowered. You can basically become invincible, basically have infinite ammo. It's just, you get so overpowered that it makes most of the game very easy. You have to spend over 30 hours in Steelport, which is going to come naturally if you're doing the DLCs as well. This is a story mission from early in the game. You have to kill 25 gang members with these 2 weapons, which the Penetrator is the gigantic pink dildo bat. The Fart in the Jar is the fully upgraded flashbang or something. Customize 10 vehicles with any modification. That's very easy. Then you have to get all of the Hitman targets and the vehicle theft targets. The Hitman assassinations are very time-consuming. There's quite a few of them. There's 30 of them or something, and some of them are kind of annoying to get them to come out. The vehicle thefts. This one is actually missable because of the Stag Enforcer vehicle only being available while Stag is in the city. Otherwise, there are no missable trophies as long as you make a save before completing Act 1. But do keep in mind that that particular vehicle can technically be missed. I want to say, actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to go back up to the challenge trophy. I think there is technically a missable challenge because you have to kill 25 stag commandos. And I think they only appear while stag is in the city, so there might actually be a missable challenge in there. So try to knock out anything related to stag as early in the game as you can, just to save yourself some headache. Then this game has 3 DLCs. So you have Genki Bowl, which is basically a few Genki Bowl mini-games. So you have to roast 50 pedestrians with the car's flamethrower in this one, as well as destroy 5 chase vehicles. Neither of these are all that difficult. You have to land on the island in Sad Panda Sky Blazing, which is basically beating it. You have to kill all the rooftop mascots in a single instance, which is just a little bit annoying because there are quite a few of them, and it's a little bit tough to get to certain buildings. You have to hit every single ring in a single run of Sad Panda Sky Blazing, which isn't too difficult. I want to say this might have been the most difficult DLC overall, though. You have to throw 5 mascots into the water in a single round of the... Basically, this is the Genki mode, but it's like a harder version of it, as well as finish both instances of it. You have to destroy a mouse ATV, which is a random spawn in Sexy Kitten Yarngasm, where you roll around in a giant ball and try to do damage, a giant yarn ball, which is this trophy as well. And then you just have to complete all activity instances, of which there's like 2 or 3 of each. Nothing overly difficult, but this one I think was the hardest of the 3 DLCs from what I remember. Gangstas in Space. So this one is a little bit more traditional. You have 3 story missions in this, and I want to say that they might have changed it now to where you can replay the missions in this particular version of the game. You couldn't do that on the PS3 version. But again, I might be wrong on that, so you want to make a backup save before each of the 3 missions. So land on the parachute target during the first mission. That's fairly easy. Destroy all the spacecraft during the chase scene. There's like 20 of them. That's fairly heavily missable, but still not too difficult. 15 cameramen is done in the first mission. Space Rutina, I think, is the second mission. The clapboards is the second mission. The Space Amazons, both of these are the second mission. Then the third mission, you have to destroy 10 spacecraft, which is fairly easy. The vehicle stunts is actually unmissable. You're going to have to do all 3 of them during the mission as objectives. And then this one is just for completing the game's 3 missions for this DLC. So just make a backup save before each of the 3 missions, just in case you can't replay them. Trouble with clones, you actually can replay the missions, which is really nice, so you don't have to worry about them being missable. So in the first mission, you have to complete it, as well as defeat 15 enemies with melee attacks at that one location, and destroy 45 police and SWAT vehicles during the chase sequence. Then in the second mission, you have to use the Swarmatron, which launches angry hordes of bees, as well as destroy Steelport National Guard vehicles and complete the mission. And then you have 3 more miscellaneous trophies for the final mission. I don't really remember this one that well, but just shoot down a helicopter, kill a brute with melee damage, because Saints Flow is like a super powerful drink or something. And then this one I don't remember being difficult. I think it was actually rather easy, because he doesn't really take damage easily. But again, I don't really remember this third DLC very well, because I guess I got through it pretty quickly. But overall, Saints Row the Third Remastered is a very fun game. Would highly recommend playing it. It has a PS5 version now, and I think that the game actually auto-pops, but I could be wrong about that, or at least certain aspects of it auto-pop. So I'm sure I'll be playing that at some point in the future. Next up, Super Box Land Demake for the PS4 and the PS Vita. I believe this was a Ratalaika game. It's a very simple little puzzle game from what I remember. I don't remember anything being difficult about it because you just push boxes around to solve puzzles. So you have to explode a balloon and a bomb, which I believe is actually done in the sort of interlude thing that you do after completing certain levels. You have to complete a level using both characters, so I think this is like a multiplayer trophy to where you have to have 2 controllers for it. Complete any one level, which is pretty easy. Use a rewind in case you mess up a push, which will probably come naturally. And then complete a total of 40 levels. So it's after you complete a certain number of levels is when you get this balloon and bomb thing. I think it's after completing maybe 20 of them you get this little mini game. So I guess that's technically missable, but overall, I mean, this is a quick, easy platinum trophy. There's really nothing difficult about it as long as you follow a guide. I'm sure that, like, maybe not Power Picks, probably Bad Driver, someone has a guide for it. So this version, I mean, they both took me like 45 minutes or so, or half an hour, 45 minutes. It's not, it's not a difficult game. It's a quick, easy platinum, just as long as you follow a guide. Not much more to say about it. There's going to be a lot of games like that on this list because there's a lot of quick, easy platinums in this 100. Then we have Memory Lane for the PS4. This is a very quick and easy memory card matching game. Basically, you flip over 2 tiles, and each one is going to have a symbol of some kind or a picture on it, and you have to get matches to beat levels. And for the Platinum Trophy, this is one of those games where they don't actually tell you what you have to do. It's basically you have to get something like 20,000 points or whatever you can get. So you just have to get a high score, which will take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, depending on your memory abilities, as well as if you get a little bit lucky because you get a combo going, you can get the points faster. But if you miss an item, like if you miss a match, then you actually lose a few points. So it depends a little bit on what kind of things you find, and like if you get really lucky with like the first pair that you overturn on any level being a pair that matches, that can make it a lot easier if you get something like that. So nothing much more to say about that. It's a very simple puzzle game or matching game, whatever you want to call it. Not much more to say there. Queen's Quest 4, Sacred Truce. We got an Artifacts Money game coming in. I haven't done a whole lot of Artifacts Money games, actually, in this set. So you have a story-related trophy here. I believe all of these are story-related trophies. So I believe this is one of those games in this franchise where you get a lot of story-related trophies. Because some Artifacts Money games are just, the puzzle stuff and very little in terms of story. But this looks to be one of the ones that has quite a few story-related trophies. So Beat the Story should get you all these trophies. Unless the runes were collectible type, which I don't think they are. Then you have to finish a hidden object puzzle without a hint, without a mistake, and in less than a minute, which are all pretty typical Artifacts Money trophies for the hidden object puzzles. None of those are difficult. You probably don't even need a guide for this, but this game, well, for these particular trophies, you do want to have a guide for the game if you want to speed up the process of it. That'll cut your platinum time down significantly. You have to complete a mini game in less than a minute, which is very easy. There's always puzzles or mini games that are super easy. Finish 3 hidden object puzzles without a hint, which is very simple. Again, you're probably not going to be using hints unless the game actually... oh, yeah! So this is one of the ones where you can actually do all... once you finish the first 3 hidden object puzzles, you can actually do all the future ones while using hints, which is kind of cool. 3 objects in 3 seconds is very easy to get, especially if you use hints or if there's any that are set in stone. Or you can just spam click around and you'll probably get it. Finish all mini games without skipping. That's pretty simple. Just follow a guide for them. The collectibles, I don't remember exactly what the collectible types were in this game, but there's usually around 30 of them in a game. Some of them have more, some of them have less. Again, just follow a guide and you'll get them all, no problem. You have to finish a total of 3 hidden object puzzles in under 10 minutes. This one, I think, is a little bit weird. It's like, I don't know if it's 10 minutes passing, like, including other gameplay that you do, or if it's just 3 minutes total spent on hidden object puzzles. I don't really remember. It's not hard. I got it without trying, but do keep that in mind that is a bit of a weirder trophy in this one. Another minigame one. So there were 2 types of collectibles in this game, coins and eggs. Some of the games only have 1 type, some have 2, some have 3, and like I said, there's usually around 30 or so collectibles. But I mean, this is a fairly typical modern-day Artifacts Money game. The newer Artifacts Money games are easier than the older ones because you can almost always play them on casual mode nowadays, which means that you can like spam click in the hidden object puzzles, and they give you more hints and stuff as to what you're supposed to do. Things show up on screen more easily. So these games have generally gotten easier, and this one is definitely in that category. So nothing much to worry about there as long as you follow a guide, which will make your platinum time much faster and easier. Jigsaw Abundance. I actually did quite a few Jigsaw puzzle games in this set. For this platinum, you have to finish something like 20 different Jigsaw puzzles. I remember the controls for these Jigsaw games are usually not very good. to where they're just a little bit buggy at times when you're, especially when you're in like menus and such. But doing 20 total puzzles is super easy. Just set it to the easiest possible settings and change around the other settings for like what the background is or what the theme is, and just do 20 total and you'll get your platinum. This game took me, it looks like, about 34 minutes. You could probably do it a little bit faster, but I did quite a few like jigsaw puzzle games during this last 100. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. This is a game I went back and actually cleaned up. I did the platinum back in 2018, the very beginning of 2018. So that's when I got the platinum a long time ago. It took me a couple weeks to get, but I had never finished the DLC. But we can talk about the whole game. So for the platinum, you have to get all the trophies through here are unmissable story related. You're going to have to beat the game pretty much twice anyway to get all the trophies, but you have to make two different choices. You have to rescue two different characters, as you're going to be given a choice as to who to give an item to midway through the game before you go off into the swamp. So you get to make a choice as to who you want to save, and that determines your two different endings. I'm assuming that this is the main ending that people get for saving the character that makes more sense to save. You have to complete the game on Madhouse, which will auto-pop these two trophies, unless you had to beat the game on easy or normal first to unlock Madhouse. I don't really remember at all. Oh, well, wait, did I... Oh, God, I did... Dang, so this game came out and I wasn't even really looking at the dates that well. I was looking at when I got the platinum, but I did most of this game back in 2017 and then went back to it in 2018. I just realized that I went back to it like a year later. Dang. I open a door by yourself. That's basically unmissable. Block an attack by guarding is basically unmissable. This one's basically unmissable just for closely examining something. Unlocking a door with a lockpick is basically unmissable. This one, on any one of those shadow plinths where you have to like rotate a shadow to match up to a certain shape, just use something that's unrelated to it. Use psychostimulants to show you where things are in the game. This is for getting an inventory upgrade. There's like 4 of them. Finish off an enemy with a knife is pretty much unmissable. I mean, people do knife-only runs. Clear insects off a door using only a knife. This one's a little bit annoying because it usually causes you to take some damage. Fight off Marguerite in the house to make her run away. You have to do a certain amount of damage to her. This is best done while playing on easy or normal. Avoiding Jack's scissor attack. This one, you might get it naturally, but it's very possible to mess this up. I highly suggest doing it on easy. I mean, I highly suggest doing most of the stuff in this game on easy and then just going back and doing everything on Madhouse. You have to take down 2 or more enemies with 1 shot. This should come fairly naturally with like a shotgun or something. At any point where Marguerite jumps at you, hit her with a shotgun to knock her back. Then kill an enemy by attaching a remote bomb to them. This one is fairly easy, I believe, even though it's fairly uncommon, but there's only a few chances you get to do it. Create each type of item that uses chem fluid or strong chem fluid. That's fairly easy. Complete the Mia videotape. This one, you have to be a little bit careful, but, I mean, a lot of people do it without much trouble. You just have to be a little bit careful with it. This videotape, if you want to get this trophy, you have to know exactly what to do. So you're going to have to do this on, like, a second watching of the videotape, or else you're not going to have any chance of getting it. Like, on your very first playthrough, even if you're following a guide, you're probably not going to get it because the time limit's a little bit strict. There's 4 total videotapes. There's a certain number of antique coins, but they're in a different place on Madhouse. That's why there's 2 separate trophies here. But they are used to unlock special items during your playthrough, so they are worth picking up. Read through all the files. There's quite a few of them, so you're going to need a collectible guide. You have to destroy all of the Mr. Everywhere statues. Once again, you're going to want a collectible guide for these. 4-hour time limit is very fair in this game. I suggest doing it on easy, though. In fact, what you want to do is combine these 3 trophies together on the easiest difficulty. So complete the game in under 4 hours, only opening the item box 3 times, which is all 3 times are actually required by the game. And then use only 3 first aid meds or less. But a nice thing about this one is that you can still use the steroids that fully heal you and give you a permanent health boost. So I recommend doing all of those on a single playthrough of easy. And then you, of course, just have to do one more playthrough on Madhouse, which you can pick the opposite ending for. The Platinum's not overly hard. Madhouse isn't the easiest thing in the world, but the Platinum's not overly hard. Platinum's not going to give you too much trouble, especially if you've done other Resident Evil games. We'll talk about banned footage later. So I did End of Zoe and Not a Hero back in 2018. End of Zoe is one of the better DLCs. You just have to complete it on easy or normal, and then again on Joe Must Die. But from what I remember with this one, you get like a really powerful like gauntlet you can use, and that's what makes End of Zoe much more doable. It's what makes it more doable on normal or Joe Must Die using no weapons, because you can actually use that power gauntlet, which is really nice. An extreme challenge, I think there's only like, you have to do it right at the beginning or something. I don't really remember what it was. A 4-hit combo with your bare fists is pretty tough to miss because you're supposed to be using melee a lot. And stealth kill is also pretty easy. You can get this very early on in the DLC, I believe. I don't remember this DLC particularly well, but I know that it was one of the better ones in this game. But from what I remember, as long as you have that power gauntlet, it makes End of Zoe a lot easier. It makes it easier on the higher difficulty, and it makes it easier to do with no weapons. It's really like the only way to do it with no weapons. Not a Hero only has 2 trophies. Finish it on easy or normal, and finish it again on professional. What I recommend is you do it on normal for your first playthrough and do some stuff. Then you speed run it on easy to get an extra item, and then you play through it one more time on professional. That's the best way to do it. It took me a couple weeks to do it. I actually wrote a guide for this. It's not overly difficult. It's only like a 5-hour DLC to get both of the trophies. Like the DLC itself, like you can beat it in under an hour if you're speedrunning it. What I completed though was the banned footages. So banned footage volume 2. This is the main one this is the first one that I went back to. So some of the trophies in this are easy. These 2 for the 2 endings of Daughters are super easy and don't take much time. And this is the best part of this DLC because this is like actual enhancement of the story. So I definitely recommend playing those, and they're very easy. 21. This mode is horrible. It is a blackjack style of game, but it's different. It's like there's only, a deck of cards that go from 1 to 11. So only 11 cards in the deck, and you have to reach 21 or be closest to 21 at the end of a round in order to survive it. Now, 21 regular is not difficult. That's not going to be much of a problem. 21 survival is a bit tricky, but it's totally doable. It requires you to beat 5 opponents in a row without dying. You only have 5 fingers to lose. So, like, if you lose all 5 fingers, you lose the round or lose the match. But beating 5 opponents isn't too bad. It's mostly this one that's the problem. 21 Survival Plus. This one is absolutely brutal, because on Survival Plus, you have to beat 10 opponents in a row with only 10 health total. Now, I was able to get it losing less than 5 health, but there is a good bit of luck that comes into this. Partially depending on the luck of the draw with the cards. Even if you're good at blackjack, even if you're good at math, which I actually am pretty good at blackjack in real life, even if you know the math, even if you know the probability of certain things, you calculate every possible outcome of what the opponent could have, because there's only 11 cards in the deck and you're only playing against one other opponent, you can still get screwed over, because sometimes they just get really lucky with their cards and you just get screwed over. Sometimes the power-ups used end up screwing you over. Like sometimes you won't get very good trump cards, or they'll just use completely overpowered trump cards that they randomly get. You can make it a little bit easier on yourself by farming the mode long enough to get other trump cards. Like that is one thing you can do. If you complete certain challenges within it, you can get other trump cards that are more powerful, but that would take some time. Now, I did do 21 Survival Plus on my first try when I went back to the game, but it took like a good hour and a half. Like me and Ghost were on the voice chat at that time, and it was just like I had to just concentrate when I got to the final enemy, because I I didn't get the worst enemy. Like, I got one of the, like, big heads or whatever they are, but I didn't get the worst one you can get in the game. Because that's another thing, is your opponents are random, and sometimes you get these, like, really brutally unfair cheating AI on, like, the final one after playing for an hour, and it can screw you over. So it's just painful. It shouldn't have been a thing. Now, this mode, the Jack's 55th birthday, this one's not too bad overall. Feeding every type of food should come fairly naturally while doing this. The 10-minute time bonus is best done once you have done the S rank or higher, because once you do the S rank or higher on every stage, you get some really ridiculously overpowered weapons that make the 10-minute time bonus very easy. Most of the S rankings are not that hard once you get the pattern down and the path down. You have to get a little bit lucky with taking damage and, you know, getting good hits on enemies with certain power-ups. But overall, it's really not too bad for the most part. Really, the only stage that gave me any trouble was the very last one. All of the others I did back in, like, 2018 without a whole lot of problems. So this DLC overall isn't too terrible. I mean, a couple parts of this mode can be a little bit tricky, but they're not too bad. Daughters is easy. 21 and Survival are easy. Survival Plus is a real pain in the ass. It's not the hardest DLC, though, in Resident Evil 7. That dubious honor will belong to Banned Footage Volume 1. Nightmare's easy. It's just a wave-based survival mode where you have to survive 5 waves. It's not too difficult. Night Terror is a little bit more of another story. It's a much harder mode where there are a lot more enemies, a lot more difficult enemies, and like Jack has a lot more health when you fight him twice. I think if you really wanted to, you could just spend a ton of hours farming points and score, and if you do that, you eventually unlock an infinite ammo ability that would make this super easy. But that would take a very, very long time, and I wasn't patient enough to do it that way. And I mean, I was able to do it myself just by, you know, getting some practice. It took a few runs, but eventually I got it down. I was able to figure out patterns and what weapons and stuff to buy. It's not terrible. It's not that bad once you sort of get the hang of it. Bedroom is easy. It's basically an escape room, and it has 2 trophies. Just follow a guide and you won't have a problem with it. Ethan Must Die, the individual hardest trophy in the entire game. This is a mode where playing as Ethan, you have to rush through a different version of the game pretty much, but every time you do it, your equipment is completely randomized and only found in certain crates. So everything you get is completely random. Sometimes you get good items, sometimes you get absolute horrible items. You have to just run through it. You have to basically memorize the location of every single possible crate, which sometimes can be traps. You have to memorize the location of every single trap. You have to memorize the location of every single enemy. And you just have to pray for good RNG along the way. Even if you get all of that down, you die in 1 to 2 hits in this mode. So you have to basically go through it without getting hit, which requires, again, luck and skill. Like, this is the only mode that is... Well, I say that. I mean, I don't know what I was actually getting at with that. This mode is entirely reliant on a mixture of skill and RNG. You have to be good at the game. You have to be good at blocking. You have to be good at maneuvering. You have to be good at getting headshots. And you just have to be, like, perfect in every way that you play, while also getting very lucky with the items that you get. Because sometimes, even if you're having a perfect run, you just get screwed over by the items, and you're not going to be in good shape when you get to the final battle. Because at the very end of it, you have to fight Marguerite in the greenhouse. Now, sometimes she'll go off and get herself taking a lot of damage from the traps in the house and the guns. Sometimes she doesn't. She did not do much of that on my run, but I was lucky enough to have a few good weapons, including a Magnum with like 7 bullets at that point. So it made it a little bit more tolerable. But my God, was that one of the most like intense final moments when I finally did it. I was just like, heart was racing, just so intensely watching every little pixel of the screen to make sure she doesn't jump down on me. I want to say I probably had the Magnum and the Flamethrower on that run, which is probably what made it a lot more doable, because the Flamethrower is really good against her, and the Magnum's really good because of the amount of damage it does. But, I mean, again, you just have to play perfectly and also have good RNG to beat it, which is just a great combination, am I right? So, Resident Evil 7 is done. It's another numbered Resident Evil game out of the way. The only numbered Resident Evil games I don't have are Resident Evil 6 for the PS4, which I don't currently plan on doing, but things could change. If I have, if the boosting group wanted to do it, I might consider doing it, because it might actually make certain parts of the DLC easier than trying to self-boost them. So, we'll see about that. Otherwise, there's Resident Evil 0, which I will do someday, and then, of course, Resident Evil Village, which I'm just waiting to see what the DLC is before I ever start on it. Loot Hero DX. This was a decent little fun game because it's kind of like an auto runner. Like, your control, you just run to the right and you do damage to enemies while taking damage yourself as you run into stuff. And you have to constantly go back and purchase upgrades to be able to beat the game. But it's very, very easy if you just sort of over-level yourself. So, like, these trophies, everything through here is done by simply beating the game. You have to purchase an upgrade and purchase one of every upgrade, as well as purchase, like, all the upgrades for a single choice of upgrade. Like, your damage is really important and your health is really important. But you basically just have to farm money in-game to be able to purchase upgrades. You can kill enemies, then you can run back to the left side, purchase upgrades, run back to the right, the enemies will respawn, and repeat that process over and over again several times in order to save up a lot of money in order to purchase upgrades. And you are going to need quite a few upgrades to be able to beat the final boss, as well as to beat a level in under 15 seconds. You are going to have to save up a lot of money and to be able to purchase all the upgrades in the game that you need. You're going to need a lot of money to be able to beat the final level, and then beating a level in 15 seconds is a little bit tricky because, some of the levels do have a lot of enemies in them, but you can do it on, like, the very first levels of the game is the best place to do it. Nothing too difficult there. Next up, Legends of Talia Arcadia. Did I only do the PS4 version? Yeah, at this point I only did the PS4 version. Does it not have a Vita version? So, this is known for being one of the quickest and easiest platinum trophies ever made, because if you want to, you can simply set the text speed to max and to skip through stuff. There are no choices to make in the game. Just set it to max and let it autoplay for about 1 minute, and you get your platinum trophy. Super quick, super easy, one of the fastest, easiest platinum trophies of all time. A little bit slower on PS4 compared to the PS5 version, but, nothing difficult there. This is obviously not how these games are supposed to be played. But, I mean, it's a quick, easy platinum trophy, and, it is what it is. You guys know my thoughts on a lot of these games, so maybe I'll talk more about it toward the end of this video, though. Autumn's Journey, fairly similar. This is another quick, easy visual novel game. However, this one does require a little bit more effort. You have to complete various quests in the game that you can only do at certain times, so you have to make a backup save at one point. And you're going to want to follow a guide for it just to make sure that you do absolutely everything correctly. So you are going to want to follow a guide, but you do have to make backup saves in certain places. But even so, it's a 15-minute platinum. It's not difficult at all. I believe it's like a quest board, and you can only select like 2 quests per playthrough or something, so that's why you need the backup save. And then you also need to get different endings, I believe. Like, there's like 3 or 4 different endings you have to get as well that relate to the quests. It's not difficult, it's not time-consuming, just you are probably going to want to follow a guide for that part of it. Alright guys, Fallout 76. I obtained the Platinum Trophy in 2020, so during the previous 100. But there was a new DLC, and it wasn't Wastelanders, it was Steel Rain was the only one that came out, but we'll talk about it in a moment. We can talk about the whole Platinum again because we usually do that. So this game has changed monumentally since it released, and it's actually pretty good now. I can't believe I'm saying that, but Fallout 76 is actually kind of a good game now, especially if you play it in co-op with friends. You're going to have a good time with it now. They've changed the game a lot. There's a lot more customization options for your home. There's a lot more weapon and armor customization and upgrades and legendary items. There's a couple of semi-companions that you can have, though I wouldn't really qualify them as companions. There's human NPCs all over the world. There's all sorts of new quest lines and new content to do. the game is a lot better now. I would actually say that if you gave up on the game back in the day, come back and give it another try, or if you haven't even started it yet, now would probably be the time to go back and play it because it has improved a lot. So you have a lot of story-related trophies here. Like, you can do them in various orders, I believe, but basically everything through here is a story-related trophy. I don't remember the story all that well. I just know it has to do with trying to get into a nuclear silo and defeat the Scorched. That's basically the entirety of it. Building a camp and building 100 camp items is very easy. You're going to get your camp right at the beginning of the game, and then building items for it is very easy and shouldn't give you any troubles. A lot of people spend many, many hours building their camps, and they have created some absolutely crazy, cool, badass stuff over the years, and it's only gotten better as more stuff gets added in and things become a little less buggy. Mistress of Mystery is about 5 side quests. It's a chain of side quests. It's pretty easy overall. It shouldn't give you too much trouble once you get started on it. This is a side quest, I believe. It shouldn't be too difficult. This is an event quest that has to do with killing like a high-level cryptid. It's like a level 50 quest. Monster Mash is the one that's done in the high school. It used to be a good place to farm for XP during like double XP events because you do have to level up a lot. Scorched Earth is, of course, the raid boss that came with the game. It's much easier now because so many people these days farm the hell out of this event that if you just server hop nowadays, all you have to do is just server hop while in that area of the world. Just keep server hopping, and eventually you'll get into a lobby where people are farming the Scorch Beast. So it's super easy now. You don't even have to really worry about it. All you have to do is like just activate or is just be a part of the quest when they complete it, and that's how you get your trophy. It's so easy now. It's gotten so much easier than it was. That's probably part of the reason why this trophy is so common now, because people farmer for better loot, even though I don't even know if it's the best enemy to farm for that. I want to say like it's not a sheep squatch, is it? It's the thing. It's a different raid boss that I did within the past couple years that was from one of the other DLCs that might be better, but it's a lot harder to activate. And I guess I'm not that surprised now that it's more common than these two trophies, because Queen of the Hunt's a little more obscure. Monster Mash is a little more obscure. Breach and Clear. Breach and Clear is easy, though, from what I remember. You have to join 20 teams, which the best way to do this is to jump into a lobby, invite every single person in the lobby to your group, and then once someone joins, quit and go to another server, and you'll farm it out quickly that way. Or you can just play casually with other people while doing the entirety of your platinum. Craft pieces of armor and a weapon are both very easy. Reaching level 100, this is going to take some time. As far as I know, all the old exploits and stuff that used to work to level up quickly are patched out of the game, so you are going to have to just find ways to farm XP nowadays. But there are at least more quests to do that can at least give you a little bit more content to it. I'm like a level 130 or something, I think, maybe a level 140. And I've been playing the game on and off since it released, as well as doing the DLCs. So this is going to take time. I farmed the Monster Mash event a lot back in the days, especially on like double XP or triple XP weeks and weekends were a great time to do it. Fosnock Day I always come back for because, it's a fun event. It's probably the fan favorite event. Reading 20 magazines is pretty simple. There are plenty of places you can find them. You can just follow guides for it. Be at ground zero of a nuclear blast. You have to be where the nuke lands, like close to the center of where it lands. A lot of the time, people will either nuke where the Scorch Beast Queen is, or they'll nuke White Springs. But not as many people are nuking nowadays. Not as many people are playing the game nowadays. So you may just have to launch the nuke yourself and try to get there quickly, but that's a little bit unreliable. Fully rank up one perk is very easy. You have to get it to like level 4 or whatever. Pick 50 locks and hack 50 terminals and mod 50 weapons. All of these are easy. They just take some time to get through. Complete a total of 20 challenges. This is basically unmissable. You're going to get this one without even trying. Revive 20 fallen players. This one will come naturally if you're playing with other people. If you're not, you might just want to boost it, which is very simple. You can revive the same player 20 times. Possess 10,000 caps can take a while because everything in this game is stupidly expensive and caps aren't as common as they were in the other games. For this one, you just need to find a holotape game to be able to do it. It's not too difficult. 5 giant creatures is kind of unmissable if you're playing through the entire game. 100 locations is very easy. Then you have to kill a wanted player, which means they have to have like harmed you or harmed your camp, and then you go kill them. And they have to become wanted for you to be able to do it, but you can easily boost it. Same with killing another player. This one might actually come naturally, but for the most part in this game, people don't really fight each other. People are usually really friendly. Like, this game has one of the lowest like levels of griefing that I've ever seen for this kind of game. People are usually just super, super friendly towards one another and will just drop each other equipment constantly. It's bizarre coming from something like GTA 5 over to this and seeing just how much better the player base is. Kill a total of 20 players. This one ain't coming naturally. You're going to have to boost it, but you can kill the same player 20 times. You have to kill 300 creatures total. This is basically unmissable because most of the enemies in the game are creatures. Same with junk. I mean, I got a lot of these trophies on release date or close to it. Take photos. I think you have to have a camera to be able to do this, or you have to use photo mode. I can't remember which one. I think it's photo mode, but that's obviously very easy. Just take the same picture 20 times and you're good to go. You have to collect 10 bobbleheads. This one's easy because you can just look up a map as to where they can be found. And then level up. You'll probably get to level 50 by the time you do the main story, but you won't get to level 100. And then this is, of course, for completing the final story mission. So, otherwise, we have Wastelanders, which was the first, like, really, really big DLC overhaul for the game. You have to find the Overseer, and you have to... Actually, I want to say both of these are basically story-related. So these are, like, the introductory, sort of new introductory quests for the game that are pretty much unmissable. The problem is that you have to be level 20 to do this DLC, so you have to be at least level 20. And the problem is, you got 2 mutually exclusive trophies right here. Buried Treasure and All That Glitters. For these 2 quests to activate, one of them is for Foundation, one of them is for the Raiders. You cannot do both in a single playthrough, meaning that you have to replay the entire game, well, not the entire game, but you have to start up a new character, get them to level 20, and then play through this entire DLC a second time as the other faction. Which is really stupid because in previous Fallout games, you could always just make a save before any major decisions and you wouldn't have to worry. This time around, you have to do 2 separate playthroughs, and getting to level 20 takes a while. You have to complete Sophia and Beckett's stories. They're the 2 companions you can recruit. You can do both of these in a single playthrough, thank God. You can become allies with both in a single playthrough, but this takes time, because you have to complete their daily quests over and over again, and it takes way too long. There used to be an exploit, I don't know if it still exists, that allows you to become allies with Crater in like an hour. I don't know if it still exists, though. For Foundation, you just have to complete their daily quests for like 50 straight days or something. I mean, not necessarily straight days, but like 50 total days in general. It just takes time. It's not difficult, but it's just stupidly grindy or time-consuming. The gold bullion, the 300, is basically unmissable when you finish the DLC. The 1500, though, you can actually exploit, because what you can do is, it's 1500 total, or 1500 that you've acquired throughout the game, not 1500 at once. So what you can do is, you can trade in your treasury notes for gold bullion, trade the gold bullion, however it's pronounced, for the treasury notes, and just swap them back in and out of the machine at Foundation, and knock this out in seconds. As for Steel Rain, this is the actual new DLC I did. First and foremost, to be able to do this, you have to complete Steel Dawn, which is a different DLC, and all the DLC is free, by the way, which is good. Steel Dawn came out in like 2020, late 2020, early 2021, I think late 2020. You have to complete its like 8 or 9 story missions to be able to access this one. For this, you simply have to complete the 5 new story missions, ending with the Catalyst. You have to earn an Elder reward from a daily op, which I highly recommend doing this one with partners, just because the Elder ranking is a bit tough, because it requires you to complete the op in a very quick time. So I highly recommend doing this one with partners. It'll make your life easier. You can potentially do it solo if you're overpowered enough, but I definitely recommend partners for us more casual players. Finally, you have to craft a 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star legendary mod, which simply requires you to have certain items, some of which are easy to get, like script or whatever it is, and other ones are a little bit tougher to get that come from daily ops or from just other things within the game. This DLC was easy overall. It's like a 3 out of 10, and it takes about 10 hours if you've already done Steel Dawn. So it's not too bad at all. It gave a good excuse to go back to the game for a little while. I suspect that we're going to get at least one more trophy DLC for Fallout 76 this year, because there's that pit expedition that we're supposed to be getting sometime this year that, I mean, I assume it's going to come out on PlayStation as well as Xbox, even though now that Microsoft has acquired Bethesda. I suspect that the servers will still be up for a while, but you never know. And I suspect that we will be getting that DLC, but there's obviously no guarantees about that, so I guess just maybe be a little bit careful on that. Next up, Tic Tac Letters by Pogi. So with this one, this is another one that I don't really remember what the game was like. Unfortunately, I think it was like you had to replace letters in words with other letters. But I honestly don't even remember because it's been so long since I've played some of these and there's so many of them. But the Platinum Trophy only took an hour, so it's one of the quick ones. So read the instructions and solve a beginner puzzle, nothing difficult there. Solve a hard puzzle, again, nothing difficult there. Wait 60 seconds before you doing a move at any given time, that's easy. Total of 100 hints, nothing difficult there. Solving a puzzle without a single mistake is very easy. Solving a puzzle without a fix or hint is easy because with all of these, you can just use a guide on like Power Picks. Same with solving a puzzle in 60 seconds. From what I remember, what you could do was you could plug in all one letter on the puzzle, and then you could just use the fix ability, and it would show you which ones were wrong, and you would just plug in the ones that were wrong with the other letter, and that was all you had to do. It was really, really easy. I remember there was some exploit like that in this game. I want to say it almost was kind of like a Sudoku, to where you had to have you could only have the letters in a certain order and a certain number of them in one section of the board or in one row. I think that's what it was, but I could be wrong. And of course, you have to you have an inappropriate type of trophy because it's always a thing in these games. Which I wanted to say that it wasn't even the best one this time around. Like, maybe there was one that was better. Maybe like B's and S's or something. Yeah, or no, B's and G's. No, maybe there wasn't one that was better than B's and O's. But either way, it's a very quick, easy Platinum Trophy if you just follow a guide for the few gold trophies. And then you can just like spam that solution method for the other levels. And then, let's see. So this version of it only took me less than half an hour, so you can do it in half an hour if you know what you're doing. Very quick, easy Pogi game, as with most of them. Next up, Overcooked All You Can Eat for the PS4. I actually very recently, at the time this is being recorded, just finished the PS5 version of the game. So the PS5 version was actually a little bit easier because a couple of the trophies seem to be bugged in a good way that are easier to unlock. So, complete Overcooked 1 and 2. You don't have to 3-star any levels. You just have to 1-star every level to access the next level. There's one exception to this for one trophy, but we'll get to that. So these 3 trophies will be earned by completing the 2 games. You have to complete the new Peckening Rises DLC campaign. It's an extra trimmings world. Complete the first level of All World 1, so just complete the first level of each DLC as well as the 2 main games. Throw 100 ingredients into a cooking pot in Overcooked 2. Win a round of verses, requires a second controller. An extra trimmings world will unlock at the same time as the Peckening Rises. Finish the tutorials, that's unmissable. 5 tickets in under 30 seconds is very easy. Classic mode is Classic Overcooked. Assist mode will not get you all the trophies, but it's easier. I never needed to play it. You won't need it in this game because you're not 3-starring the levels. A level in Classic mode by doing all the recipes in order is very easy and should come naturally. Using every emote, there's like 6 of them, that's easy. Extinguish a single burning kitchen is very easy. Run over the unbread 10 times on the Overcooked 2 world map. You have 4 story-related trophies that are going to be for completing certain kitchens in each game. Teleport as the Raccoon is in Overcooked 2. 10 tiles on fire at the same time. Just, let it all catch on fire. It's pretty simple. Respawn 10 times just by falling off of maps. Deliver 10 wrong dishes. You can do this by simply delivering empty plates. Keep a meal for 30 seconds before serving. It should come naturally because this is how you will get high scores on levels. 15 games in versus mode. You're going to need 2 controllers for this, but versus mode is at least fun. 99 items in a bin. Just throw 99 items away. Flamethrower, I think, is only available in the Festive Seasoning DLC. Toward the end of it, so you're going to have to play through most of that DLC. Arcade mode is completely pointless. In arcade mode, you just spawn into a random level and have to complete it. I mean, you don't even have to get a good score on it. You just have to wait for the timer to run out for this trophy, but it adds an extra hour to your timer. And you can actually do this with only 1 controller. This game has a lot of multiplayer trophies, though, that require 4 people. You can either play with actual other online people, or you can play with multiple controllers. You actually only need 2 controllers because you can split your controllers down the middle, and they each work, like each controller can be used by 2 players. So that at least means that you can do it for a more lower cost by only having 2 controllers. But the controls are really janky and weird when you do it this way, so keep that in mind. Save an ingredient from burning at the last second will probably come naturally. Campfire with 4 Bears Chefs is another 4-player trophy. This is the only 3-star trophy in the game. You have to complete any level with 3 stars where every player is playing as a box chef. But you can actually do this solo, which is really nice. So complete any level solo with the box chef as your character and get 3 stars on it. You can do it on the very first level of the game after the tutorial. Not difficult at all. Should not give you a problem. Plays an aquatic creature on a sushi level. That's an Overcooked 2. A level with 4 reptile chefs. Again, a 4-player trophy. An Overcooked 1 trophy, but this one can actually be done with only 3 people. Throw and catch an ingredient between 4 alien chefs. This is the hardest trophy in the game because it's really wonky and finicky and it doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. If you actually happen to have 4 controllers, it's going to make it a little bit easier to do it that way. But not everyone's going to have 4 controllers, so yeah, a lot of people are just going to have to split their controllers, and that's just annoying. Throw 5 tomatoes at another player. I don't think this is actually a multiplayer trophy. I think you can do it solo. 4 players using the Rat Chef. 4 players where 3 are the same and the other one is someone else. Super easy. Push someone off a level. That may very well happen by accident and result in screaming. Attempt to throw something in Overcooked 1 by hitting the square button. And then pet Kebble in Overcooked 1 and 2. Because only heartless, evil dog haters do not pet Kebble every chance they get. Iron Snout. This game, from what I remember, I didn't like. I found it to be really, weirdly annoying. It took me about an hour to get. This was actually the European PS4 version of the game. One of the last European stacks I did, and I do own the North American versions, and I'm not looking forward to them. But I remember this game being rather annoying for whatever reason. Like, the controls weren't always as responsive, or there was something difficult about it. There's also a little bit of RNG with some of the trophies. So, you have to let the mini wolf hump you because reasons. You have to put a basket hat on the wolf by, knocking the basket off and throwing it onto him. Kill an enemy with a tree branch is fairly easy. Kicking a same head twice, I think, was easy. Killing an enemy with a stray rocket was fairly easy. The tutorial balloons in 10 seconds isn't actually that hard. You're going to have to farm kills to be able to get 1,000 total. That's easy, it just takes time. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Catching 25 items isn't that hard either. I don't think the 25 hit combo was that hard. I think the hard part was beating 50 wolves in a single fight because you have to survive a long time to get there. And 10 enemies in 1 HP mode where you get hit once, you die. But you only have to beat 10 enemies, so it depends a little bit on the luck as to what kind of enemies you get. I just remember not liking this game, so I'm not looking forward to going back to it eventually. But I know that I don't really have a choice because I already own it, so I kind of have to go do it. Next up, we have the Our Church and Halloween stories, the first 4 of them. I've actually done all 5 of them. But the first 4 of them, for the most part, are quick and easy platinums. The first one is the hardest one, because in this one, you have to complete the game, which is easy, but you have to complete it in challenge mode without falling into a hole. And on challenge mode, the holes are not shown, so you have to have them memorized while following like a video. So you have to complete challenge mode without falling into a hole. These two are both story related. Fall into any hole in challenge mode is very easy. That's another either story related or miscellaneous trophy. That's a story related trophy. And then the main difficulty is that you have to complete the game on challenge mode without falling into a hole and doing it within the time limit, and the time limit is very strict. The game is very short, mind you. It only takes a couple minutes, but it's a little bit tricky. It's going to take some practice. It's going to take probably several runs to get. So this is the hardest of the Our Church and Halloween games, for sure. These are actually from the Breakthrough Arcade Gaming people, and it's among the only games I've done from them. Story 2 is actually the easiest one, because I believe that most of your trophies are story-related. I want to say maybe everything through here is story-related. And then you just have to defeat all the ghosts. They slightly become more and more RPG-like as time goes on. Defeating all the ghosts is fairly easy because you just, like, hit a button or something to fight them. It's not much in this game. It's not complicated. And for the time limit one, you can actually put in a passcode to take you to the end of the level with the timer at a really low number, and then just finish the last few seconds of the game to get. So this one was the easiest one. This one only took about 12 minutes. It's the shortest and easiest one. Story 3 is a little bit more because you have a... I think everything through here is story-related. I believe the slingshot story-related. You have to eat an apple, which heals you, but you want to save this one until after you've acquired 4 apples at once, because there's only like 4 or 5 in the entire game. That's a story-related. That's story-related. Defeat all the ghosts. There's actually more combat in this game. It's actually like slightly turn-based. You can heal yourself. You can use a couple different attacks. It's slightly improved in that sense. The time trophy is the exact same way. You can put in a passcode and do it that way. Just do the last few seconds of the level. Story 4 is, again, a little bit more complicated, but it's still very easy. You have a few story-related trophies. You have to acquire 5 apples at once, of which there are a limited number. Another story-related trophy, story-related, I believe. Yeah, I believe all of that's story-related. This one should be story-related. Story-related. And then you have to beat all the ghosts in the game, of which there are a lot. And in this one, you actually will have to be a little bit more tactical about fighting and healing. But it looks like this one took me about, was 741 the first trophy. So this one took me about 25 minutes. This one took me, looks like 22 minutes. This one, of course, took 12 minutes. And this one took about 25 minutes. Next up, Hoggy 2. This is a relatively quick and easy Ratalaika game, I believe. It was either a Ratalaika or an East Asia Soft game. So you have to collect 20 keys in Kid Mode and complete Kid Mode, which doesn't allow you to get any of the other trophies. So complete that with 20 keys and you'll get the first 2 trophies out of the way. Then you have to complete basically the first whole area of normal mode. So you have to collect a total of 20 keys, which are used to unlock new levels. You have to get a bonus star on any level. And then you have to defeat this boss, which I believe is done by getting those 20 keys and then doing the boss fight level. You have to die from being smashed. You have to eat a jalapeno, which can be found in specific levels. You have to reach a checkpoint, which is unmissable. And you have to eat an acorn, which is done... I believe this is actually unmissable as well. But I believe this trophy is actually glitched and it unlocks in Kid Mode as well, which is kind of nice, I guess. So this platinum, as you can see, took me maybe an hour to get through. It's not difficult. It's not overly time-consuming, but it takes a little bit of practice at times. It's not the easiest game out there, but it's an okay little game. Nothing really much to complain about. The Vita version, let's see, 927 was the platinum, and 904, 857. So it was 857 the first, so this one took me about half an hour, so you can do it in half an hour for sure if you know what you're doing. Nothing too difficult here. I just don't really remember the game all that well. Sakura Succubus 4. These Sakura Succubus games are interesting, I guess could be a word. They're visual novel games that are meant to be like erotic fantasy. that exist on PlayStation that technically I think anyone can buy. I don't think they have age controls on them. If they do, I didn't know about it. I did not buy this game, by the way, guys, just so people know. I was actually given a free code of this game. I would probably not have bought it otherwise, especially not at its $10 price tag or $12 price tag. But the developers gave me a free copy of the game so I could review it and put it on YouTube. So naturally, of course, I got a free copy of it. So of course I'm going to play it if I got it for free. This platinum can be done in 5 minutes by text skipping. However, you do have to make certain dialogue choices. So I suggest looking at a video or text guide just so you know exactly which dialogue choices to make. But you can get all the trophies in a single playthrough by following a guide in about 5 minutes. So very quick and easy. Nothing to worry about there. Just want you guys to know, I didn't pay for this one. I got that one for free, so I don't feel any shame in playing through a free game. Doom 64. Now we get on to a good game, or a fairly good game. I'm not a big Doom person. I didn't grow up on it. I was never big into it. The nice thing about this game is you can use some cheat codes and secrets to this game to be able to play through it. That's how I did it in, an hour or two. I don't remember this one all that well. This is, I think, the final boss. The Lost Levels mission is like a secret level that's a little bit tougher. Discover any secret area, that's pretty easy. The BFG is in like a certain level, same as the Unmaker, but I think that you can use cheats to get them on the final level. Then the 3 Demon Key artifacts in the main campaign. I don't really remember what you had to do for that one. Kill any cyber demon. That's probably, I don't think was that difficult. A fun level, in quotations, I remember being a bit difficult. The secret level Hectic, I believe, was a little bit tricky. And then you have to complete this specific level on the Watch Me Die difficulty, which I believe was... I just honestly don't remember this game that well, because I did it quite a while ago, but you can use cheats in this one of some kind to make it a lot easier on yourself, and I would recommend that. It's going to save you time and headache unless you're good at playing Doom games, which I personally am not. Pick-a-Pix Color. This game was actually okay. I actually kind of like this kind of puzzle. They're called like nanograms, maybe? So it's like you have, the game will tell you like 5 blocks of this color in this row, like 5, then a blank, then one more somewhere of a certain color, and you use that to solve your puzzle through hints. Of course, with this game, you can use a guide to make it much easier. So you have to solve a 5x5 puzzle in under 15 seconds, which is actually probably one of the tougher trophies in the game. A 10x10 in under a minute. Again, that can be a little bit trickier. Without using an X, I don't really remember what that was, but I guess it's not difficult. But you have to solve all the 10x10s and earn a medal for them, which I think is like for not using secrets or help or something. And then the 15x15 puzzle in 3 minutes I don't think was that hard. The 20x15 in 5 minutes wasn't that bad, I don't believe. And the 20x20 in 10 minutes I don't think was that bad. You have to solve every puzzle and get a medal for every puzzle. So I think it's like you have to beat the puzzles without using hints or something for the medals. It's not that hard because you can use a guide for the game. However, I will say there are a lot of puzzles. This is not a quick platinum. This is going to take like 4 to 5 hours to get through. So this game does take some time. And this was actually a European version. It was another old EU game that I had in my inventory. So it's a fairly simple puzzle game. If you follow a guide, you won't have too many problems with it. Just keep in mind that it is a little bit more time consuming than some of the others. Pacific Wings, this is basically, it reminds me of that Luftwaffe 109 minigame from Thrillville back in the day. Basically, you have to finish the 20 levels of the game and like upgrade your plane. What you can do, though, is, like, the more upgrades you get, the more health it gives you, like, the more lives it kind of gives you, because then, like, every time you take damage, you'll just lose one of your levels of upgrade, whereas you still have upgrades overall and can make the game go much more easily. This may take a little bit of getting used to. As you can see here, I think it actually took me 2 tries to get through, but, I mean, I still finished it in half an hour, and you can certainly do it faster if you're a little bit better at the game. But it's basically a bit of a shmup, an arcade shmup with 20 levels. It's not that hard. It doesn't take, too much time overall, but it's not the easiest of those type of games, but it's still very easy overall. Birthday of Midnight. I wonder if this was the European version of the game. It might have been. No, wait, what was this? Was this... Okay, I think I remember what happened with this game. I think this game actually gave me trouble for a while. I think this actually is a newer one. And this one gave me trouble for a while because I didn't realize one of the controls. And if I had, it would have been significantly easier, but I, didn't realize one of the... No, I remember what happened. My controller wasn't working right, and it made it hard to aim and do everything correctly. So I made it harder on myself because I was too stupid to use a working controller. I think I remember that now because I remember struggling with it and wanting to complain about it, and then I realized toward the end, wait a minute, it's my controller. It's not even me, it's just my controller, so my bad for being a moron for this. You have to get 3 stars on any one level, which is easy. You have to touch the fire on any level, which kills you. That's very easy. Die by exiting the level boundaries. This is basically unmissable. It's going to happen by accident. Explode a TNT box, I believe, is required to be able to beat some of the levels. Hitting a scary pumpkin, I think, is also required to beat some of the levels. Destroying a bridge, I believe, again, this is required to beat some of the levels. Same with dematerializing a box and using a teleport. I think pretty much all of these trophies are actually required in order to beat the 50 levels. I think there's more than 50 levels, but you have to beat 50 levels just for the platinum. But you only have to get 3 stars once, and I think everything else is pretty much unmissable. So as long as your controller's working, you shouldn't have a problem with this. It works sort of like Angry Birds meets golf. Like, Angry Birds type of game, but you're trying to get your target into a specific goal on the level. Nothing overly difficult there, as long as, again, you have a working controller. The Unicorn Princess. I rented this game, and I still don't know why I played this. It was odd, to say the least. It was not a good game, and it doesn't even have platinum. It's just 20 bronze trophies. I guess I got to do more games like this, though, because there are other games like this. It was extremely low-quality game overall, but it was at least an easy 100%. And it was, I guess, maybe kind of a meme, I guess. Did I do it all in one day, or did it take me 2 days? No, I did it over the course of a couple days. Okay, that's what I thought. It's like a 4 to 5 hour 100%. So I want to say all of these trophies, like, most of the trophies in the game, like everything through here, I think might be story related. Some of these might be actual, like, collectibles you have to go out and find, but I want to say everything through there is actually story related. It kind of looks that way when looking at the trophy percentages. Not a lot of people actually finish this game. Gee, I wonder why. If you look at the quality of the game, you wouldn't be that surprised by that. So it looks like all those trophies are actually story related to get through here. So complete the story and you'll get most of the trophies. But then you have a handful of miscellaneous trophies. You have to find the unicorn miniatures. These are the main collectible type in the game. There's like 20 of them or something. It might be more than that, actually. And they can be a little bit tough to find because there aren't a whole lot of guides out there, and the game takes a while to traverse the world. It makes me think of like an extremely terrible version of Shadow of the Colossus, except that there's no enemies to fight because you're just riding around on your horse and there's like nothing else really going on in the world. It's like empty and kind of creepy at times because of that. You have to go out of your way to fail a mission, so you want to do this like as early as possible. Fail a mission as early as possible because you'd have to go out of your way to fail a mission. You're not going to do that naturally. And then you just have to buy the items, which I think you can do once you beat the game because you'll have enough money to do it. I think that's how that one works. So let's see when the entire game was 11:14 p.m. Let's see. Was that... Yeah, so that was the last trophy. So you'll have enough money by the time you get close to the end of the game to be able to purchase everything. Just, well, it was a game. It was, I guess you could say it was an experience, to say the least. Active Neurons, a puzzle game. This is another one where, like, this one you have to, I think it's like not a slide puzzle, a sliding a single piece around the board in a certain way that, like, dodges enemies and stuff like that. So if you follow a guide, it's fairly easy overall. From what I remember, you have to... Charging the 8 neurons and the brain are your story-related trophies for beating the 8 different areas of the game that you have to do. I think there's more after this, but I think you just have to beat those first 8. And then you have a bunch of miscellaneous trophies. You have to destroy a dangerous square, which will probably happen by accident. The moving dangerous square will also probably happen by accident. Opening a door, I think, is required. A dangerous door, I think, is also required. Teleporting should be required. Smash, not a dangerous object. I think all of these trophies are required to beat the game, except for using a solution, which you can actually use the solution and it'll tell you exactly how to solve the level if you don't even want to use a video guide. So you can actually just use the solution with no penalty on every level, and that'll show you the solution instantly. And I mean, you'd have to memorize it, so I'd still recommend using a video guide because it'll make your life go a little bit faster. But not a difficult puzzle game. It's got some decent game design to it. Quick and easy overall. I did it for both the PS4 and the PS Vita. It's the same exact trophy list for both, but I think I probably did the Vita version a little bit faster, but not that much faster. But overall, not too difficult. Shouldn't give you too many problems. Okay, Many Faces. I remember this being a weirder game. This might have been an East Asia Soft game. I did the platinum in about 20 minutes. So, from what I remember, this one was slightly exploitable. Like, you have to complete the tutorial, and then, like, what you do is you pick up hats, and the hats give you different abilities. You have to kill a total of 48 enemies, but you can do it over the course of multiple playthroughs. The hearts, I think, are kind of the same thing. You can do it over the course of multiple playthroughs. The only more difficult trophy is that you have to beat 3 stages of the game, which isn't really difficult. It only takes a few minutes to do. But from what I remember, what you can do with the bosses is actually, I think that with the bosses, you can replay the first boss level over and over again and keep killing the first boss 3 times. It's a little bit random as to which boss fight you get, and sometimes you just get a tougher boss fight to deal with. But I think that that's what you can do, that you can just fight the same boss repeatedly until you win 3 times and save some time doing it that way. And I believe you can get the hearts and the kills over the course of multiple playthroughs. So I don't remember this game being difficult. I just remember it being kind of odd. Like I said, I think it was an East Asia Soft game or something. It was an okay game. I don't really have any major complaints about it. Next up, Ladders by Pogi. This is another Pogi game. This was the word ladder one. I actually do remember this one because it's kind of like that old Chain Link game or whatever it's called that was on Game Show Network. It's like you start with one word and you change like one letter to make a new word, and you go down the rungs of a ladder until you create the word that's at the bottom. So you have to solve one puzzle and solve 50 total puzzles. You also have to solve the last puzzle, so you can solve the first 49 and then the last one. Spend at least a minute before you make a move. That's very easy. Try anything that's not a word is very easy. Try the same incorrect word twice. That's easy. Reset a puzzle back to the beginning. I think you have to fill in like all incorrect letters and then go back and then like reset each one individually. This one you have to pick a bad word. Pick any bad word you wish, but it's best done on the final puzzle because there's not as many options in this game as there are in some of the others. But just pick any inappropriate word and you're good to go. Any ladder in fewer steps than shown is going to come naturally as long as you look at a guide. Like Power Picks, again, has guides for these games. So just look at you'll get this one naturally, basically. Complete any ladder working bottom to top to bottom, and ending in the middle. So top to bottom is just the normal way to play it. Bottom to top is just the inverse way to play it. And a ladder ending in the middle means do one down from the top, then one up from the bottom until you get to the middle. Then you have to change a letter to each letter of the alphabet in order to make a word. Most of these are going to be unmissable and come naturally while solving all the puzzles. A few of them will not. J will not come naturally. You'll have to go out of your way to solve a specific puzzle for J. And you'll have to go out of your way for Q. And I believe you'll have to go out of your way. Yep, you'll have to go out of your way for V. But all the other ones will come naturally while solving those first 50 puzzles in the final puzzle. You have to complete a 3-letter, 4-letter, and 5-letter ladder, which are all going to be unmissable while solving those first 50 puzzles. You have to complete a ladder in 12 or more steps, which is going to be solved on the final puzzle regardless. So a bunch of easy trophies, nothing really to worry about as long as you follow a guide. I mean, most of the puzzles you could probably figure out yourself without a whole lot of trouble. But overall, a very overall quick and easy platinum trophy. Takes half an hour, shouldn't give you too many problems. Spy Hunter. Now this is a bit of a random one, isn't it, guys? Spy Hunter is a PS Vita game. It is loosely based off of the old arcade game, which was my dad's favorite arcade game as a kid. It's really, really bad. I don't recommend playing this one. It's not fun. It's not really a good time at all. And it took me a couple weeks to get through. I mean, it's not that hard overall, but it is a little bit annoying at times, and we'll get to why that is in a little while. So complete any mission without firing weapons. I think you can do that on the tutorial mission. Fully upgrade any weapon. You're going to have to fully upgrade multiple anyway. 15 enemies in a mission is pretty much unmissable, I believe. Destroy 4 enemies with 4 different weapons in a single mission. This one's very easy. Just you have to go a little bit out of your way to get it. Traveling 150 kilometers is unmissable. Use the shield to avoid significant damage. This one's a little bit finicky as to what's considered significant damage, but it's not really that difficult. 10 kills with a flamethrower in a single mission. Easy as long as you know that the trophy's there. The intel on all enemy vehicles. I believe that this one's fairly easy. Like, maybe it's story related or something, but I don't really remember. Fully upgrade 4 weapons and use all of them in your loadout at once. That's easy. You have to destroy 50 enemies using the UAV in a single playthrough of this mission. This one will probably be unlocked during your normal playthrough of it. It's not difficult. This is a story-related trophy for finishing all the missions. Use only the shocker on a mission. Again, I believe you can do that on the tutorial level. 5 kilometers in the air should come naturally if you go off jumps a lot. If not, you can farm it. This trophy's a little bit tricky because usually you'll fail a mission if you take too long, and you can only spend a few seconds in the cloak at a time before it has to recharge. So I remember this one being a little bit more annoying and like barely getting it because I almost ran out of time. So you might want to kind of try to work on it while going for the main objective on an easier mission. It's probably the best way to do it because it doesn't really give you a whole lot of time. You're going to be spending more time out of the cloak waiting for it to recharge than using it. This one is unmissable. You'll get it naturally. This one you can do again on like the tutorial mission, story related. 20 enemy boats should come naturally because you're going to have to replay certain missions. Same with traveling on water. I actually got the trophies at the exact same time because I got lucky, I guess. The new paint job is very easy. That shouldn't be a problem. Let's see. Is that... Okay, so this is the first difficult trophy in the game. Spy Hunter Pro status requires you to complete several challenges on the mission. I think you have to get through it in a certain amount of time, losing only a certain amount of health, and maybe killing a certain number of enemies, as well as collecting a black box item that drops randomly from certain enemies in certain areas of the level. There's a few pretty challenging levels for this one, mainly some of the ones where you're like in like an on-rails section. Those are kind of annoying. So I remember this trophy causing me some problems and taking a while to get through. But ultimately, it is doable. I mean, I'd still say the game's like... I'd say it's a little bit harder than what the trophy guide says on PSN Profiles. I think it's got like a 2 out of 10. I'd say it's like a 3 out of 10, maybe a 3.5 out of 10. The Convoy and Rogue in 60 seconds isn't too bad once you have upgraded weapons. Complete a mission without losing a reactor core. You can do this on like the first mission of the game fairly easily, especially when you have the shield. Defuse all bombs in under 40 seconds. This one's a little bit finicky. It's not a lot of time, so you have to be a little bit careful on this one. And then this one, I think you have to farm a little bit because I don't think you're going to get it by the time you get this trophy. So 801. It didn't take me long to farm it, it looks like, but it did take a little bit of extra farming once I had done everything else. And it took me quite a while to get those Spy Hunter Pro statuses. So again, this is not really a game I would recommend. If you want to go do it, it's a little bit harder than the guide says. It's not overall the worst thing in the world, obviously, but it's, it's a little bit tougher than it looks. Next up, Man-Eater for the PS4. This game was a lot of fun. I mean, you're playing as a shark going around and eating people and destroying boats. It's just good, stupid fun, and it is highly recommended to play this game. To get the platinum, you're going to get all those trophies by beating the game. You have to evolve for the first time. I think that's also part of this. So all of this is going to be unmissable story-related trophies. You have to acquire all of the evolutions in the game by, I think, just eating a bunch of stuff and purchasing it with points that you get from eating different things. You have to complete all objectives in each area of the game, which is fairly easy. For the most part, they all mark on the map. There might be one or two occasionally that you need help from a guide for, but for the most part, they shouldn't cause much of a problem. And that's how you get the 100% objective completion in all regions. You have to kill an apex predator in each region as well. There's like 8 regions, I think, maybe 9. The apex predators are tougher. You're going to have to be a fairly high level to take them on. So I definitely recommend, being leveled up and then taking them on toward the end of each area. This is a story-related. This is story-related. Find all the nutrient caches, license plate, and landmarks. These are all collectible types. But like I said, they are all marked on the map, but you will need to be higher level of upgrade to be able to get some of them later in the game, like some of the license plates especially. And then you have to reach Infamy level 10, which is going to require quite a bit of grinding by just killing waves of human enemies until they send tougher and tougher, like boss-type enemies after you. This takes a while. It's a little bit grindy, but it's not too terribly difficult. As long as you upgrade your shark's abilities and pick the correct evolutions and mutations, you should be fine. It might be a little bit tricky a few times, but it's usually not that bad. Then there's a DLC called Truth Quest. As far as I know, this is the only DLC we're going to get because the DLCs have been known for breaking the game really badly. So as far as I know, this is the only DLC we're going to get for either version of the game. And I believe this game does auto-pop on PS5. But as far as I know, this is at least going to be the only DLC that we get, which is good. So that'll make life a little bit easier if something does go wrong on the PS5 version when I try to auto-pop it. Because with this one, I think I actually ended up having to restart this DLC because it looked like it was going to be broken and not unlock stuff. So you have 2 story-related trophies here, I believe. I believe these are both story-related, or this is an Infamy-related. This might actually be an Infamy-related. Reach level 40, fairly simple, should come naturally. Acquire the Atomic Evolution set is fairly easy. Complete all the objectives in the DLC, which is going to include some new ones in the main world. Not too difficult, just as long as nothing breaks on you. The Electric Great White, the Shadow Orca, and the Sperm Whale are all mini bosses that you can encounter, whereas the Atomic Leviathan is the final boss, and actually kind of frightening to fight, and a little bit tough to fight if you're not ready for it. Eating all the questers they appear, I believe, both in the complex and in the main world. So there's quite a few of them to get. They're a new objective. And then the time trials aren't too bad, but you are going to have to switch back to a faster shark mutation to be able to do these. You're not going to be able to do it with the higher damage, higher defense sharks that you're going to need to actually beat some of the enemies. So Maneater's a very fun game. Just be wary about potentially buggy trophies. Super Destronaut Land Wars, PS4 and PS Vita. I really liked the PS4 version of this game, and I did it in, it looks like about half an hour. So for this one, it's a ground-based first-person shooter. It's actually kind of fun. So you have to complete 12 challenges with a ranking. 15 challenges with a ranking. Most of the first 15 challenges are pretty easy. These shouldn't give you too much trouble. They might take, 1 or 2 tries a piece. They shouldn't give you too much of a problem. 300,000 points in Classic Mode, 30,000 points in Hardcore. These are just different game mode variants. So, Classic Mode is just standard. This one's easy. Hardcore, I think you just die really quickly, or the enemies have more health. 100,000 in Combo Breaker. This is the one where I believe you have to have a combo going, and if you break your combo, you automatically lose. I don't remember Maximum Strength Mode. I don't remember what that one is. Maybe it's you get really good weapons or something. Snail Mode, you just move really slowly. So I remember enjoying the PS4 version of the game. It was actually pretty fun. But the Vita version was annoying because it was a lot laggier, plays a lot slower. And I remember the game has an issue of not having as many enemies on certain levels, to where some of these challenges can actually be a lot harder, or these point requirements. Just because, Combo Breaker, I remember definitely gave me trouble because there just weren't a lot of enemies on some of these levels, and they just weren't spawning fast enough to keep the combo up. So I would say that definitely you want to do this one on PS4. The Vita version you might want to skip just because of that. Next up, Battlefield 4. I did the Platinum and 100%. I did another Battlefield game, so very happy about that. It's not the only Battlefield game I did in this set, but it was a good one. This is not, the hardest Battlefield game, but it's certainly not the easiest one either. So you have to score a certain amount of points in each mission in the campaign. Most of these requirements are easy. I only had to go back and replay like one mission in terms of getting the points requirement. So for the most part, it's not that hard. You have to complete all the assignments, which I think has to do with the points. More point trophies. Most of them are easy, though. The assignments, I think, mostly do have to do with getting points. The collectibles, there are dog tags and weapons that you have to find. And you have to find all of them in the game. The dog tags don't really do much, but the weapons can then actually be used on subsequent playthroughs. So the weapons are actually kind of a good advantage because they can give you more options to use in the campaign. You have to beat the campaign. This game, I remember, has just a really weird trophy layout. Like, they're all in just a really weird order. Like, just, they don't make any sense because of that. It's like, this point one should be, like, up here somewhere. Then you get some story-related trophies, but, oh no, those actually, well, they're all in the same section, but they're not in order, because Tashgar is not the last mission. No, where is the last? Yeah, the last mission is Suez, I believe, so I don't know why they just do them in such a weird order. It messes with my head. The collectibles down here, again, are completely out of order. I don't know what they were thinking when they put this together. You have to complete the campaign on hard, which is not that difficult. There are a few tricky sections, but for the most part, hard difficulty is not that hard. It's not going to give you too many problems for the most part. Few tricky sections, like with any first-person shooter, but for the most part, not too bad. You have a collectible trophy here for 28 of the game's collectibles. There's 35 total, but you got to find them all for that other trophy anyway. Then you have a miscellaneous trophy for each individual mission. The C4 one isn't too bad. The multi-kills is annoying because it doesn't carry over through death. The 30 headshots here is easy, but you don't face combat until a bit later in the mission. This one's not that hard as long as you're careful about the enemy tanks. The adrenaline kills is really annoying because it means you have to be very near death to be able to get into adrenaline. And if you die, I don't think they carry over. This one's easy, and then you have 3 different endings for the game, so you're going to have to beat the final mission 3 times and pick each of the 3 different endings. It looks like either this one or this one is the canon ending for the game, because Irish appears in the promos for Battlefield 2042. So you're going to get 4 trophies here for getting the game's 3 different endings. I mean, they're all easy, they're just one very small choice. Then you have to perform 5 dog tag kills in the multiplayer, which are melee kills. That's pretty easy. Win a round of each game mode. You might have to boost this one just because some of the game modes are pretty dead. 45 kills with the 1911. You can either do this legitimately by farming enough points to unlock the 1911A1, which takes a very long time to get, and it's going to take many hours. Or you can do it the smart way and purchase the $5 unlock pack that unlocks all of the handguns in the game, or maybe it's not $5. But if you purchase that, it'll unlock all the handguns in the game, and then you can just go about getting your 45 kills normally. The 5 bombs in obliteration, this one you are probably going to have to boost. I managed to pull it off naturally, but I would recommend boosting it because the mode is pretty dead, and now it's been a year later, and who knows how dead it is now. Well, honestly, I don't know, because people are probably going back to this one in Battlefield 3 with how much of a failure 42 was. And then you have to reach rank 25, which just requires a little bit of grinding, but shouldn't give you too much difficulty whatsoever. Then we have our 5 DLCs for this game. So you have to play a round of air superiority, which you can get naturally, or you can boost it, because you're going to have to do all the assignments anyway. You got to kill with the dirt bike, which is going to require you to boost. Well, no, I say that, but it's really not. But I would recommend boosting it. I'd recommend boosting the bomber one because it's only available on certain maps. SUAV, same thing. It's a little bit hard to unlock, and I recommend getting a kill with it by boosting. And then you have to complete all of the assignments, which is painful because there are a lot of assignments. And I think there's one that requires you to play 10 hours of China Rising. So you have to complete all the assignments, and that's going to take time, and you are going to have to boost it because there's no way you're getting some of this stuff legitimately these days unless you're really good at the game. Second Assault, I believe, is a lot easier, especially because you can boost all of it. So you have to get a kill with a ceiling collapse on Operation Metro. Again, boost it. Then you have 2 that you can get in Caspian Border by finding the hidden tunnel and igniting a brush fire. By the way, if you're boosting this game, you have to pay to rent your servers in this game. It's not like the later entries where you can do it for free. You are going to have to pay to rent your servers, and you're also going to have to do it with a minimum of 4 people in the lobby. You have to kill an enemy flag carrier while carrying their flag. You can boost this one, of course. And then 5 kills with air vehicles in Gulf of Oman. I mean, some people are going to be able to get this one legitimately if you're good with air vehicles. I am not, so that was definitely a boosting one for me. Naval Strike is also fairly easy overall. You have to play a round of Carrier Assault, which no one plays, so you're going to have to boost it. A kill with the ACV, you're probably going to have to boost. The highest point in Naval Strike, you're going to have to boost because no one plays the map. Kill an enemy with the AA mine is going to require you to complete a specific challenge, like a specific assignment for the DLC, but then get a kill with it. But you're going to want to boost this one. It's going to make your life easier. I actually got this one legitimately by playing on a map that had it, but it's going to be easier to do by boosting. But I did prove you can get this one legitimately. Dragon's Teeth. You have to win 2 rounds of Chain Link, which is takes a little bit of time. Spend 5 minutes in the Ballistic Shield. That's actually very easy. Play around on all the maps. This one's probably going to require boosting because some of the maps are pretty dead. 5 kills in a round with the Rower, I believe, can only be done on specific maps and is best done by boosting so it doesn't get blown up. And then you have to complete all of the assignments, some of which are very annoying, and there is a 10-hour assignment for this DLC. Final Stand, pretty similar thing in that you are going to have to complete all the assignments again, which is really annoying because there's another 10-hour trophy, and I remember the assignments for one of these DLCs, maybe this one, are actually really, really annoying. The other miscellaneous trophies, play all the maps, is going to require boosting because people don't play them enough. Kill with the Titan engines is map specific, so is the kill with the Icicle. Those are probably going to require boosting on specific maps. And then get a kill with each of these 4 vehicles. They only spawn on specific maps, so once again, boost away. It's not that hard of a game overall, especially if you boost all of the multiplayer stuff. If you boost all of the multiplayer, then I would put this game at like probably a 4 out of 10 overall. There's still a few tricky things, but probably around a 4 out of 10 overall. As for time, you're looking at probably like 30 hours in the single player and another 30 to 40 hours of DLC. So you're looking at a solid probably 70-hour 100% for this game. It's not a quick endeavor. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort, or at the very least some AFKing on specific maps to farm out those hours. It's a time-consuming game. It's a fun game, but it's a time-consuming experience, so just be aware of that going in. Eventide 3, Legacy of Legends, another Artifacts Mundi game. We start out with collectible trophies, 6 of them to be exact, by finding all of the cards and ornaments. If you follow a guide, these will not give you any trouble whatsoever because guides are helpful. This is another one of those Artifacts Mundi games that has a lot of trophies versus very few. You have to finish a minigame in less than a minute, as well as 3 minigames, and all minigames without skipping, which is easy. That's not going to give you a problem if you follow a guide. However, this trophy is highly missable. You have to finish the Battle Rune minigames without a mistake, as well as the Portal Travel minigames. For both of these, you're going to want to save your game and make a backup save to the cloud before doing a Battle Rune or Portal Travel minigame, so that if you do make a mistake, you can just reload your uploaded save. That is what I highly recommend doing. 3 hidden objects in 3 seconds is easy. 3 hidden object puzzles with no more than 5 mistakes is not too difficult. Hidden object puzzle without a hint is easy. And all hidden object puzzles without a hint, so this is one where you have to do all of them without a hint. And then you have a lot of story-related trophies. Everything through here is all story-related through here. This is another one of the ones where you actually do have to do expert mode, which just means you can't really spam click much. However, I skipped over one trophy here. The hidden object puzzle in 30 seconds. That's actually a little bit tricky. Usually it's 1 minute, which isn't really that bad. But 30 seconds is a little bit of a tight time limit. So I'd recommend when you follow a guide, when you find whatever puzzle is the easiest one in the game, definitely make a backup save before doing it, just so that you can go back and attempt it again, because 30 seconds is a rather tight time limit. So I would say that technically this is actually a little bit harder of an Artifacts Monday game because of that 30-second time limit, because you have to do everything without skipping or hints, and because you do have to beat the game on Expert. You don't have to beat the bonus chapters anymore. They've kind of given up on that at this point. Epic Word Search Collection for both the PS4 and the Vita. It is an epic collection of word searches. Basically, you have to 100% one section of each area of the game. Like, each area of the game has like 4 sections or something, so it's like 16 total big puzzles, and they're pretty big puzzles. There are a lot of words to find in this game. So this one does take a little bit longer than some games out there. It's not as time-consuming as, say, the original Pogi word search game, but there are a lot of things you have to do. Request a hint and find a word using a hint are both easy. For ignoring a hint, you have to use a hint and then go find a different word. Look at the puzzle overview and jump to another section are both easy. And then you have to find specific words in different puzzles, which are all easy just as long as you follow a guide for them, but you just have to find these specific words. I believe PowerPix has a guide for this game like he does for others, because I believe it's made by the Pogi people, but I could be wrong, but I want to say it is. So basically just find specific words, solve 100% of any section of each of the 4 puzzle types, and then the few hint-related trophies. It's not a difficult game, but I definitely recommend following a guide because it is going to make your life a little bit easier. It is going to take, over an hour to get this platinum most likely, so it isn't quite as quick as some of the other Pogi-type games. But again, it's not as long as, say, Word Search by Pogi. And if you follow a guide, you shouldn't have too many problems. Spirit of the North. This is a platforming, slightly collectathon, but mostly puzzle platforming game where you play as a fox. The game is not particularly hard, but I remember I was struggling with glitchy trophies at the time. That wasn't the fault of the game. It was my fault for my PS4 was acting up, and I ended up having to remove my profile from it and put it back on to fix the problem, which then would have resulted in this being a lot less painful of a platinum. That's what gave me the most difficulty with this game, was that I was struggling with stuff with the PS4. But I wasn't the biggest fan of this game. It felt a little bit buggy at times. It wasn't really that fun of an experience to me personally. So you have a few story-related trophies through here, I believe are all story-related. Then you have to awaken 28 shaman spirits. I believe there's more than 28. Or no, that is that's one where you have to find everything for, because there's something in here you don't have to do all of them for. You have to locate and greet all the spirits in the spirit world. This is toward the end of the game, and there's a lot of them, and the world is weirdly laid out. You're definitely going to need to follow a guide. Spirit Bloom, there's so much more than 50. This is going to come naturally. It's unmissable. The Plague Tethers, there are more than 18, so you will get this one unmissable naturally while beating the game. You have to unlock some abilities, all of which are unmissable and story-related. You have to stay airborne for more than 8 seconds using jump gates and geysers. There's only a couple of places you can do this, but it's easy as long as you know where to do it at. The 30 standing stones, there's well over 30 in the game, so you should get this one naturally. Same with the revolving glyphs, that should come naturally. The carved ancient murals, I believe you do just have to go find 8 of them. So I believe this is another collectible type like that other one earlier in the game with the shaman, so you are going to need a guide for those. I believe the game does have some kind of chapter select at least, which is good. Stand still for 3 minutes is very, very easy, so just stand still for 3 total minutes. I actually got this trophy at almost the same time, because I guess I had used the chirp 99 times and then used it one more time and got it. The shaman staff for 3 minutes is very simple. Just pick it up and carry it around for 3 minutes. You can do that very early in the game. And then in spirit form, you have to step on each of these 3 items. You can do this over the course of multiple spirit forms. This is actually the last trophy I needed because I had only stepped on 2 of them. I guess I hadn't stepped on the unstable platform or the pressure plate. I had walked on water, though. So, I mean, I think the game would have been more fun for me if I wasn't dealing with the issues with my PS4, but that was on me. Our Church and Halloween Story 5, the Scott and James version. So I have done all of the Our Church and Halloween games. This one can be very easy, or it can be a little bit trickier. It can be very short. It can take a bit of time. So to get this platinum, you have to finish the game, which is going to get you a handful of trophies for finishing, the second cave area, the first cave area, and finding your way into the cave. Those are all unmissable story related. However, you have to finish each cave in a very short amount of time. It's not 1,000 seconds or 1,000 milliseconds. It's a very short, arbitrary in-game time. So this is going to take a couple of tries on each one to get. You're not going to get it first try, most likely. You have to pretty much perfect your movements. You have to know the exact path to go on, and you have to hope you don't get stuck on something by accident. But it's very manageable. It's not really that difficult. As you can see, I did this one in 3 minutes. This was the second version I did. I did it immediately after. It only took me 3 minutes to do. So it's not that hard. It just takes a couple of tries for each puzzle. I want to say you can hit R1 after finishing the puzzle if you don't get it and just immediately retry it, which is good. So not overly difficult overall, but can be a little bit difficult if you just struggle with this kind of a game and maybe get stuck on stuff a little bit too often. It's not that difficult, it's not that time consuming, but it can be a little bit frustrating, especially the first time you play through it. So that was actually Platinum 549 there. 550 is Far Cry 6, but obviously Far Cry 6 has had DLC, so it's further up on the list. So I'm going to take a little break, and I will be right back. Alright, I took a little break of multiple days and or weeks, and we are now back to talking more about Platinum Trophies number 501 through 600. So this was Platinum number 548 and 549 right here, and 550 was Far Cry 6, but it is farther up the list because it has had DLC. So we're going to get right back in with Platinum number 551, Gaps by Pogi. This was the North American PS4 version. Pogi games are, of course, traditionally pretty quick and easy platinums. Well, at least easy. Some of them are a little bit more time-consuming. So for this platinum, you had to solve a total of 50 puzzles, including the first and the last puzzle. With this one, you were basically just filling in gaps by creating other words, and in those other words, you were missing one letter in them, and you had to put in whatever the correct letter was to make that word, and then that went up to a big set of empty boxes at the top that was used to create the actual word for the puzzle. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would make a lot more sense if you actually, look at the game or something. So you have to spend at least a minute considering the next move. That's pretty self-explanatory. You have to create a bad word because that's a very typical Pogi trophy at this point. You have to solve any puzzle without making a single mistake, which will be very easy as long as you follow a guide. You have to fill in all the gaps in a puzzle incorrectly, as well as use fix to correct mistakes. You're going to want to do this 8 mistakes at the same time on the very last puzzle, because that's an 8-letter puzzle. So just fill in all incorrect letters in that puzzle, and then use fix to correct all of them at the same time. Just fill in all X's or something. Solve a puzzle in under 60 seconds. That's going to be unmissable if you're following a guide. Resetting a puzzle back to the beginning, I think, required you to individually clear each block once you had filled them all in, but they were all incorrect. So sort of like that, fixing 8 mistakes at once but with a different button. Then solve a puzzle with 5, 6, 7, and 8 gaps, all of which are unmissable while you're going for those 50 puzzles solved. And then you have to fill in a gap to make each of the following words: pixel, super, right, dream, quite, style, trend, power, omens, afoot, basis, sweet, sense, vital, sure, and ideal. So that's basically, you just have to go into specific puzzles and find one that has one of these words in it and just solve that one word, not the entire puzzle, and you'll knock out all these trophies. So really nothing difficult there. It looks like I did a bunch of them right there together. I must have been really speedrunning this back at the time. So yeah, quick, easy platinum trophy overall. This one, how long did this one take me? Oh, it took me, I guess I didn't do it all in one day. Well, never mind. I was going to try to tell you how long it took, but I know it's not a long platinum. I know it's a half-hour platinum, maybe even a little bit less. Next up, Jigsaw Finale. It's another jigsaw puzzle game. You guys saw me do at least one other one in this set. So, just like the other ones, the trophy list isn't very descriptive, but you're going to see that there are a total of 20 trophies plus the platinum, and each trophy is solved by completing a different puzzle. So basically, you want to do all of them on whatever the lowest number of pieces is, which I want to say is like either a 4x4 or 5x5 or something. And then just every time change one other setting, like the background or the actual picture itself or something like that, or the theme, etc. I mean, that's all probably kind of sounds like the same thing. But basically, you just want to change one setting each time and just solve 20 slightly different puzzles. So you can knock this platinum trophy out pretty quickly. It took me, let's see, 11:28 at 11... Oh, so did I just... Oh, so I had to wait a couple of days. I can't remember. I think I remember that. Maybe that was around, like, Christmas or something? Well, no, it wasn't around Christmas. It was around Thanksgiving. So maybe I wasn't able to record or something at that time, or I was going to do a specific platinum in a specific time, which is actually more than likely what it was. But it only took me about 25 minutes total of playtime. So, quick and easy platinum, nothing much to worry about there. Next up, Memory Lane 2. This is just like the first Memory Lane game. All you have to do is score a certain number of points. I want to say it's around 20,000 points. This is another one of those games where they don't really tell you what the actual trophies are. But from what I remember, it's score around 20,000 points and you get a trophy for something like every 1,000 points. So, very simple list overall. I mean, it's just like the first Memory Lane game. It's just a memory matching picture game. It can be sped up a little bit if you get lucky with certain, like, things that you turn over right at the beginning. Because if you make a mistake, you lose a few points, versus if you get multiple in a row, you get like a multiplier or more points. So you can do it a little bit faster if you have better memory and a little bit better luck, but it's still a 10-minute platinum trophy, so it's not time-consuming or difficult at all, so it shouldn't give you any problems. Next up, Cross the Moon. So this would have been the North American PS4 version of the game. So for this platinum trophy, you had to get like 4 different endings, I believe, or maybe not endings, but no, wait, I think these 4 trophies were all story-related, so you get all these trophies, these first 4, just by completing the game. And as you can see, it's another quick and easy platinum trophy, but you get like 4 trophies here just for beating the game, and then you had to discover all of the journal volumes. So to get the journal volumes, whenever it zooms into like a picture of a shell or something, there was a button you had to press. You couldn't just keep going through the dialogue. I think you had to press the X button to actually view something with the shell that would give you a journal volume. So you'd have to do that a total of 8 times while just going through the rest of the game. Like many visual novel games out there, all you had to do was just hold down the R1 button if you set the text speed to max and to skip through stuff. So the game would basically play itself like most visual novel games, so it's another super quick and easy visual novel platinum. This one took, let's see, 408 was the platinum and was 358 the first trophy. Yes, so this one took me about 10 minutes, but you could probably do it a little bit faster, because I think on like the first shell I probably sat there for a couple of minutes not knowing that I could do anything about it. Plus on the PS4 it doesn't play as quickly as the PS5 version. Next up, Minecraft PlayStation 4 Edition Trophy List number 2. So this is the first time I've ever had a list on my, well, trophy list that has multiple sets. So multiple sets of trophies. So the Platinum Trophy and the first 13 expansions are on the original version of Minecraft, which is much further down on the list. In this case, we have 2 additional DLCs that have come out at the point of this video being recorded. I assume that there are going to be more in the future, because Minecraft is obviously still kicking. There are still people playing it daily. So I'm positive that it will get another DLC someday. But it has been a good, like, 4 or 5 months. So I'm a little surprised we haven't gotten one yet. Maybe after, like, 6 months or something. Yeah, that seems to be about what they're doing now. Like, every 5 to 6 months, they're giving us a new DLC. So, really, any time now, at the time this is being recorded, there's a very good chance we'll get another expansion pack. So, for this pair of DLCs, you had to get in a boat and float with a goat in the boat. Yeah, that's confusing as all heck. Then you had to apply and remove wax from copper blocks, which I don't entirely know how any of these 3 trophies worked. They were kind of, weird, like with their descriptions and stuff, and because the game has changed so much. But the good thing is there's a guy who has like a realm or something that, you can't always get into it because it might be really busy, but whenever there's a free spot, you can go into the realm, and he's got a massive, insane, amazing setup that will allow you to get almost all of the trophies in the base game and all of the DLCs with basically no effort, almost instantaneously. That's how I got through this in like 4 minutes, because I was doing that. So I would highly recommend doing that. I believe it is on PSN Profiles. It's listed there, I believe, under this expansion pass set. Probably also under the original game trophy list. The second DLC we've gotten was the Caves and Cliffs update, or the whatever you want to call it. So with this one is at least like a little bit more almost self-explanatory. So you had to free fall from the top of the world to the bottom of the world and survive, which I think just meant, climb up all the way to the top and just have a hole dug down below that, down to probably the bedrock, and just have water there. That's probably all you had to do, so I'm sure that would be easy to do normally. Trade with a villager at the build height limit, which would not be the easiest thing in the world because you'd have to get a villager up there. So I'm sure that there are ways that you can move them around. Maybe you could put them in like a minecart and send the minecart up to the build limit or something like that. I don't entirely know, but at least, again, that seems fairly self-explanatory. So then you have to pick a certain, I think this is a very specific type of music, so like a very specific disc. So if that's the case, then this one might be kind of luck-based. Or maybe you just have to use a jukebox in a field or a meadow or something. So maybe it's that easy, but I feel like if it was that easy, it would be a little more common. And then finally, you have to ride a strider on a lava lake for over 50 meters. So I'm not sure where the striders come from. I'm almost positive they come from the Nether. I could be wrong on that, but I think they come from the Nether, and you can ride them in the Nether. So you have to get one out of the Nether and into the overworld, and then ride it over lava, which wouldn't be overly difficult as long as you can get it out of the Nether without it dying. So probably, this one seems like it probably would have been easier than Expansion 14. But once again, there's that guy that has that world on the Realms system, or whatever it's called, and it'll allow you to knock out all these trophies almost instantaneously. So definitely recommend doing that for these newer expansions ever since the Bedrock update. Pretty much everything since the Bedrock update has made me not really want to play Minecraft anymore, at least because I just don't like how it is in Bedrock. I feel like it's changed too much. I feel like it's a lot slower and buggier and just not as fun to play ever since we've gotten into ever since we've done that. So I would definitely recommend playing in like the original version. Personally, if you just want to enjoy the game, there might not be as much you can do with it, but I feel like it's always played better and always been a little bit more fun. But that's just me. Then we have Platinum number 555, which is Battlefield 5. I remember that now. I was saving this for number 555 because it's got 5 in the title. So, Battlefield 5 isn't a particularly hard Platinum trophy. Let's see, when did I start this game? So it looks like I started it in like April of 2021 and then like didn't come back to it. Oh no, I did it in like March and parts of April and May of 2021 and then didn't come back to it until this much later because I guess I was saving it for a milestone. So, for this Platinum trophy, there are only 6 story trophies, and you'll get all 6 of them by beating the game's 3 base game war stories. I mean, I guess you're also supposed to play the tutorial, so technically like 4 with that, on the hardcore difficulty. Now, this is not that difficult overall, obviously. I mean, it's a Battlefield game. These games are usually not that hard to do on their highest difficulties, but there are some frustrating portions because this doesn't feel like it was as well made of a Battlefield campaign. Like, I feel like didn't play as well on that higher difficulty. Like, you just die a little bit too quickly sometimes, and there would be a few, like I said, rather annoying sections. You may want to follow, like, a video for each level so you kind of know what to expect and where some of the enemies are going to be at. but it's still not, anything overly difficult. Then you get the multiplayer trophies. Now, most of the multiplayer trophies are pretty easy, but this game is not very popular, very heavily populated servers, so there's a very good chance you're going to have to boost at least some of this multiplayer. 10 enemies with secondary weapons in a round. Depending on how good you are at the game and what game mode you're playing, this one can be potentially a little bit trickier and might be better to boost. I did do it legitimately, though. Then 10 kills in a round, that's pretty self-explanatory, and you shouldn't have to boost that one. 10 flags in front lines. This isn't difficult. The problem is that you are probably going to have to boost this one because front lines is not a very heavily played mode from what I remember, unless it's picked back up. Play a round of Conquest on each of the launch maps. There's like 7 or 8 of them, but certain ones never seem to get voted for, so you're certainly going to have an easier time with this if you choose to boost it, but you don't have to boost it. This trophy has had a nasty history of becoming unobtainable for time periods because of the way they change the maps around sometimes. So you may want to look into that before starting this game and make sure that they're all currently available when you want to get started. But at least you can search by map, and I'm pretty sure you don't have to be in the match when it starts. I think you just have to be there when it ends, and it'll count. Then this is, of course, by far the hardest trophy in the entire game. You have to destroy 5 manned stationary weapons while using an airplane. It's not, difficult to boost, but if you're trying to go for this one legitimately, you're probably not going to have a good time unless you happen to be really, really good at flying planes. I am not. I have never been good at flying in Battlefield games. So, personally, this was one that I definitely had to boost because I just would have never been able to do it legitimately. But thankfully, you can boost everything in this game in, private-type servers, just like in the other Battlefield games. Now, unlike with Battlefield 1, you do need 4 people to start a game in this one, but unlike the previous Battlefield games, you actually don't need to pay to rent your servers. You can get them for free, which is really, really nice. So you don't have to waste any money renting your servers. You just need 4 people to do it, which you could easily knock out all the trophies in 1 to 2 days without even having to pay for it, which is super awesome. You have to get 5 road kills, which is fairly easy, but if you're having trouble with it, you can always boost it. You have to kill 30 total enemies, that's very easy. Then call in 2 reinforcements in a round when you're a squad leader. This one's very easy as long as you know it's there because you'll have more than enough points to do it in a longer round. Build 10 fortifications in a round. You just have to play a longer game mode to be able to get this one and focus on building fortifications. Fully suppress 5 enemies takes a little while, but it will come naturally while you're working on all this other stuff in the game, because there are a handful of grindier trophies here 3 grindier trophies here. You have to earn a total score of 500,000 as a player, and 100,000 score as each of the 4 classes. This isn't difficult, but it does take time, because 100,000 score is going to be quite a few hours with each weapons class. And if you're not as good with certain classes, like how I'm really not good as a recon player in any Battlefield, certain ones might take you longer than others, so expect to be sinking a majority of your time into these trophies. I mean, again, they're not difficult at all. They're just kind of time-consuming and a little bit grindy, and obviously this isn't one of the better Battlefield games. It's not as heavily populated, but it's still not something that should really be considered difficult. Then you have to have 3 squad members spawn on you total while playing, which is going to be very easy if you play in a squad, and perform 10 squad revives, which means reviving your squad mates that are actually in your squad. So very easy overall trophies in the multiplayer, just kind of grindy, and 1 or 2 that you're going to want to boost in private matches, which again you don't have to pay for in this game, which is great. And then again, the campaign, it's not overly difficult, but it is more annoying than, say, Battlefield 4, or even, I would say Battlefield 3 was probably harder as well. So I would put that one at probably, around a 4-ish out of 10 to get the Platinum in, and probably something like 30 to 40 hours, depending on how much of it you boost. So not too bad, but definitely not one of the better Battlefield games. Then again, it's probably considered better than the current one that exists. We don't talk about that one here. Goosebumps Dead of Night. So what the heck is this doing here? Well, as you can see, first off, I did this Platinum back in December of 2020. It now has a DLC that released it sometime... Oh, did I seriously do this exactly 1 year later? Okay, that's actually kind of hilarious. I didn't even plan for that. I did this almost exactly 1 year from the day I started the game. So that's actually pretty hilarious. So, sometime in 2021, they released a DLC called Extreme Frights, which requires players to complete the Extreme mode. Now, we can go through the base game as well. So, you have 3 trophies here for beating the 3 different levels, because there's R.L. Stein's house, there's a conservatory, and then Tesla Tower is actually split into 4 portions, like 4 sub-levels. There's the first one with the electric puzzles and the robots, and there's a second one with the giant gummy bears and the switches you have to hit. There's the third one where you have to climb up the tower, and the fourth one is the final boss fight. So it's technically more like 6 levels. You have to get killed by pretty much everything in the game, which is... You might miss some of these if you're just playing naturally through the game, because some of them are a little bit less likely to kill you. And I also love how they literally reuse the trophy image, so there's like no creativity there, which is sad. But I mean, none of these get killed by trophies are difficult as long as you know that they're there. And I recommend following a guide. Bad Driver has a guide for this game, and it'll work for the base game. It won't necessarily work quite right for the DLC, not entirely at least, but I'll get to that in a minute. Then you have some miscellaneous trophies, like finding a spider in a bread box in the first level, drinking the 2 different types of potion in the second level, which one of those is story related and one of those kills you. You have to fall into the pond in the second level. You have to discover the vent system, which is in the second level. This trophy is actually not obtainable while playing on Extreme Frights mode. It actually cuts that vent off, because it would offer you a shortcut that would make the game a little bit faster and a little bit easier. So you actually can't get all the trophies in a single playthrough, but you can get all but this trophy in a single playthrough. If you wanted to do it on that higher extra frights difficulty, you'd earn all the other trophies along the way, and then just go replay the second mission, the second level, and play through it a short time on the easier difficulty to knock this out. And then this is in the final level. It's in that third section where it's like the collapsing platforms and the witches flying through. So the Platinum Trophy itself isn't particularly hard, and it only took me about... Yeah, it took me like in 1 to 2 hours to get through, because let's see, it was 740 my first. Yeah, so it took me like an hour and a half. You could probably get through it a little bit faster, but it's not a hard Platinum or a time-consuming one. Extreme Frights is one of the most stupid and pointless DLCs I've ever seen for a game. It might not be the worst offender of that, but it's definitely a higher up one on that offensiveness list. So in Extreme mode, it changes certain aspects of the game. It changes basically 4 out of the 6 levels of the game. The R.L. Stein's house, it completely moves around all the pages, so they're all in different places. I recommend checking out the trophy guide, or achievement guide, on the Xbox Achievements website. One of those websites has a really, really good guide for this DLC that tells you exactly how to do everything and exactly what the changes are. So I highly, highly recommend following that if you want to make your life a lot easier. So the pages are going to be in different places. There's more monsters, or they're more aggressive. And then the slappy boss fight in this is probably the hardest part of the entire game on Extreme mode, because there were ways you could kind of cheese it and beat it really quickly on regular mode, but on Extreme mode, he moves really fast, and you have to hit him properly 3 times, and it's really easy just to miss the attack, or have him just like lunge at you and kill you when he really shouldn't be able to. It's not a well-designed fight at all, and it was not fun to do. The second level changes as well, but not as drastically. Like, just some of the enemies are a little bit more aggressive and kill you a little more quickly. The Venus flytrap platforms that you use to cross the water, they will eat you a lot faster, disappear a lot faster. The vent system is blocked off, so there's an extra puzzle you have to do. It's not a hard puzzle, but there is an extra one you have to do. And then at the very end, when you have to throw the potion at the guy, the time limit is extremely strict for some reason. So that took me a few tries to get through. Then in the third segment, the first and third levels of that final area are both identical to the original version, so they don't change. The second one with the gummy bears are way more aggressive and way faster. So that one took me a few tries to get through, but I think you get a checkpoint after every switch or something, so it's not too terribly bad. And then the final battle. The final battle is apparently harder, but I actually had an easier time with the final battle on this one. I don't know why. maybe I was just in a better headspace when I was doing it this time, because I really didn't struggle with the final boss fight. I only died on it once, when I died on it probably 5 or 6 times on the original version. So yeah, not overly difficult for a Platinum or 100%, but definitely one of the most pointless DLCs I've ever seen. Next up, Borderlands 3. So I obtained this Platinum trophy all the way back in 2019, not too long after the game came out. It only took me a couple weeks to get it. But I mostly did DLCs over this course of time, so I did actually all 6 DLCs during this time period. So we can look at the whole game, though. So you have to reach level 50, which is much more achievable in this game because there's so much more content that you can definitely reach level 50 without going into true Vault Hunter mode. You have to unlock character heads and skins and vehicle parts, which are all easy. Tip Moxie when you're on Sanctuary 3. You have to win a duel and revive another player, which are both going to require a second controller or a second player online, but those are both very easy. And you also have to send an item to a friend, which is simply going to require an internet connection. So 3 online trophies, but nothing at all even remotely difficult about them. Win a live grenade in the slot machine will come naturally if you play slots quite a bit. This is probably one of the hardest trophies in the game, getting the perfect score on the firing range, because the targets come up pretty quickly, and it's a lot easier to do if you do it with a partner. But if you're trying to do it solo, you're going to be struggling quite a bit. I highly recommend doing it with at least one partner, if not an entire 4-player group, because that'll make it a whole lot easier. Buy cosmetics from Crazy Earl using Iridium. Decipher the Iridian slabs. You can't do this until later in the game. And also, this game is known to have a lot of really buggy trophies, especially when it first released, and even nowadays, even on like the PS5 version. These slabs were one of them. Certain ones didn't want to count, so you might want to be a little bit careful with that and self-track all of them. The circles of slaughter in this game, the first 2 are fairly easy overall. They shouldn't give you too much trouble. The last one is definitely a little bit more of a pain. It's the one where you're facing the Malawan enemies. That one definitely gave me some trouble. It took me a while to get through, but I did, eventually get through it solo. It took several tries, though, to get through some of those later waves. Or you're really just going to have to over-level yourself a lot if you want to... Well, I don't even know if you can, because I think it scales to your level, doesn't it? I think it scales to like 1 level higher than whatever you are, so might just make it harder anyway. Then you have to discover all named locations in the game. These are notoriously buggy, both on the PS4 and the PS5 version. There's also a couple locations that are extremely tiny and very well hidden and hard to get. So have fun dealing with those bugs if they're still present. I just got lucky with those trophies and they didn't really break on me or anything. You have to complete all the side missions. There's about 50 of them. Nothing major there. Clear the Iridian Proving Grounds. There's like 6 of these. They're all fairly easy. Complete the Legendary Hunts. There's like 10 of these, and there's like 10 Targets of Opportunity, which are both just basically a collectible type that show up on the map when you get close. You have to kill an enemy with an exploding barrel and by knifing them with a gun blade. Both of these should come naturally and be pretty much unmissable. 2 enemies with a single sticky grenade is pretty easy, just as long as you have a sticky grenade. Then purple rarity gear in all slots is fairly easy. You'll get this later on in the game. Loyalty packages require you to get 100 kills with each of the 9 types of weapons in the game from the 9 different manufacturers. So as long as you vary up your weapons usage a little bit, you'll get this one pretty naturally. Then you have a bunch of story-related trophies through here. So everything through this gold is story-related. The story is... it's a bit... I don't think it's any longer than the others. It is a bit annoying at times because the villains are not as good as like Handsome Jack, and you also have, Ava in there who no one likes for various reasons. Just Florida Man yourself. That's pretty self-explanatory and it'll probably come by accident at some point. Use a golden key is very easy. You just have to get a golden key in the first place, which just requires you to put in shift codes. And then the vault rewards. I want to say that most of this might come naturally, or it might actually be a story-related trophy. I don't really remember. It's been so long since I've done it. Then we have the DLCs. There are 6 of them in this game. So for Mad Moxie's Heist of the Handsome Jackpot, you have a story-related trophy here. Then you have 3 different collectible types. You have to find the pieces of the mayor's outfit, destroy the bottles of hot sauce, and destroy the statues. So these are all collectible types. I think they show up on the map when you get close, but you can also follow a guide. You have to play a game of blackjack and get 21, which will just happen eventually, even if you're terrible at blackjack, just with luck. Go back and talk to the Clapstructor. You just have to do this once you beat the main story. It's easy. And then the Wandering Debt Collector is a rare random spawn. And he's a little bit tricky to get. It's just completely random as to whether or not he decides to show up. It might take some players a few minutes. It might take some players a few hours. It's just one of those luck-based things. It's not as bad as like Jimmy Jenkins or anything, but it's still a luck-based thing. Guns, Love, and Tentacles. This is one of the better DLCs. So you're going to have, I want to say, 3 story-related trophies here, I believe. Or maybe just these. No, wait, I think all 3 of these are story-related trophies. Then you have to watch Death Trap kill 50 enemies. This one's a little bit tricky because he only appears in one area. And you can go back to it and watch him get more kills, but it's a little bit random as to whether or not he actually decides to get the kills at any given time. Then you have to complete all of the crew challenges and side missions. There's not a ton of them, but there are, at least quite a few, so it's going to give you more to do. It's going to require some effort to get through all of them. You have to find all of the echo logs, which you can just follow a guide for. That's just a typical collectible type. You have to find and kill 4 rare spawns. I don't remember having very many issues finding all of them in this DLC, so they must not have been that hard to get. But, of course, they are random spawns, so they could be more troublesome for other players. Then the 25 fish jokes. This is done by interacting with that big mouth Billy Bass thing that's on the wall in the main cabin. You have to interact with it and then leave and return and just do it 25 times. It's not hard, it's just a little bit grindy. And I think he gives you something every time you talk to him. Then there's Bounty of Blood. This is the Wild Wild West one that really doesn't make a... Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. It was just really not memorable. Neither was that first DLC, really. So really it was the second and fourth DLCs that were memorable. So with this one, you have to complete all story missions, side missions, and crew challenges. And that is going to get you all 7 trophies. So all of them are either story or side mission or crew challenge related. I don't remember there being too many. This was not a particularly long DLC by any means. Because all of these first 3 DLCs take 5-6 hours, I think. I don't remember any of them taking any longer than 6-ish hours, so they're not too time consuming. And they are more content. If you're a Borderlands fan, that's a good thing usually. So nothing much more else to say about that one. It's pretty self-explanatory. Just complete everything in the DLC and you'll get all the trophies. Psycho Krieg is probably the best overall DLC. It's pretty fun. You go into the mind of a psycho. So it's a pretty unique idea, and it's actually pretty fun to play. This is actually the shortest DLC from what I remember. This one I think is only about 4 hours, so it's shorter than the others. I believe the first 5 trophies here are all story-related, so I believe everything through there is just going to unlock by beating the story, which is shorter. Then you have to complete all the side missions and crew challenges, of which there are not very many, so again, this is a shorter DLC. The gates to Vault Hollow require you to solve a little puzzle or something when you get to some vault room. From what I remember, it's not that difficult, but you are going to need a guide for it most likely. So did I get all the trophies? Not all in one day, never mind. So that was the first season pass. Then they got the brilliant idea to force you to buy a second season pass for 2 very low quality short pieces of content, because Designer's Cut and Director's Cut really do not give you anywhere near the $25 worth of content that the season pass is providing. Well, I guess you get both those DLCs and 4 new character skins or something like that doesn't feel very useful. This first DLC isn't too bad, though. It's actually a little bit fun at times. So to get these trophies, Arms Race, basically you spawn in with almost nothing, and you have to run around, pick up items, and then go fight a final boss. And you can extract items along the way by using little extraction points. And you can extract 5 at once when you beat the boss of the level. So you have to extract a total of 100 items, which is actually really easy. You can just run in, grab the first 4 items you find, and extract them from the first extraction point you find, and then just restart and just grind it out that way. That's the easiest way to do it. Winning a round of Arms Race is not particularly hard. It does require just a little bit of luck, though, to get good enough weapons to beat the boss. or, a team to be playing with you and one person to be pretty good at it. I mean, I did it solo, but it's really not that hard, but it might take just, a little bit of luck. You have to explore the entire complex, which means finding about 20 different locations in it and uncovering most of the map. Again, not too difficult, but it'll probably take a few tries because there's a giant storm that goes around the whole thing and makes certain places unreachable, so that's kind of annoying, and I guess it was a Fortnite-inspired type of thing. So nothing too difficult in Designer's Cut. It's an okay mode. It's not worth, the amount of money it costs, though. Same with Director's Cut, because for some reason, they thought it was a good idea to make a paid DLC based around Ava. I have no idea why they thought that was a good idea, or if they were just trolling us, which is entirely possible. So you have to solve the 4, story missions. I believe that's what this was just 4 story missions. And you have to destroy 50 mysterious iridium piles. You're supposed to do this once you get a relic or an artifact from this DLC that allows you to see hidden mysterious iridium piles and then just destroy them. But you don't actually need the relic to do it. You can just do it as long as you know where the items actually are. And then you have to defeat the only raid boss in Borderlands 3. He's not the easiest raid boss in the franchise by any means, but he's certainly not the hardest one either. So as long as you have a couple of partners, you shouldn't have too many problems, or if you're just really over-leveled. So, I mean, overall, I liked Borderlands 3 enough, but I think that some of the DLC was a little bit excessive. I mean, 6 DLCs, and some of them just really aren't that good, and they're very expensive. Like, the regular season pass is $40 or something, and the second season pass is $25 more. So it's a bit pricey for what it is for the extra content. I mean, the extra content isn't necessarily bad for the most part, but it definitely feels like a bit of a ripoff. So that's Borderlands 3 for the PS4. I still have to do the PS5 version at some point, which it does not auto-pop, unfortunately. So not looking forward to doing certain parts of it again, especially if it's still buggy. I need to look into that, though. Next up, Aliens Colonial Marines. This is a good old classic shitter PS3 game that's based off of a piece of media. So this one was something, I'll say that. It's not the worst game I've ever played by any means. It has some redeeming qualities to it. It could be kind of fun to play in co-op. It wasn't, the worst game out there, but it was not a very pleasant experience overall, purely because of some of the later trophies. So you get some story-related trophies here, just by completing the game on Ultimate Badass, which is the highest difficulty. Most of the game is not that difficult on the highest difficulty, because the AI is so freaking stupid, which is, one of the things that was so well known about this game, that the AI was really stupid. But there are a few tricky portions, such as the Raven boss, I believe it was. Yeah, the Raven, that boss fight is actually really quite difficult, especially if you're trying to do it solo. It's way easier to do in co-op. That one gave us a lot of trouble even in 2-player co-op, but otherwise, majority of the game isn't too hard. Then you have a bunch of miscellaneous trophies that are mission-specific. So this is on the first mission of the game. This one's actually a little bit tricky. I'd recommend doing this one in co-op because it's going to make life a little bit easier because each person can guard a different side. This one's very easy. It's in the second mission. This one's in either the third or fourth or fifth mission. It's fairly easy. It's just a random collectible to find. This is actually a story-related trophy that's listed out of order for some reason. This one is pretty easy. This one's actually pretty tough to miss because there's only a couple of alarms that can go off if that's the mission I'm thinking of. This is one of the hardest trophies in the game because you have to do it on soldier difficulty. The Raven is a pretty tough boss fight. You can either try to do it in co-op, or you can do what a majority of people do, and they delete their game data, not their save data, their patches, their game data, and then go in and play through the mission unpatched when it was easier. It's still not that easy. It still is going to take several tries and be very frustrating, especially because it's at the very end of the mission, so if you screw it up, you have to restart. You definitely want to run a timer on your phone or something, or a stopwatch, to make sure that you don't go over the time. The Easter egg is in the third mission. Gibbing to enemies is pretty much unmissable. Ranking up is not difficult, but it is very grindy. Reaching rank 60 is going to take a very long time. I think this is the last trophy I got For this one, the best way to do it is to replay the final mission over and over again on the highest difficulty. Because once you get it down, you can beat it in like 4 to 5 minutes, including cutscenes. So it's really not that difficult, it doesn't take that long, and it gets you a good bit of XP every time you do it. Then you have to find all of the collectibles in the game, the 6 legendary weapons, the 35 dog tags. There are also another collectible from the computers, but we'll get to that later. You have to complete all of the challenges in the game, some of which are pretty brutal. Some of them are single player, some of them are multiplayer, some of them can be done in either. And a few of those challenges are pretty annoying, and quite a few of them do require 2 or 3 people. The multiplayer is obviously dead, though, so you can boost it at least, which is good. I boosted with Ghost and a couple other people from our group. But, you know, it was not a very fun time because it's a very grindy process. Plus, you also have to earn every single challenge completion in order within the category. So it's not like some games where there's just a list of 30 challenges or whatever, and you can do them in whatever order. No. You have to do them in the exact order listed for each category, which is really stupid because sometimes they get to be really repetitive and make you do the same tasks multiple times, once for each category, but they're completely in different orders, so it's really annoying. You have a couple of very easy co-op trophies here. You can do them in online or couch co-op, because you can play this game in couch co-op with 2 controllers, which is probably a pretty fun thing. Edit a Marine and Xenomorph loadout. Those are both very easy. Upgrade every loadout slot for the Xenomorph. That just takes a while of leveling up with the Xenomorph, which you'll have to do some for challenges anyway. Upgrade all the slots per weapon you'll get well before you hit level 60 as a Marine. Same with the appearance slots. You'll get this by completing challenges. The Xenomorph, same thing. You'll get it by completing challenges, but there's fewer slots. Purchase all the upgrades. Again, you'll get that before you hit level 60 as a Marine. Spend commendations. Once again, you'll get that well before level 60 as a Marine. You also have 12 audio logs, so that's another collectible trophy. That's pretty easy, though. Then you have to kill 10 Xenomorphs using vents, as well as 10 using the smart gun, which are both fairly easy and should come naturally while playing through the game. You have to set up a remote sentry, which is supposed to be unmissable in like the 3rd or 4th story mission, but it is technically possible to miss. But there's chapter select, so it's not truly missable. Track 100 targets with the motion tracker. This one you can farm in several different places. It's not really that hard, but if you just use the motion tracker constantly, you'll get it easily. 3 enemies with a single firebomb is a bit tricky just because the firebomb isn't the best weapon, and there aren't always going to be 3 enemies grouped up together. But there are certain places where you can boost certain ones of these trophies, like in that smart gun hallway is a good place, as well as the very beginning of the 2nd mission. This one's pretty much unmissable. This one's pretty much unmissable. This one is basically unmissable over the course of the game. This one's a little bit tricky because it requires very precise timing, but it's not really that hard. Then you have to kill an absurd number of Xenomorphs. This is the only trophy that seems to count in both the base game and the DLC, so you can make some progress for it in the DLC. But everything else you have to do purely in the base game. We'll talk about the DLC a little bit later. This is best farmed in the smart gun area. It's not difficult, it's just very time consuming. Kill a crusher without it damaging you. There's a few places you can do this. It's not terribly difficult, but I want to say there might have been an exploit for it as well. This one's basically unmissable, and this one is pretty much the same thing, except you save a partner that's being hugged on the face by a little baby alien thing. Then there's Stasis Interrupted. This is the DLC. This DLC, the actual missions are definitely harder because you have to do them... Like, you don't have to do them on the higher... Oh, yeah, you do. I'm dumb. I don't know why I was thinking that. I was thinking of a different game. You have to do them on the highest difficulty, and the highest difficulty in this DLC is definitely harder than the base game because it's once again heavily focused on humans, and the AI in this DLC is a little bit better than in the base game. Plus, they make it harder by just throwing insane numbers of enemies at you at once instead of actually making it more challenging in an intelligent way. You have to find all the audio logs. There's only about 10 of them, so that's just a typical collectible trophy. You got 2 story-related trophies here. The umbilical without missing a shot. This trophy's buggy. It's done like midway through the 2nd mission, I believe. It's not necessarily difficult, but it is kind of buggy and doesn't always unlock the first time, and doesn't always unlock on certain difficulties. It's weird. Kill all the lurkers in Sulaco Engineering. There's only 3 of them, so that's not too difficult as long as you know where they are. This is a story-related, this is story-related, and this is done in the final mission. There's like 28 of them, but they're all kind of grouped together and pretty easy to find. So the miscellaneous trophies aren't really hard. It's just beating certain parts of this on the highest difficulty that are going to cause problems. So overall, certainly not the worst game I've ever played, but certainly not one of the better ones, and one that I probably wouldn't recommend going for these days, because it is going to set you back probably 50-ish hours, even if you're boosting everything, because there just is a lot to do, and some of the single-player stuff can be pretty tricky. Next up, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon Classic Edition, aka the PS4 version of Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. I absolutely love this game. It's one of the best Far Cry games there is. It's just good, cheesy, stupid fun, and very much worth playing. It's a cyberpunky Far Cry with the same basic formula of Far Cry 3. And it's a lot of fun, even though it doesn't have a Platinum Trophy. It is also the easiest Far Cry game to get through. It's also the shortest, as it takes around 7 to 9 hours. So this trophy comes from beating like the first story mission. There's only 7 story missions. You have to complete the first garrison, which is actually also story related and unmissable. You have to clear all the garrisons, which are just outposts. There's like 13 of them. You have to finish I think it's 8 Predator's Path missions and 8 hostage situations. These are both types of side missions. Predator's Path are basically just hunting missions. Hostage situations are basically you have to kill all of the enemies quickly and relatively stealthily to avoid them killing hostages. You also have a story-related trophy here for beating the final story mission. Again, there's about 7 of them. The animal types is a little bit trickier because there's a couple that are kind of rare, but for the most part, it's not too difficult. Just look up a guide for it to follow to make it a lot easier. The 5 brain cages, you'll get most of these naturally just by beating the story. Otherwise, you'll just have to shoot off 1 or 2 more brain cages from the dragons. You have to kill a dragon with a bow, which is a little bit tricky just because the bow is not that good of a weapon. But once you beat the game, you get a weapon that's really, really good that can bring the dragon's health down to almost nothing very quickly. So basically, you drain the dragon's health down to almost nothing and then shoot it with the bow until it dies. It can take a little bit of practice, but it's not too difficult. Also, you can do everything in this game on the easiest difficulty, as with most Far Cry games. You have to kill a total of 25 dragons, which you won't be anywhere close to this by the time you finish the main story. But once you finish the main story, like I said, you'll get that super weapon that makes killing dragons extremely easy. So once you have that, you can just roam the map. You can travel back and forth between certain outposts where dragons are known to spawn more commonly, and just farm out your kills as needed. I think that was the last trophy I got. Then you have to find all of the collectibles, so the notes and the VHS tapes. I mean, there's a lot of different collectible base trophies in this. There's the notes, there's the VHS tapes. I think there's actually one other type of collectible. Yeah, the TV sets. So those are the 3 types, but you can actually purchase a map or a set of maps that show where all the collectibles are, so those are actually very easy to find without a guide. This requires you to reach level 30, which is the maximum level. This should come naturally while doing all the other stuff. It'll definitely come before you get 25 dragon kills. This one is pretty much unmissable. You'll probably get this one just by naturally playing. If not, just, start fighting a dragon and then run away and stealth and get into stealth and hide for a second. It's pretty easy to get. Purchasing all the weapons attachments is going to require you to farm some money because you probably won't have enough by the time you finish the game and all the other side objectives, but you get a lot of money by redoing the outposts. That's your best way to do it, by just resetting the outposts and repeating the process of clearing them several times. This is actually an unmissable story-related trophy in like the 5th story mission, or it's basically impossible to miss. Otherwise, I'm sure there's places you could do it if you missed it, which, again, I don't think you will. And then you simply have to headshot every type of enemy, which is the most difficult trophy in the DLC, because some enemy types are very rare, and it's also possible. I've heard mixed reception as to whether or not this trophy can actually be missed. Like to where if you get too far through the game, like certain enemies only spawn in certain places. So some people say that this one might be missable, but I have heard mixed opinions on that. Some people say it's not missable. Just the certain rare enemies will still spawn in the world, but they're very, very uncommon once you beat the story. But I would say just look up a guide as to where they spawn, look up, what each type of enemy looks like, keep track of it on your own throughout the course of the game, and you should unlock it either during the 6th or 7th story mission. That is the best advice I can give for that trophy. Next up, Funny Truck. This was my first platinum of 2022. It is the funniest of funniest trucks out there. I don't know where I was going with that joke. Probably put about as much effort into said joke as they put into this game. To get the platinum, all you have to do is get 25,000 points. To get points, you drive around in circles and throw people out the back of this truck infinitely. If you just spin in circles, you can basically rubber band the controller and just spin in circles for like 10 minutes and get the platinum. That's what I ended up doing. There's really nothing else to say about that. It's one of many very low quality games that you're going to be seeing in the second half of this video, because that's what 2022 has been all about. Lots of quick, easy Garbo platinums because of live streaming, which we will get into that the next platinum after Life is Strange. So I did Life is Strange True Colors. This is the PS4 version of the game. This is the newest Life is Strange game, and I like this one a lot. I think that this one, nothing's ever going to replace the original in my mind. I think that one's always going to be the best one. But this one was far ahead of Life is Strange 2. And I found it to be better, I think, than Before the Storm. Because Before the Storm isn't even really about superpowers or anything. And the second one is just, it drags on, and I didn't really think it was that good, personally. But this one was pleasantly pretty fun. It doesn't drag on that badly. This is only about an 8-hour platinum, so it's actually one of the shorter Life is Strange games. So to get the platinum, you have to find collectibles in every chapter. There's maybe is it 5 memories in every chapter? Yeah, I think it's 5 memories in every chapter. They're just your typical, basically, collectibles. Sometimes they might require slightly more effort, like you might have to move something first to get it. But they're all very easy to get. There's only 5 of them per level, and you can just simply follow a guide from, Power Picks. I'm sure has one, and Brian, I'm sure has one. And you also get a trophy for completing each chapter, as well as a gold trophy for finding all of the collectibles in a chapter. So the second chapter is the same way, with 5 of these collectibles and the typical trophies that you get for completing and finding the collectibles. However, this game also differentiates because it has a few side quests. There's 4 things that are considered side quests that actually have trophies, and I really like this because in the previous games, events like this would have simply just made it onto the checklist that you see at the end of the level for doing certain things that many people might not have even known was there. So this is a good way to get people to interact with more players in the game, or more characters, and more of the environment, and actually be rewarded for influencing that checklist a bit. So in this one, you have to help a guy find his dog, which is fairly easy. Each of these side quests just requires you to take a couple extra steps. They only take a few minutes each. So they're very easy, but it's just a nice little extra touch that they actually have you doing that instead of just relegating it to the checklist. It's the same thing with episode 3 or chapter 3. There's a side quest here plus your 5 collectibles and your 2 trophies beyond that. Then the 4th chapter, once again, you have a side quest plus 5 collectibles and your regular trophies. And it's the same thing for Chapter 5, except Chapter 5 doesn't have any side quests, it's just collectibles. Now, this trophy, apparently you have to be connected to the internet to earn it. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I've heard, that you actually have to be connected to the internet for it for some reason. Again, I don't know if that's true or not, but that is a rumor that I've heard, so you might want to make sure that you don't get your final item in the game until you are connected to the internet, if you aren't always connected. So overall, it's an easy platinum trophy, as with all Life is Strange games, and it's a pretty fun experience. I would definitely recommend this one. You don't need to have played the previous games to understand this one, because, it makes a few references, obviously, to the previous games, but you don't need to have actually played this one to understand, or you don't need to have actually... So yeah, it makes a few references to the old games, but you certainly don't need to have played the old games to understand this one. It's not like a straight-up direct sequel or anything. So, now we're getting into the 2022 Platinum Gauntlet that I've been going through. Basically, in 2022, At the time this is being recorded, I so far have done 4 of what I call Platinum Trophy Dumpster Dive streams. On these streams, I find a lot of cheap, quick, easy, and generally terrible Platinums on the PS4 and PS5 and play them on a live stream because those streams tend to get quite a few views. You guys seem to enjoy it, and it allows me to boost up my numbers really, really quickly. So this would have been the first trophy, first Platinum earned in one of those series of dumpster dives. So for Tokyo Run, all you had to do was get a total of 2,500 coins. Now to get this, you just had to run through the street and pick up coins. And if you got hit by anything, you just immediately reset to that point with no loss of coins. So you could probably about put the controller down and let the game play itself, in all honesty. And it only took me 6 minutes to get the Platinum. So you could probably just set the controller down and let it play itself and be totally fine unless you had to hit the X button to get up. So there's going to be a lot of games like that on here where I don't really have that much to say about them because they're so quick, easy, and just simple and terrible. Then we had Santa's Workshop. All you do in this one is basically mash the X button to plant trees, which is down here. Then you turn the trees into toys in the workshop, and then you sell the toys to get coins. And that is literally the entirety of this game. As you can see, it takes about 7 minutes to get the Platinum, 6-7 minutes to get the Platinum. So what you want to do is you start growing your trees, you start earning coins. Just make absolutely sure, though, that you sell one of each type of toy, or that you sell your toy and then do your upgrade for the warehouse or the workshop, because you actually do have to purchase the upgrades to be able to get up to the dump truck. So what I mean by that is sell at least one of the toy lorries and then purchase your first upgrade for the workshop. Sell at least one toy train, purchase the second upgrade for the workshop. Sell at least one toy horse, purchase the final upgrade for the workshop, and then sell dump trucks. So that way you don't miss out on any trophies, because that has happened to me in one of the other variants of this game, which we will get to just a little bit further up on the list. Otherwise, you just have to have 16,000 coins in your inventory at once, so you might actually want to go for that trophy sort of first, just get to 16,000 and then go back and do these other trophies. But it's very quick and easy, just mash the X button, sell items, that's really all it is. There's not much more to say about this game. Snake Boat Autorific Arcade. This is my first ever of these Autorific Arcade games. So for this one, it's an okay game for what it is, being only $1. So what you have to do is you have to survive for a total of 5 minutes on each difficulty mode. So the hardest difficulty, which is the blind mode, then hard difficulty, then normal, and then easy. So these don't actually, they do technically stack, but only normal is going to be unlocked for you at the beginning, normal and easy. So you have to survive the 5 minutes on normal before you can play the hard mode, and then survive 5 minutes on hard before you unlock the blind as a mango mode. So it is effectively 3 sort of short playthroughs. Nothing difficult, obviously, but it is going to require just, several playthroughs technically. I mean, all you're doing is just sit in the boat. You don't actually have to do anything, because half the time you just won't even get shot by anything. So you just sit there and wait. And it's not 5 minutes in a single game. It's 5 minutes cumulatively across multiple games. So even if you die, you'll just have to hit the X button to reset. But even if you do die, you won't lose out on the progress for those other trophies. Additionally, you have to get a score of at least 180 on any difficulty, which should come naturally while playing on normal most likely, or just probably on any difficulty, because it's very simple. You don't really even have to do anything. And then finally, you have to beat your own personal high score on any mode, which you can get. You'll probably get this one by accident, because you'll certainly die a few times. If not, you can just load it up on easy and just die very quickly and then do it again, but actually put in a little bit of effort. Now, this game actually has a DLC, surprisingly, with 2 trophies. So you have to finish a game on any difficulty with a score of at least 60 while playing as the other character, Petra the Snake. Just play on easy, let the controller sit there for a few minutes, and you will easily get at least 60 points. So nothing difficult there, no effort required. Very simple, very easy, quick platinum trophy. Well, not as quick as some of the others, though. It's certainly not as quick as Quick Maths, which is a math game for children or for trophy hunters that want a quick and easy platinum. So all you have to do to get this 1 to 2 minute platinum trophy, yes, 1 to 2 minutes, you're going to see quite a few of those in here, is you're going to want to skip a total of 50 examples in the plus, minus, and multiplication categories. So just skip through 50 examples by hitting the R1 button, and that's going to get you every trophy through here. So that takes, a few seconds per category, just as fast as you can hit R1. You do have to complete any one equation correctly, so that's just solve any one of them. It doesn't matter in which category, just, solve one math problem. Use the skip in kids mode, and in fact, you actually have to skip 50 examples in kids mode as well, so skip a total of 200 examples. And beyond that, you just have to select a few different answers. You can do these, they don't have to be the correct answer to the puzzle, you just have to type in the numbers. So 13 for this, 69 for this, and 42 for this. So just type in those three answers, solve one example correctly, and then skip 50 puzzles in each category, and you will get the platinum trophy in about 1 to 2 minutes. So yeah, that's what trophy hunting has become these days. And again, expect to see quite a few more of those as we get through the higher numbers on this list. Speaking of which, the Pig D. There are several games like this now, and I just recognized what that trophy actually says. Fill up hole D. I feel like that could definitely be taken in another way. And also the fact they literally set achievements when this is a trophy system, so they don't even know what they're doing. All you have to do is earn 9,500 coins to obtain the platinum. To do that, you hold down the X button for 3 minutes and you get a free platinum trophy. That is literally all you have to do. There's no gameplay. This is not a game. I've complained about this before. The only reason that I do these easy platinums, 2 reasons. One, because I do them on live streams with you guys, and those streams tend to get good views, so that's part of the reason. And the other reason is because if you want to maintain a reasonably high spot on the leaderboards, guess what? You gotta do these games, because unless I can get every single trophy hunter to collectively agree to stop buying these games, then all the higher level guys are going to keep playing them, and that's just going to put guys like me at a disadvantage that don't really want to do them, but know that we have no choice but to do them to stay high on the leaderboards. Space Intervention. This is a Space Invaders clone. It's very easy because every 2,000 points, you get a checkpoint and you refill your lives if you die and reset to that checkpoint. You get 3 lives. You simply have to reach 10,500 points. It's not difficult. I'm just not really good at Space Invaders. So it took me about 10 minutes to get the platinum. If you're actually good at Space Invaders, you could certainly get this platinum trophy faster. This was a fun game, but entirely my own issues with it because I'm just not good at Space Invaders, so that is entirely my fault. But quick, easy platinum trophy, certainly if you want to go for it and you're actually good at Space Invaders, you're in for a good time. Syrup and the Ultimate Sweet. This is another visual novel game, and it's another quick, easy visual novel game. The trophies in this one are a little bit more complicated because you will have to make certain dialogue choices and possibly a couple of backup saves, because you have to see all 10 endings in the game. There are 5 good endings and 5 bad endings, and each one earns you a trophy. So I believe, yes, every single one of these gold trophies is everything from here to the bottom is for completing an ending, and then 2 trophies just for finding all of the endings, and then your platinum. So as long as you follow a guide, you're not going to have any problems with this, because once again, you can set it to skip through text as quickly as possible, but again, you do have to at least make a few choices this time around, so at least there's a little bit of gameplay this time. And then the last platinum I got on my first dumpster dive stream was Sanuka Attack, which was actually a fairly clever little either Ratalaika or East Asia soft puzzle game. Didn't mind this one either once I figured out that I was just dumb and didn't understand one of the controls. So you have to hit you basically are using a pool cue to knock billiards balls around and get them into certain areas and hit targets. So you have to hit a total of 40 balls or hit balls 40 times, which is pretty much unmissable. You have to hit a total of 12 switches. which you're going to get naturally while beating the 12 levels that you have to beat for the platinum. So basically, you beat the 12 levels of the game and you're going to get the platinum along the way. A couple of the levels are a little bit trickier, but really none of them are all that difficult once you understand how the controls and how all the movements and stuff work. Like, there were several controls that I didn't really realize you could do, like being able to hit a ball like directly down or like directly up. Or there was something that I was missing that suddenly made the game way easier once I figured it out. Now we get to our second dumpster dive stream, which was also the first PS5 stream that I did, and my first time actually earning a platinum trophy on the PS5. So, my first ever PS5 platinum trophy, and at this point in time, one of my two fastest platinum trophies, along with another auto pop, or I think at least like one other auto pop, maybe multiple, is Destiny 2. So I actually auto popped this platinum for my first PS5 platinum. This game has changed substantially over the years. So reaching level 20, I think maybe now auto pops or something. I think it does, so it's like an automatic. Apparently, these subclass trophies at the time this is being recorded are bugged and unobtainable for some unknown reason. So isn't that just great? This game has had a really bad history of vaulting content and making certain things unobtainable or bugged for absolutely no reason, sometimes for months at a time. So I don't know why they think that's a good game design, but apparently from what I've read, these three trophies are impossible at the time this is being recorded. The Light Reforged quest is the remake of Shaxx's Call to Arms, which is basically a Crucible introduction quest. It's very easy, though. It's not going to give you too much trouble. Then you have to complete 5 heroic public events. This In a Flash used to be for completing flashpoints, but they don't exist anymore. So now it's just complete 5 heroic public events, which is extremely easy because everyone's so overpowered now that you're really not going to run into any problems with this. Especially if you're just getting, carried through it. A Nightfall Strike, nothing too difficult there. You just have to be reasonably leveled and have some decent gear and a couple other people that have some idea of what they're doing, and you'll be able to get through that. 15 Red War exotic items you can get very easily by trading with Xur every week, or just, playing the game naturally as well, but the exotic drop rate is a lot lower now than it was when the game came out. 30 challenges is a little bit different because the challenges are different. They're a little more time-consuming now, but they're still not too difficult. The main difficulty with this platinum is completing a Nightfall Strike on Master and again on Grandmaster difficulty. Apparently on Grandmaster they put in a bunch of add-on, whatever you want to call them, modifiers. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word there. They put in a bunch of modifiers, and those modifiers are brutally painful, and you have to just be a master at the game, really good at it, or have to have a really, really good group of full 3 players to be able to do these. It's apparently a real pain in the neck, and it's something that I'm glad I didn't have to do, because I was able to do these trophies back when they were for beating the Leviathan raid on the Prestige difficulty. So that's when I did it, when it was much easier, because the Leviathan raid isn't particularly hard aside from the finale. So we got through that one, many years ago. Back in, I don't know when I did it actually on the original PS4 version, but several years ago. And then Encounter an Agent of the Nine. This one used to require you to win a Trials of the Nine match, which was difficult. But nowadays, all you have to do is talk to Xur once anywhere in the system. He appears every weekend, so nothing difficult there. As for Forsaken, this is the only DLC that has trophies. Hopefully it will forever be the only DLC that has trophies. You have to get 5,000 Triumph points, which is pretty easy just by completing various Triumphs. 10 Forsaken Exotics is very easy, just trade with Xur. The Triumph Seal is definitely the most difficult trophy in the DLC. There are certain Triumphs that are easier than others. I think most people nowadays go for the Gambit Seal because apparently that's the easiest one to do anymore. I did it with the Locations one or something, maybe a month before they vaulted that seal, so I got it done just barely in time. Collections badges are easy. Well, they used to be, actually. I don't know what you do for this one nowadays. Store-related trophy. Then the exotic items. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. 10 Forsaken exotic weapons or armor. What the? Okay, that's different. So, yeah, that's completely different. So they changed that trophy. I don't even remember what one of those trophies existed in the original version. One of those trophies did not exist in the original version, so they changed something. I'm not sure exactly what they changed, but they have a habit of doing that. Win a match of Gambit is very easy. A Forsaken Nightfall boss is easy. Oh, that's different. That used to be a story trophy. So I think they vaulted that area of the game, so that's different. Yeah, that's definitely different. Oh, the Last Wish raid is still there, though. That's surprising. They haven't vaulted that one yet. That raid was annoying. I didn't like that one at all. Mostly because, like, I think I even joined in at the end of it because I was working with a group for it, and even the final steps were just annoying. So yeah, they've changed this game up and its trophies quite a few times, so I don't necessarily know exactly what there is to do with that game nowadays, how it plays now, and I hope and pray, knock on wood, that we don't get any more DLC trophies for it. I think it's not particularly likely because I think there's only one more DLC, like one more year of content in 2023, and then that might be it for the game, and they work on Destiny 3 at that point, which I don't know if I will be buying or playing. So then I did some PS5 stacks of easy platinums that I've done previously. Santa's Workshop and Pig D are identical on the PS5 version. This one is the same thing, just get those 16,000 coins and sell one of everything. Took about 7 minutes, not going to repeat all that. Pig D, again, hold the X button for 3 minutes, get free platinum trophy. Simple as that. Legends of Talia Arcadia, this is one of the fastest and easiest platinums out there. Because there's no dialogue choices, it's a visual novel game, you can just skip through all the dialogue, set it to the fastest text speed, skip through it, and you get the platinum trophy in about 1 minute. So again, that's not how visual novels are meant to be played, but it's quick and it's easy. Spider-Man Remastered, so this is actually identical to the original version of the game, with the exception of the remastered trophy list. This was an auto pop, so to get the platinum trophy you had to basically 100% the game, unlock everything, find all the collectibles, take out all the enemy outposts. I don't remember the game well enough to give you guys that great of an explanation for this, but it's basically just 100% the game, and you'll get most of the trophies along the way, plus a few miscellaneous ones and a few location-based ones. It's an easy platinum. It's an easy set of DLCs for the most part. The main thing I want to talk about here is the remastered trophies because that's entirely new. So you have to max out one benchmark type, which is the traversal benchmark is really easy because it's just for, flying around the city a bunch. Nothing difficult there, and these first 3 trophies will actually all auto-pop if you did them in the original PS4 version of the game, even though there weren't trophies for them. You have to max out all the gadgets, which you might have had to do in New Game Plus, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Complete the ultimate level on a Taskmaster challenge. There are plenty of these that are very easy to get an ultimate on, so this should not be a problem either. The only 2 trophies that can be a little bit trickier are the combo of 100 and the enemy base without taking damage. The combo of 100 can be done by simply dodging 100 consecutive attacks, by just, mashing the circle button pretty much. That's the easiest way to do this one, and the way I would definitely recommend doing it. The enemy base without taking damage is a bit tricky because you can't really stealth it. However, there is a very handy little exploit you can use for this one. Clear out the base like normal, and then as the final screen is coming up, you can pause and restart the checkpoint or something, and you'll come back at the end of the hideout with full health, and the trophy will automatically unlock there. That is how I would recommend doing it, because that is the easiest way to do it. So yeah, that is Spider-Man Remastered. This game I remember being a lot of fun on the PS4. It looks great on the PS5. I can't wait for Spider-Man 2 eventually, and the remastered trophies were not too bad overall. Energy Cycle, now this is one that's a bit of a throwback. This one was released back in 2017, 2018. It was an earlier PS4 game that was an easy platinum back before the days of Rataleka. So this game is actually a little bit different from its PS4 counterparts, in which you had to complete the story, and then there were a few other really there were a couple other game modes, but there was a way to skip through them and sort of cheat your way through them because you could just skip all the puzzles in a way. This time around, though, they actually changed the trophy list to where you have to complete the 28 story levels, and that's how you earn all the trophies. So that's actually really easy. So just complete the 28 puzzles by following a guide, and you will get the Platinum Trophy in less than 20 minutes. Quick, easy, fairly unique puzzle game with, from what I remember, really weird background noises. But, you know, it's easy, it's quick, and it's at least a little bit different from some of these, like, Ratalaika games, and it's also... They actually changed the trophy list for the PS5 version, so at least it kind of makes sense. Secure Succubus 4 I talked about earlier on in the first part of this whole recording session. This one is basically you speed through the dialogue and you make certain dialogue choices, and you'll get all of the trophies within about 3 minutes. Nothing much more else to say about that, except for the fact that once again I did not buy this game, I was given a copy for free. Cross the Moon, this is the same thing as the PS4 version, except as you can see I did it quite a bit faster this time, because one, I didn't sit on the journal volumes for like 5 minutes this time, so it only took 4 minutes to get the Platinum. But to get the Platinum, you just have to, of course, beat the game and discover the 8 journal volumes by clicking on those shells when they come up. So, very quick, very easy, but I already talked about it, so not going to give much more of a description. Gaps by Pogi, we already talked about this one as well. The PS5 version is identical to the PS4 version. This one took me, it looks like, about 23 minutes. So again, just solve 50 puzzles, including the first and the last one. Spend a minute considering a move, make an inappropriate word, solve a puzzle flawlessly, fill in all the gaps incorrectly, fix 8 mistakes at once, solve a puzzle quickly, reset a puzzle with the other buttons, solve puzzles with 5, 6, 7, and 8 gaps, and then solve certain words. So, again, not much more else to say about that because we have already talked about that not too long ago. Ladders by Pogi. I can't remember. I might have talked about this one so far, so we can bring up this one for a couple minutes. This is another one where you have to solve the first and the last puzzle as well as 50 total and spend a minute considering the next move, so that's the same. Try something that isn't a word and try the same invalid word twice in a row are both very easy. Reset any puzzle to the beginning, that's very easy. Yeah, this one is just a little bit harder this time. There's not as many opportunities to do it in this version of the game, or in this version of Pogi games, but it's still pretty easy. It's best done on like the final puzzle. Any ladder in fewer steps than shown is unmissable. Then you have to solve a ladder top to bottom, solve one bottom to top, and solve one top to middle and bottom to middle. And then for the remaining trophies, all you had to do was change a letter in a puzzle to each letter of the alphabet in order to create a word. And most of these were unmissable while solving the first 50 puzzles in the game, plus that final puzzle. But a few of them you have to go a little bit more out of your way to do, such as the V and... what else aside from the B? The Q. So the V and the Q and maybe one other letter. And the J, you have to go a little bit out of your way to solve, but the rest are all pretty much unmissable. You also have to solve a 3, 4, and 5 letter ladder, which are all unmissable. Same with the 12-step ladders, that's the final one. Next up, we have Ice Age Scrat's Nutty Adventure of Nuts. Could have made more inappropriate jokes there. So this is actually a bit of a puzzle platformer Ice Age game. Wasn't a big fan of this one. It doesn't play that well. It's not very fun, but at least it's fairly easy. So you're going to get a bunch of trophies here just by completing the game. Like, I think all of these trophies, the gold, are going to be unmissable story-related trophies. The story's not that long. It's like 16 levels plus a small hub world to clear out. And then you also have to collect a total of 5,000 shards. So basically just break boxes and pick up shards as you see them, and you'll get these ones along the way. The additional health chunks you get by finding the 5,000 shards, so those are all going to sort of come together with the shard trophies, so nothing much to worry about there. Then you have to find all of the collectibles. Now, the collectibles aren't overly difficult to get, both the tablets and the statues, except that you will have to return to earlier levels once you've completed the game, the main story, because you'll get certain abilities later in the game that allow you to access more areas and go back and find the tablet pieces. There's not a ton of collectibles in this game. I want to say it's around like 30 or so collectibles, so there's not that... No, wait, it's way more than that. I'm dumb. I think it's like 1 statue per level and like 3 tablet pieces per level or something. So there's more collectibles than just like 20 or 30. Most of them aren't that hard to find, but a few of them are just in really weird, bizarre places that you probably will need a guide for. Otherwise, you have to kill all enemies in any section without dying, which will most likely come naturally. Really, the only way you're going to die in this game is if you're not paying attention or fall through a ledge via a glitch or something, because that will happen. Then you have to smash 500 shard crates, which is going to take a little while. You're going to want to smash every crate you come across until this trophy unlocks. You have to sneak past a sleeping wolf, which should come naturally in one of the later levels. You have to make a Guanlong, investigate a sound, which should come naturally as long as you're kind of loud around them. Spin kick a flying insect will probably happen naturally because it's a common enemy. Get bitten by a piranha, they jump out of the water in certain areas, that's very easy. Hit a flying enemy with a rock, that's pretty self-explanatory. Carry power cores 100 meters is pretty much unmissable because you're going to be doing a lot of power core puzzles. Use telekinesis 10 times. That's a power-up that you get later on. You're going to need it to access all of the tablets anyway. These two the Scratazons is basically unmissable. I think you're going to get this trophy just by playing through the game. Well, really, I think you just have to fall off of any ledge and you'll get this one. Survive getting burned by lava. You have to do this on any lava level. Just like jump into the lava and survive the bounce out of it. You have to complete a level without dying, which is probably not going to be missed by most players. Slide around on ice, which is pretty much unmissable from what I remember. Complete a dig pile is unmissable. And then throw and hit 3 enemies in 10 seconds. You don't have to kill them, you just have to throw rocks to hit 3 enemies in 10 seconds. Very easy, plenty of places you can do this. So yeah, not a very high quality game, but at least it's not, the most difficult thing out there. I probably still wouldn't recommend it, though. It wasn't really a fun time. Then, we actually have Syrup and the Ultimate Sweet. This is the Vita version. I haven't done a Vita game in a while. So the Vita version is just as easy as the other versions, except as you can see, it took much longer because it doesn't play very well. It's very slow. But just like the other version, all you have to do is get the 10 different endings in the game, and you will get the Platinum Trophy. So just follow a guide. You might have to make a couple of backup saves, but mainly just follow the guide, and you will get the Platinum. There are plenty of guides out there, both video and text-based, so this shouldn't give you too many problems. Alright guys, I'm back yet again for what should be the third and final recording session needed for this very long 501 to 600 Platinum Trophy video. Anyway, our next couple of Platinums, these were on, I believe, the third of the 4 streams where I did Platinum Dumpster Dive during this time period. This was either the third one or the fourth one. So, my next 2 games were the PS4 and PS5 North American versions of The Sheep P. This game is 100% identical to the Pig D and the Chick C and all of those other games that they have made names out of. All you do is hold down the X and the R1 button for 3 minutes and you get Platinum Trophy. Barely qualifies as anything that could possibly be considered a game. I guess maybe because you have to hit the X button or hold it down. Maybe that somehow qualifies as gameplay. At least in this one, though, I will say, from what I remember, there were, like, maybe the sheep made noises and the clouds actually moved in the background. If that qualifies this as a game, like, at all, barely, not really, no. But both versions take, like, 3 minutes. So, again, these are so self-explanatory. Hold X and or R1 for 3 minutes and you get free Platinum. Next game I did was the North American PS5 version of Quick Maths, because I don't think this game is actually cross-buy. I don't know if the Pig D, Sheep P type games are either. I can't remember if I've talked about that previously. I think a number of these sort of easy or quick Platinum games aren't always cross-buy, so you do actually have to pay the $1.50 for them multiple times. So for Quick Maths, once again, all you have to do is skip a total of 50 examples from each category. You have to complete 1 problem from any category, and then, skip 50 total in the kids mode. And then you just have to plug in 3 separate numbers into any puzzle, even if they are not the correct answer. You just have to plug in 13, 69, and 42. So this is such an easy, quick platinum trophy that takes 1 to 2 minutes. Nothing really difficult else to say about that, so we can move on to our next couple games. We've got Magi Trials. I think it's actually sometimes called like High School Romance Magi Trials or something like that. So for this game, most of the trophies come from getting the game's different endings. I don't really remember this one that well, but from what I can remember of it, it's just get the 8 different endings in the game, which can be done heavily by, setting the text speed to max and skipping through all the dialogue and stuff. So let's see, how long did this version take me? 8:23 was the platinum time. And so this one took me about 6 or 7 minutes. So we'll say that maybe I took a minute or 2 to get into it. And I'm going to assume that these last 3 are either unmissable story-related trophies that you get no matter what, or they might be for miscellaneous actions. In fact, I do think that at least a couple of these, actually, you know what? I bet that all 3 are miscellaneous actions that you have to do while going for the 8 different endings. But as long as you follow a guide, you will have no problem whatsoever obtaining this platinum very quickly. I think in both versions of the game, maybe was this the one where I forgot a step on literally both versions of the game despite doing them back to back? I want to say that might have actually happened, but this version took me 5 minutes, the other one took me 6 minutes, probably another minute at the start before getting any trophies. So these are both just super, super quick, easy platinum trophies. There's really not much more else to say about this. We've talked about several other visual novel games so far. I mean, visual novels are not meant to be played this way, but as long as Ratalaika and other developers are making games like this, with these super quick, easy platinums that you can pretty much exploit, then people are going to continue playing them and buying them and getting the trophies in them, because it gets you very high on the leaderboards very quickly. I mean, nowadays, getting 100 platinum trophies is not even, remotely a challenge at all. Even getting, probably 200 platinums will not be remotely a challenge anymore, especially if you're stacking over multiple regions. And, I have talked about this before. I do still kind of want to do a video at some point just on, the rise and now fall of trophy hunting and, the state that trophy hunting is in the modern day. I think that would be a fun video to make, and also a bit of a somber one just to see how far this hobby has kind of fallen over the last 4 or 5 years, because it used to not be this way. So then we have the catch-up story. Sorry about that, guys. Of course, I get a random phone call from some number I have no idea what it was from Atlanta, so it's a scam call. Anyway, my next 2 platinums were the catch-up story, the North American PS4 and PS5 versions. It looks like I did the PS5 version first this time, because it doesn't necessarily differentiate on the PlayStation menu. So this is identical to Santa's Workshop. It plays the exact same way. You have to grow tomatoes by mashing the X button. Then you sell those tomatoes, you turn them into various types of ketchup, and then you sell those ketchup items for money, which is used for the remaining trophies and for purchasing all the upgrades. So it looks like 8:35 p.m., and so this version only took me about 3 minutes. But I will say that it's actually the PS4 version of this game where I learned that this game can potentially soft lock you out of trophies unless you delete the game and delete your save data. As crazy as that sounds for a game like this, it is actually a potential issue that you can run into, because you're going to start out with the ketchup sachet. This is going to be the first thing you can buy, but as soon as you purchase your first upgrade for the, whatever you want to call it, factory, as soon as you purchase your first upgrade, which takes you up to the sprinkler, you no longer can sell the sachets, however that's pronounced. I think that's more of a British term, because in the US we just say packet, but I have heard this term used in UK subscribers and people that I watch, so I think that that's how it's pronounced, but either way, it's basically, with these, you can actually highly miss these, and you would have to then delete your game and your save data to be able to go for them again, which effectively meant I had to get this platinum for a 3rd time, pretty much. I mean, I didn't have to get all the way back up to the top. I only had to sell enough to do the lower level upgrades, because the bucket is unmissable, because that's the final phase of the ketchup factory, if you want to call it that. So that one's unmissable because of that, so at least you don't have to grind all the way up to that highest level of upgrade. So it didn't take me too long to get back to these other 3, but yeah, so of all things, I never would have expected that. So basically what you want to do is make sure that you sell at least 1 sachet. Make sure you do that. Then only purchase 1 upgrade and make sure you sell at least 1 sprinkler. Then only purchase 1 upgrade and make sure you sell at least 1 bottle before fully upgrading up to the bucket. I would highly recommend doing that, as it will cut your platinum time down from about 7 or 8 minutes that this took with deleting everything and re-downloading and all that good stuff, down to about 3 to 4 minutes. So I highly recommend doing it that way, just to make sure you don't miss anything. Next up, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales for the PS5. This was an auto pop, but we can go through the game's trophy list again, because I think that overall Miles Morales, I think, was even a better game than the original Spider-Man, and the trophy list is also even easier. Because the thing is that this game doesn't ever feel like it drags on at all with like too much to do. And it also cuts out those really annoying Mary Jane stealth sections from Spider-Man. Those are not present in this game at all. So really, really enjoyed this game. Definitely recommend it. So you have to unlock all the skills and complete all the districts. I want to say you might not be able to unlock all the skills until you go into New Game Plus. There's like 1 or 2 things you can't really easily do until you get into New Game Plus. You have to complete all the districts, which is basically what you had to do in the first game. There are a lot of different basically collectible checklist type of items in this game. Time capsules, postcards, underground caches, Roxxon Labs, which are enemy bases, underground hideouts are another type of enemy base. Purchase all the suits, which requires a good bit of materials you get from completing stuff. This, I believe, was a series of side missions from what I remember, but it's fairly easy. Complete any enemy base without being detected. It's not the easiest thing in the world because there are quite a few enemies in some of them, but there are certain bases that certainly work better than others. The 100 times combo could be difficult, however, you can actually cheese this one by just jumping around the enemies repeatedly, dodging their attacks, and that actually counts. You don't actually have to land 100 complete hits in a row. Then you have to get a spectacular or better on each type of spider training challenge, as well as complete the final test, which is the last challenge you get once you've completed all the others. Craft some upgrades. This is story related. This is a collectible type. This is story. This is story. This is story. 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 Story, story, story. So yeah, a bunch of story-related trophies in this game. Then you have to perform different types of takedowns, which should come fairly naturally when you're doing all the challenges and stuff. And they're also very easy to farm. The 50 enemies, while camouflaged, is likely to come naturally because the camouflage is very useful. The venom attacks was a little bit of a grind for me because I didn't use them that often, but it's still a very easy trophy. Then the Venom jump and dash on a single enemy is fairly easy, as is the throwing them into a group of other enemies. But again, I feel like I didn't really use the Venom attacks that much, but that was just me. Then you actually have 2 mission-specific trophies in this game, but thankfully there is a chapter select feature once you have completed the whole game, so these trophies are unmissable, and you are going to have to beat the game twice anyway. We'll get to that trophy in a second, but this is in the very first mission of the game, so right at the beginning, and this one is in like one of the final missions of the game, so just keep that one in mind. Then you have a location-specific trophy. You have to apply a sticker and customize the lighting in photo mode, which is very easy. Kill-based trophy. Finish all of the app requests, which are basically side missions. Mod your suit and visor. Another location-specific trophy. This one is, I believe, a story-related trophy. Now, with this one is much easier in this game than it was in the previous game, because you can actually spawn the crimes pretty much whenever you want from your phone or whatever. So that makes this trophy significantly easier than whatever the equivalent one was in the original Spider-Man. Stealth takedowns is pretty much unmissable. This is a location-specific trophy. This just takes a couple minutes to scroll through the entire social feed once you beat in the game. And finally, you do have to complete the game on New Game Plus, so you do have to do a second playthrough. You can do everything on the easiest difficulty. Just having to do a second playthrough it feels a little bit unnecessary. And this is one of the only times I can think of where they put a New Game Plus trophy in the base trophy list instead of making it a DLC later, which, you know, I should be happy about that, and I am happy about that it wasn't a DLC later with an ultra hard mode or something like what they did with Spider-Man, with the original Spider-Man. But thankfully this game's a lot shorter. You know, you can beat this one in like 3 hours if you're just focusing on the story, so it's a fairly short experience. It's also, you know, cheaper, which is nice. So definitely a great experience, definitely would recommend that one. But let's move on to something that isn't auto-pop. Far Cry 6 on the PS4. So with this, I have now completed every Far Cry game at least once, and the only Far Cry stack I currently don't have is the PS5 version of Far Cry 6, because I'm currently just waiting to make absolutely sure that this version doesn't get any more DLC and doesn't, you know, get some kind of random auto-popping feature. I'm going to knock on wood here and say that at the time of this being recorded, I don't think another DLC is likely, because with Far Cry 5, that final DLC came out, like the final actual story DLC, the one that was the zombie one, came out at like the same time as the New Game Plus one. And this one has not only finished its 3 paid DLCs, but it's also released all of its unpaid free DLCs, its little missions and stuff. So I'm going to assume that means that we are probably not going to get another DLC list for this game, because, you know, it also wasn't one of the more popular Far Cry games. But I'm also holding out just to make absolutely sure, and then I will eventually start the PS5 version and do it. I'm not particularly looking forward to the PS5 version because, honestly, Far Cry 6 was one of my least favorite Far Cry games. It wasn't really as fun as some of the previous ones. It botched several very good opportunities it had, especially with the city of Esperanza being a thing, because we've never had that before, but half the city's inaccessible, and it's just a giant maze that's too confusing to navigate. Not to mention it has hidden anti-air guns that will shoot you down immediately if you get into range, so you die instantly. It's just not really, it wasn't a great experience in that sense. But the Platinum Trophy is, of course, pretty easy. This was actually my 550th Platinum Trophy. So this is a story-related trophy. This is actually cool, though, because they put a trophy into the game for completing the game's secret ending. Because this game actually only has 2 endings, unlike pretty much all of the more recent games. It has the normal ending and the secret ending, which can be done at any time before the normal ending. You just have to basically leave the map by plane or boat, and you'll get this ending, which is really cool that they actually put that in the game. You have several story-related trophies through here, so there's not that many in this game. You have your typical complete an outpost without being detected. You have your typical complete an outpost with a co-op partner and complete all outposts. Those are all pretty much typical Far Cry trophies at this point. You have to capture and return 3 F&D resource vehicles to outposts, or actually just vehicle bays in mint condition. This is relatively easy because you can actually repair the vehicles at any time with your repair tools, so shouldn't be much of a problem. You have to capture 10 checkpoints, which is very easy. Also, you see that a lot of trophies say solo campaign only. That means exactly what you think it means. It means that you cannot unlock these trophies playing in co-op. It either means that or that only the host unlocks them. I'm not entirely sure because I didn't play this game in co-op at all aside from the one co-op trophy. You have to capture 10 checkpoints, which return from Far Cry 2. They're basically mini outposts with only a handful of enemies, maybe like 1 turret and 1 alarm, and you have to destroy a billboard at each of them. You have to blow up 16 anti-air cannons. I think there's more than 16, but these are the things that'll shoot you down if you get within their range. You have to intercept military supply drops. I believe that there's like 20 of these. The Triad of Blessings is a series of side quests. It's like 3 treasure hunts, and then you can access this side quest. It's actually needed for several other trophies. Win a single cockfighting match. You can do it on the easiest difficulty, and you can play the whole game on its easiest difficulty, which is very nice. Actually, there's only 2 difficulties, story and action, and I did the whole game on action. The game is, outside of the Spec Ops stuff, the game is really, really easy. It's one of the easiest Far Cry games, just outside of some of those later Spec Ops things. But we'll get to that later. There's 12 races. You only have to complete 3 of them. You have to win a game of dominoes, which is very easy. Complete a single special operation is pretty easy. The Bandito operations are the sort of passive side quest things, if you want to call them that. You do have to, I think, be connected to the internet to do any of the special operations stuff, unfortunately. That's an easy miscellaneous trophy. There are a lot of weapons in this game, but you can follow a collectible guide. Fully upgrade one camp facility at any camp is pretty easy. You just need to have enough materials to do it. Acquire all the Supremos. There's 7 of them. There's like 1 or 2 that are story related. A bunch of them you buy, and then 1 you get from that Triada Blessing side quest. Purchase meals just requires you to have the camp cook facility or whatever it's called, and to have enough animal meat to purchase 15 meals. They give you passive bonuses. You have to find 15 USB sticks and cryptogramma chests. These are collectible types. I think I found all the collectibles in the game. I basically did everything you can do in this game, just in case it was ever, a thing that would come up. There's only 4 rides, so I got all those. All the roosters, there's not too many of them, maybe like 13. There are 5 base game amigos and 2 DLC amigos from the Ubisoft Connect program. Pet Guapo, this is one of the first trophies you can get in the game, and you should do it because he's awesome. Equip Chikaron with the Mother Clucker outfit. This is easily done as soon as you unlock Chikaron, which was a later follower for me. Distract 10 soldiers with the cuteness of little Chorizo, the dog. That's very easy. This one's unmissable. This one you're probably not going to get naturally because there aren't a lot of places for sharks unless you're out in the ocean, though you can occasionally find one in a swimming pool. Catching fish, this one's much easier than the one in Far Cry 5 because it's just catch any 10 fish. Take out any soldier by sabotaging an alarm is easy once you get the right materials to do it or the right uniform to do it. The insurgent leaders. So this is actually something you can't do until you have finished the main story. Insurgent challenges come up once a week, and they require you to retake certain outposts and checkpoints as well as complete one special operation. And then you can go in and take out the insurgent leader. But thankfully, you can actually cheat this trophy a little bit if you want to speed it up. What you can do is you can kill the insurgent leader at the outpost at the end, then die, and then repeat the process several times. It usually takes more like 5 kills for it to count for the trophy, but it saves you a lot of time from having to do insurgency challenges week in and week out, because you can only do 1 per week. Special Forces soldiers, this one's unmissable. Just use an EMP grenade on a tank, that's very easy. The mythical animals, there's only 5 of them, that's pretty easy. There's a couple places you can do the slide at, that's fairly simple. Run over 10 soldiers is very easy. The Security Control Center, now I will say the Outpost trophies, well actually I say that, but I think the Outpost trophies are now easier because I think you can now individually reset each outpost whenever you want by just scrolling over it on the map screen. I think you can do that now. So thankfully these trophies are easier than they were when the game released, when you could not reset outposts and you'd have to wait for an insurgency challenge that took place at the right outpost for these trophies. This one's very easy. You can do it while parachuting. This one takes some time because the poison doesn't work that well, but it's easy overall. It just takes some time. This one's an unmissable story-related trophy. This one is fairly easy. You just need to have enough gunpowder and Supremo bombs to do it. Build each camp facility is pretty easy. There's only 6 of them. You have to have 10 parts installed on any ride. That's fairly easy once you get them all unlocked, which I think requires you to do some races and do some bandito operations. This one is unmissable. It'll come naturally by the time you've done everything else. Then you have 3 specific trophies for the Special Ops mode. I hated the Special Ops mode. It sucks. It's not fun to play. It's like they were trying to do something similar to the expeditions from Far Cry New Dawn, but they completely botched it up. Because in these, instead of just, accomplishing a primary objective, in these, you have to run across a new map, pick up this PG-240X nuclear battery or whatever it is, carry it all the way back to the starting point, and then defend against enemies. The problem is, the battery overheats rather quickly when in direct sunlight or whenever you're on fire or an explosion goes off nearby. And on the higher difficulties of these operations, that temperature goes up way too quickly. So for this trophy in particular, it's not that bad because if you're doing it on the level, like the basic level, it's really not that hard because there's several fairly easier operations. But I just don't like this particular game mode at all and don't recommend playing it outside of the trophies. You have to locate a stash of hidden moneda, which can only be done, I think, on the 2nd level of these or higher. And then free 30 hostages can only be done on the 2nd level or higher, but you can only rescue 3 per run, so you have to do at least 10 fully successful early parts of the run because you can do this well before you go after the battery, so it doesn't take too long, but it's just a pointless grind. As for the DLCs, you have Salt of the Earth and Party Crasher, which are both related to the special operations. So you have to complete the game's first 5 special operations on Mastery Level 3. Now, Los Santos and Puerto del Eden were fairly easy overall. Like, these two really didn't give me that much trouble, actually. These two are... The layouts are more appealing. They're easier to run through. The final battles are a little bit easier with more access to water and cover and such. And once you have the right gear set up, which it has to be like a very specific gear setup, like you have to have the last Supremo you get along with the resolver weapon that it's tied to that allows you to shoot through walls so you can stay in cover. You have to have that. You have to have certain like running gear so you can run faster. The first 3 special operations are much harder than the last 2. Like, Mesozoico, that's the very first one. Masio is the second one. That one's stupid annoying because of those. The very end has you... You have to basically jump across the skyscrapers a lot to try and stay where there's water. Crocodillo, however it's pronounced. This one wasn't awful from what I remember. It was kind of annoying, but it wasn't terrible, I guess. But I mean, the special operations, they're just terrible. I highly recommend dropping the difficulty to story for both of these, and if you can get a partner in, that might make your life a little easier. Thankfully, the other 3 DLCs were really, really good. The 3, whatever you want to call them, Become the Villain DLCs, these were good. Now, I didn't necessarily like all the aspects of the gameplay, but they were good because of their stories and their characters. They allow you to take control of Voss, Pagan Min, and Joseph Seed from the previous 3 games, and you get a lot more delving into those characters' backstories and their actions leading up to and even during the actual games, and they lead to some really unique ending cutscenes when you beat them on their highest difficulties. So for the Voss Insanity DLC, this is the best one because Voss is, of course, the best villain in the franchise. So you get a trophy just for beating it. You have to escape with a score of 25,000, which is automatic on the highest difficulty. Carry 8,000 cash at once, and these trophies are actually pretty much recycled in every one of these DLCs. This one's not too hard. It just requires maybe a little bit of farming of money. You have to discover every location. You have to unlock all of the weapons. There's like 9 of them. There's about 20 locations in each of these DLCs. And then you have to collect all of the diary pages, chibis, and visions. The diary pages are usually not that numerous, and they're generally fairly easy to find, laying around in more obvious places. The visions, you have to watch them all the way through, so you can miss these on any given playthrough. Because in this game mode, it's basically like sort of a Returnal style of gameplay, where if you die, you lose all of your progress on the story, and you lose your current inventory, but you keep any permanent upgrades that you've purchased. So it makes each subsequent run easier, and honestly, none of these DLCs are particularly hard once you get used to the way the game plays. Like, I don't think I had a single... I think I had maybe 1 death total between the 3 versions on Mastery Level 5, maybe once, but that's about it. You can also stockpile a 1-up type of power-up. The chibis, there's 10 of them, and they are extremely well hidden. You're going to need a guide for that. And again, the visions, many of them will come naturally, but they are very, very easy to accidentally walk past and have to redo. You have to fully upgrade, so this trophy is different for every version of the DLC, for each of the 3 DLCs. For this one, you have to fully upgrade all the weapons cases, which is going to require you to farm money for quite a while on the highest difficulty, because you earn money twice as fast on the highest difficulty. And then you have to escape on Mind Level 5, which is the highest difficulty, where enemies deal more damage and take more damage, but you also get more money, which is good. And again, it's not overly difficult. I recommend for all of these, you want to focus on using the basic pistol for all 3, because it's actually one of the best weapons. So yeah, this one, it's not... I mean, again, they're not terribly difficult once you get used to how they play, but they do take just a little bit of getting used to. And also, the cutscene that you get for beating Mine Level 5 of Voss is really, really good. You guys know what I'm talking about if you've done it. And so is the one for Pagan Control. This one, it's interesting, and it implies certain things about the events of Far Cry 5. Unfortunately, the Joseph Seed DLC was a lot less of a satisfying conclusion and didn't do what I was sort of hoping it would. But all the trophies in this one are identical, except that you have to have 8 powers equipped at once. Basically, in these, you get power-ups that you can find by just exploring the world and killing enemies, and you can equip them. You have to pay currency for the DLC, which in this case, it's respect, I believe. And you have to pay some of that currency in order to unlock new slots. This one's a lot less time consuming than the one in the Voss DLC, so this is the shortest of the 3 DLCs. And then you have the Joseph Seed Collapse DLC, which is once again identical except that the currency is penance this time around. The ending, like I said, was a lot less satisfying as it just basically showed sort of the start of him going into his insanity and didn't offer up a definitive conclusion as to what the actual canon ending of Far Cry 5 was. And in this case, you have to unlock all of his traits, basically his upgrades in the mirror, which is fairly time-consuming like the first DLC, but I think you got more money in this DLC as well. So yeah, that's Far Cry 6. Base game and Spec Ops weren't anything special. The DLCs were definitely solid. And, the game had a lot of trophies in it, so it had, almost 90 trophies in it. And overall, it's not too hard, but those Spec Ops are just not a good time. Next up, Ghost of Tsushima. This is one of the best games I've played in a very, very long time. Absolutely loved this game. It was the first game I played on my PS5. It wasn't my first PS5 Platinum, but it was the first one I played on PS5. I purposefully held off on not playing it on the PS4 because I wanted to experience it for the first time through on the PS5. It did not disappoint. This game is awesome. Like, this, again, is one of my favorite games I've played in recent times. So you get a bunch of story-related trophies in this game. Like, a quarter of the trophies are story-related. Everything through there is. The story alone can be beaten in like 10 to 12 hours, so it's not overly long, but there is a lot of side content to do. You have to complete all of the side quests in the game, the Tales of Tsushima, and there are quite a few of these. There's about like 60 of them or so. So there are quite a few of these side missions, and some of them are a bit longer than others. But they're not, again, this is a game where you can play through everything on the easiest difficulty, and it's going to make the game significantly easier. Now, I played it on the second easiest difficulty, so, like, I guess the normal mode or whatever it's called, because I wanted, a little bit more of a challenge to it and make it a little bit more fun, but you could do it even faster and more easily on the easiest difficulty. Then you have some combat trophies, 20 enemies with a counterattack after a perfect parry. This one took me a lot longer than I expected it to. You have to shoot a terrified enemy with an arrow while they're fleeing. This one is very easy to get on multiple occasions. And there's no missable trophies, by the way, which is good. The maximum enemies in a single standoff is 5. You can only do it with a certain outfit that's been upgraded. The staggering is basically unmissable. The duels, there's a handful of them that are just out in the world, but a majority of them are part of stories and side quests, story missions and side quests. Then this one I can't remember where I got, but I just got it like naturally without even trying. The ghost stance you don't get until much later in the game, but it's pretty strong and it's very easy to get 20 kills with. You have to basically level up for this trophy, nothing difficult there. This one's an unmissable trophy for getting the 4 different combat stances. This one I think is fairly unmissable if you're doing everything else. Fully upgrading your sword is fairly easy, it just requires materials. Equipping a charm in 6 slots, this one's pretty tough to miss as well because you're going to get tons and tons of charms throughout the game and unlock new slots. The gifts just come periodically and you can just go to a gift altar to collect them. This is very easy. The 30 pieces of vanity gear is also very easy. You'll get probably all of this along the way. You have to get all the lighthouses. There's like 10 of them, so that's basically a collectible, a location collectible. This is a story-related trophy. The Shinto shrines are basically platforming puzzles and a type of collectible. The hidden altars are not tracked anywhere. You are going to have to follow a guide for these because they are pretty well hidden. And they're a little bit tricky to get the controls to do exactly what you want when you get in front of them to make them count perfectly. But it's still not too difficult as long as you follow a guide. You have to discover a Pillar of Honor and collect its sword kit. I don't I can't remember if you have to find all of them or not, because there are quite a few, but they get you cosmetic items. Purchase an item from each of these two merchants. There's one of each, one red, one black dye, one white dye. They're located in very specific areas. These are easy, you just have to find where they are or just look it up. Then this one requires you to equip very specific items, which can be a little bit tricky to get a couple of them. Takes a little bit longer to find them, but it's a nice little Easter egg. This one requires you to find, I think it's 5 of the game's singing crickets before you can actually do it. Then personalize the scene in photo mode, that's obvious, easy. Then you have to collect records and Mongol artifacts, basically half of each. You have to find all the hot springs, which increase your health bar. The haikus, where you just compose a haiku about the world. The Inari shrines are the little fox shrines where you follow a fox to its shrine, and those are pretty easy. The bamboo strikes are the ones where you have to hit a series of buttons in a row quickly to chop bamboo. And then you just have to liberate all occupied areas of the game, which are basically all the enemy bases and stuff you have to take out. So the Platinum Trophy is easy. It does take some time, though, and this game also does auto-pop, by the way, so if you wanted to, you could easily, auto-pop the Platinum on PS5, although I think maybe the photo mode trophy isn't on the PS4, but everything else is. But I didn't do that. Now, then we have DLCs. Now, we're going to skip Legends mode for the moment. New Game Plus is super, super easy. All you have to do is purchase something from a merchant and complete it. So this takes about 10 to 12 hours. Nothing remotely difficult here. Then you have to complete Iki Island, which has story-related trophies for completing, basic, story stuff on it, as well as exploration-based, which are, collectibles and such. These are all fairly easy, and it's just, it's more of the same game, but with new additions, so it's another just, good experience with this game is what I'm getting at. But the Legends mode is the online mode, because for some reason this game has an online mode, and it reminds me of the old days where on the PS3 they would tack on a multiplayer mode for absolutely no reason onto games that never should have had one. And this is definitely one of those situations. So you have to reach rank 20 in each role, which there's 3 or 4 of them, which takes quite a while. The final wave of a gold survival, I think, is fairly challenging, but not, unbearable if you have a group. I don't know how many people you can get into a group. A Legends mode story, I don't think is very difficult. I think that's probably one of the first trophies you'll get. All the Legend mode stories on the easiest difficulty wouldn't be much of a problem. The raid, though, is apparently quite tricky, and I'm going to be eventually having to look for someone probably to carry me through that, because I doubt that I'm going to be good enough to do this, because I only beat the game on that normal difficulty. I never played it on the harder, lethal modes. There's also the Legends, Rivals, and Mastery challenges, which, according to the trophy guide, these are all really easy and can be knocked out very quickly. I don't know anything about them, but apparently they're at least easy. So I'm not worried about these 4 DLCs down here, even though they'll add some time. I am a little bit more worried about Legends mode, but I'm sure that I'll be able to get help for this. I just don't understand why they would add in a multiplayer mode for this, just because it's tacked on and kind of pointless. But, at least it's an easy platinum, and most of the 100% shouldn't be that bad either. Now we're getting off to what I believe was the 4th trophy dumpster dive stream, and the final one during this set of 100 platinums. So we did Ball Lab first. This is I guess you could call it a platforming game, where you play as a tiny ball and make it jump over gaps and spikes. So you have to die a total of 300 times and reach level 10. So you just have to complete the first 9 levels of the game and die 300 times. So it's a very self-explanatory trophy list. This version, it looks like, let's see, was 819 my first. So 819 was my first trophy in 826. So it took me about 7 minutes to get this platinum, but you can certainly do it faster. It's more than anything, it's going to be about finding ways to die quickly and efficiently just to raise your numbers up for deaths, because you're probably not going to die 300 times on the first 9 levels of the game. The game does not play particularly well. It's very zoomed out. The controls aren't the most responsive either. But, it's not a hard platinum at all. There's really nothing much more else to say about it. It's a very short, simple puzzle type of game. So this version looks like it took me about 4 minutes, and you could probably do it even faster than that. But with this one, I farmed the deaths earlier because I did it immediately after the first version. So I farmed the deaths very quickly at the beginning up to like 250, then completed the first 9 levels, then finished out the remainder of the deaths, just in case I died a few times on that final level. But very simple platinum, cheap, quick game. I think it was a cross-buy game, which is good. The Chick C. It is the exact same game as the Pig D and the Sheep P, and I think there's another one, probably. And I think there's, like, now ones with, like, a jumping burger or something at the time this is being recorded. So, it's the exact same game as the others. Hold the X and or R1 button for 3 minutes. Get Platinum Trophy. Literally nothing else to say about this. Should not really be a game. And should not be on the PlayStation Store. But again, as long as we continue to buy these games, they will continue to make them, because they are certainly making easy money off of this. And I also find it hilarious that apparently 0.6% of players got to the loading screen and just decided, nope, I'm not playing this shit. That's hilarious. Then we have Bowling Story 3, the Jane and Pammy versions. This is a breakthrough arcade gaming game. The first ones I had done since the Halloween, the Our Church and Halloween series. So these have you, like, do a bowling minigame. I barely remember this game. All I remember is you have to play a game of the play bowling mode as each character, and then you have to get a final score of 25 when the maximum score is 30. So you have 3 frames where you have to knock down as many pins as possible. So it's like 3 standard bowling frames, and without standard scoring, and each frame has 10 pins total. So you just have to get 25 out of 30 in those 3 frames. And then you just have to finish all of the levels of story mode. There are 4 levels, though in this version of the game, you have to get at least 50 points on story mode level 3, but I think the max you can get is 60, so it's fairly forgiving. And of course, this platinum took about 3 to 4 minutes. Again, yeah, about 4 minutes. So nothing really else to say about that. The Jane version is actually a little bit easier, though, because again, you have to do a play bowling mode as each character and score 25 points in play bowling. But in this version, you actually just have to complete the 4 story mode levels. You don't have to complete any of them with a certain score. So the Jane version is slightly easier. But these barely qualify as games, but at least they only cost $1 and only have 2 versions each. Like every Breakthrough Arcade game, for as low quality of games as they are, I don't know why I'm getting called again by the same phone number from Atlanta, because it makes no sense and I hate getting spam calls. Anyway, this version of the game is easier, so let's move on. Dojorin. This is a game where you play as like a frog that jumps around, and it's not good as a game. I think this might have been an East Asia Soft game. It is not a good game. It is not a fun game to play. It kind of annoyed me a bit when I was playing it. It took me almost half an hour to get, I think. No, well, more like 25 minutes. Yeah, 24, 25 minutes. So you have to collect a talisman and a coin and an apple and a fly, which are all just like different types of collectibles you find on the levels. You have to get a total of 150 coins, which is fairly easy. You have to die a total of 25 times. That's very simple. Then you have to get the talisman on 5 different levels, which I think you could do on the first 5 levels. Kill different enemies and complete 5 total levels. From what I remember, it was more just the fact the game is really bad and doesn't control very well and just looks absolutely terrible. So that's all I remember about this. Maybe I blocked this one out of my mind because it kind of annoyed me a lot. The PS5 version of these are, of course, the North American version. So yeah, PS5 was second. It's the exact same trophy list, but it looks like this version took me about 11 minutes to get through. So you could probably get it in under 10 minutes if you're actually a little bit better at the game. But, you know, nothing too bad there overall. Next up, A Year of Springs, the North American PS4 and North American PS5 version. These are even more quick, easy visual novel games, though this one took, it looks like, a little bit longer than some of the other ones. So let's see, it was 9:37 my first, okay, 9:36, let's see, it was 9:30, wow, this game actually had a lot of trophies in it. So 936 to 951. So this one took about 15 minutes to get the platinum, so a little bit more time consuming than some of the visual novel games. So it looks like you had to get a bunch of different endings, so good, normal, and bad endings, as well as other various endings, and just other various specific dialogue options that you would get along the way with the endings. I don't remember if you actually had to make several saves for this one, because some of these visual novel games you have to save in several different slots at different points in order to cut down on the time it would take to get through them. So I assume that you probably did for this one to speed it up, but I don't really remember, because a lot of these visual novel games just kind of run together with being fairly similar, generally lower quality visual novels, because that's generally what the Ratalaika type developers are making now. These are not like the traditional better visual novel games that we used to get. These are really mostly seemingly designed with trophy hunters in mind as the target audience, rather than fans of visual novels, because I'm sure that you can speed up your dialogue and everything in these as well. Then the PS5 version, it looks like this one took me, let's see, 956, 955. So this one took me about 11 minutes, so I did do it faster, but not that much faster. So this is one of the longer of these quick, easy visual novel games that I've done recently. Yeah, I know talking about a 10 to 15 minute platinum being a bit longer than others is just like where trophy hunting is these days. It's kind of sad, actually. But, you know, it is what it is. I've given my piece on why I do some of these quick, easy platinums, because you kind of have to these days if you ever want to get high on the leaderboards. You just really don't have a choice anymore. Next up, we have Get to the Top, Breakthrough Gaming Arcade. So this is the last Breakthrough Arcade game I intend to do for a while, because, you know, they're not very good quality games. At least they're only 99 cents, and again, they don't let you stack as crazy as like Ratalaika does. But for this one, you had to complete 9 levels as well as get a game over. But like with many of these games, there is an exploit you can use where, much like the previous games, you can, well, in this one in particular, you can do a cheat code at the main menu that makes you invincible, which is very, very nice. It makes the game very easy to do that way. So you can become invincible, quickly complete the 9 levels, and die once before you activate the cheat, and get the platinum in 4 to 5 minutes. Nothing really else to say about there. Let's move on. Only 3 more games to talk about, guys. Woodle Tree Adventures. So this is a 100% game, no platinum. I decided to do it probably to take some time up while I was waiting to finish off platinums $5.99 and $600. So for this game, you have to basically beat the game, and that's how you unlock... Okay, actually, no, I think I'm wrong on that. I think to unlock the leaves, you have to collect a set number of berries to get them. So I believe you had to collect, maybe it was like 1,000 total berries to get all the different leaves unlocked, as well as beat the game, which was like I think it was 6 levels long to actually beat the game, and then 2 extra levels. This game was not very good, obviously. It's sort of a puzzle platformer with enemies that like one-shot you and visuals that are not very appealing. But interestingly, this game has some rare trophies on it, so I guess that's a good thing for trophy hunters. They aren't all ultra-common trophies by any means. In fact, it's got some trophies that are counted as rare, you know, a 26% there and a 13% there, so very rare. That's a little bit crazy to think of. This is probably a game you can make your kids play if you have kids and make them suffer through it instead of you. But yeah, just beat the 6 main levels, beat the 2 extra levels, and then farm 3,000 berries, which takes a little bit longer but isn't, you know, difficult. So let's see, 4:34 p.m. and 3:11. So this one took me like an hour and 23 minutes, but I don't know if I was playing that whole time. Probably not. Not really much more else to say about that. Let's move on. And actually, I guess we're going to talk about Platinum number 601 as well as $5.99 here, because it's the same game twice. Because I do want to bring up a little story I had with my friend Peppa the Pig. So, of course, I did this on a live stream because I knew that it would make for good content. I mean, maybe not good content, but entertaining content. And it definitely was. That's actually a pretty highly viewed stream. Yeah, so my friend Peppa the Pig. It is a $40 game for current generation and previous generation consoles. And it's about as bad as you'd probably expect it to be, but I was able to make it fun by consuming quite a bit of alcohol and making it as dirty and inappropriate as humanly possible. Well, not as humanly possible, but as dirty and inappropriate as I can personally make it, because I don't have the dirtiest mind or most inappropriate mind in the world. So I was able to make this fairly entertaining, and it took me about, yeah, it took me just a little bit over an hour to get this platinum, not knowing at all what I was doing. But you can absolutely do it much faster than this, as we're going to show with the PS5 version. I'll talk about the PS5 version again on the 601 to 700 whenever that ends up happening, but I will mention it briefly here once we get through this one. So Daddy Pig's Glasses is one of the first things you can do. It's a randomly triggered event in Peppa Pig's house. The dinosaur is the other randomly triggered event in Peppa Pig's house. You can get one or the other anytime you walk into the living room, but you'll have to do both at some point over the course of the game. Then this one is done in the forest. You just have to follow some tracks on the ground to figure out that it's made by ants. It's very easy. You have to build a snowman in the snowy mountain, which just requires you to pick up a few items to build him and stack them together. You have to find things in the rock pools, which is done by leaving from the grandparents' house to go to the beach, and you have to just pick up 3 things out of the rock pools. This one is done at the grandparents' house as well. You just have to pick up 3 chickens and take them back to the chicken coop. For this one, you have to get the turtle down from the tree at the school, which requires you to go talk to the teacher and then pick up a ladder, and it's that simple. Windy Castle is a randomly triggered event later in the game once you've completed other objectives triggered from Peppa's house. And it just, the parents will take you automatically, or you'll have to just view a picture on the wall to go there. But that's fairly simple. That's something that happens a little bit later in the game, maybe once you've left Peppa's house for the first time and then come back later. Also, this game has a bit of RNG with having these 2 annoying construction workers doing construction on the road, which takes up a 2-minute long unskippable cutscene every time it happens, and it can happen randomly whenever you're in a vehicle. There's also a bit of RNG with when certain events trigger, and Peppa being able to fall asleep at times, apparently, which did not happen to me, but apparently happens to other players speedrunning it. Because I think that there are quite a few people that have tried to speedrun this game, myself kind of included. Visit Potato City. This is meant to be the last trophy you'll get in the game. Once you've completed all other objectives, you'll be taken to Potato City when you go into Peppa's room at the house. The sticks to build a campfire, there's 5 or 6 sticks you have to pick up. This is right after following the ant trail. Taking the rocket to the moon in the museum requires you to go take the bus from the school to the museum, and then go through the entire museum, including the little rocket ride. So it's a very easy platinum trophy. I actually did write a trophy guide for this because I felt like it would be fun to have, and it took me probably as long to write the trophy guide as it did to beat the game. But on the PS5 version, you're going to notice that I did the PS5 version in about 31... No, hold on a second. 11... Was 11:13 my first? Yes, 11:13 was my first. So it took me, that would be 39 minutes to get the platinum. And at the time when I obtained this platinum, I was actually the fastest achiever for the North American PS5 version of the game, which I suppose that's something I can be proud of, that for 3 days I held the world record fastest speed run for my friend Peppa Pig on the North American PS5 version. Again, I don't know if that's something to be truly proud of, but it was a thing that happened, so I'm proud of myself for holding a world record even just for a few days, because that's still kind of cool, even though it didn't last long and it's Peppa Pig. Yeah. Okay. One more game to talk about here, guys, on this video. Okay, guys, I took a quick, 2 minutes there to drink some water and listen to that voicemail that number that called me twice left me. That was really annoying because it wasn't necessarily a scam call, but it was really stupid. So I'm not going to go any more into that, maybe on a live stream or something. Anyway, platinum number 600, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. This is a game that I let Ghost and Simon and Machiavelli and a few other guys from the boosting group convince me to do, because I had not started the game like a couple of them had. but they convinced me to play this game and go for the Platinum Trophy. Is it the hardest Platinum Trophy in the Resident Evil franchise? Heck no, definitely not. Is it the hardest Platinum Trophy I have ever gotten? Certainly not. Not at all. But it was definitely more annoying than I expected it to be, and more difficult than I expected it to be. More than anything, it was just very frustrating because it's not a very good game. This is an up to 4-player co-op shooter where, up to 4 players online. Maybe you can do it in split screen. I'm not sure if you can or not. You get 4 players together and you go through 7 fairly long missions that take place during the events of Resident Evil 2 and 3, like concurrent to them. I don't think this game is considered canon because it has certain encounters that I, again, don't think would be considered canon. At least I assume that's what the people are thinking about it. And as you can see, it's a fairly rare platinum. I want to say it's about a 3 to 4% on PSN profiles, so it's a little more common there. But it's definitely still a fairly rare platinum, and it's definitely a proud platinum because, again, this wasn't the fastest or the easiest platinum out there. It was shorter than some of my other milestone platinums. It actually only took probably 25 to 30 hours to get the platinum, and then probably another 5+ hours for the DLC, like another maybe 5 to 10 hours for the DLC total. So only about 35, 40 hours total to get everything done. And some of that was loading screens and stuff that wasn't even playing. So it really isn't all that time consuming of a platinum or 100%, but it can be a little frustrating at times. So for the platinum, you have to complete all 7 missions. You're going to get 6 trophies for the first 6 missions. Then you have 3 slightly different endings you can get. So these 2 are for saving a character at the end, but you have to attempt the rescue and fail, as well as attempt it and survive, which if you fail, it'll actually put you back at the choice you make, and you can attempt it again to get the survival ending. This is, of course, the main ending that people want to go for because it's the good ending. Then you have this trophy right here for choosing to execute the character at the end, which is a more difficult ending to obtain. So definitely be a little bit careful about that. It's definitely the more difficult of the 3 endings to get. But you have to get all 3 anyway, which is going to require at least 2 playthroughs of that final mission. Then you have to get a kill with each weapon type, which is fairly easy. There's 7 or 8 weapons types, nothing too bad there. Complete the campaign on Veteran and again on Professional, but those actually stack, so you just have to do it on Professional. Professional in this game is not terribly difficult, and the game's pretty generous about checkpoints and stuff. So even if you do die, Professional itself really isn't that bad, and it's certainly not the hardest trophy in the game. If you're playing in co-op, the more people you're playing with, the more health the enemies seem to have, which makes certain things much more difficult. The friendly AI and the enemy AI is really not that smart in this game, especially the friendly AI. They are very reminiscent of the ones in Resident Evil 5, which we all know how Resident Evil 5's friendly AI was. Sheva, we all remember that. The main difficult trophy in the game is getting this S+ rank on all missions on Veteran or Professional. You supposedly can do it on Veteran, but most people don't, because on Veteran the limits are extremely, extremely strict. Because at the end of every mission, you will get a score. You'll have 4 different categories your score goes into: the number of deaths, the number of enemies you killed, the number of collectibles you picked up, and the amount of time the mission took you. To get an S+, you have to be playing on at least Veteran or Professional. And on Veteran, you have to get S's on every single ranking, but even then, it doesn't always give you an S+, which is really stupid. Sometimes it will, sometimes it will not. Usually it will not. Whereas on Professional, you get a little bit more leniency. On Professional, I believe it's either if you get all S's, that's obviously going to count every time. But I believe 3 S's and an A, 2 S's and 2 A's, or 3 S's and a B will all also count for this to get you the S+. So they give you a little bit more leniency, which is really, really good because it's annoying. Some of these requirements are brutal because, for example, the final mission, for the fact that you can't really die more than like 2 times, you also have to farm a ton of kills at the very end, where it's very easy to accidentally die because the game doesn't play very well and your friendly teammates are useless. There are certain strategies for each mission as to which characters you should use. I can't remember which character I used, but I did not use Spectre for the majority of it. I used him for the first 2 missions, but on the later missions after that, I used other characters that were definitely better, because Spectre is like the weakest in combat, so you don't really want to use him for the most part. I used one of the actual like good combat characters, the one that has that invisibility power, because that helps a lot in certain areas and allows you to just run through some areas a little bit more easily. Also, you can technically do this with a co-op partner, but only one person is going to be able to get S plus on any run, purely because of the collectibles, because you have to get a certain number of collectibles and there's only a certain number per mission. So yeah, S plus was brutal, especially missions 3 and 5. I will admit, I broke a couple of controllers playing this game. One of those controllers was already kind of broken anyway, but the other one was definitely not. So yeah, that actually happened in this game, and it's the most pissed off I've gotten at a game in a very, very long time. So I can safely say, if you have not put this game on your list, don't. It is not worth it. It is not worth the time. It is not worth the effort. It is not worth the headache that you will go through, unless you're like a massive Resident Evil fan that wants to do all of them. And I'm not even that much of a fan, because I'm not going to do all of them. I'm only going to do, I guess, like, I think that right now the only other ones that I plan to do are Zero and Village. And maybe I'll do one of the other spin-offs someday, but right now I'm only planning on doing Zero and Village, so I guess note that, because I did all the numbered games and pretty much all the stacks of all the numbered games, except I guess there's also a possibility of doing Resident Evil 6 on the PS4. I've gone a little bit back and forth on that, because if I have a good boosting group, it won't really be difficult to do the multiplayer stuff, because the Platinum's easy for Resident Evil 6. It's the easiest Platinum in the numbered franchise, and probably the easiest Platinum in the entire franchise, but that DLC just takes so long, and it's so boring and grindy. I don't know. We'll see about that in the future. Then we get some multiplayer trophies. This is where you can do everything in the campaign with 1 player, though some of it is definitely recommended to do with 2 players, so it'll make it a little bit more fun, a little bit easier to get through. However, the multiplayer, most of the multiplayer can actually be done with 2 people in private matches, but a couple of the trophies require 5 people. So you will need a total of 5 people to boost this, even if you only need 5 people for a short time. So you have to get a 10 kill streak in a versus match. That's very easy when boosted. You have to collect 3 G-Virus samples in a certain game mode in a single match. That's very easy. You have to force 25 enemies to drop samples, which basically means they pick up the sample, you shoot them a few times, they drop it, and then you get progress toward this. Now, in the Survivors mode, you have to have all 4 players on your team survive, so 4 players can get this trophy at once, while the other player has to be on the other side, and you have to play a second game for them. Same with the Heroes mode. You have to eliminate all 4 heroes in a single game, which again is another 5-player trophy, but at least you can do all of these with no more than 5 people, and you can do them in private matches, which definitely makes it easier that you don't have to deal with the potential online randoms, though it's very unlikely you're going to find any randoms, because I don't think we ever did, or maybe we had like 1. You have to play at least 1 match in every game mode type. There's only 4 types, so that's very easy. Then, right here, you have to complete 98 versus games, so that is a lot. Because even if you're playing the most efficient possible methods using the Crucible on the Foundry map, even if you're doing that, 98 just takes absolutely forever, because the loading screens take so long. You can finish a match in like a minute pretty easily, but doing 98 just takes forever because the loading screens take so long, and the pre-match loading areas take a long time. Like before you even get to character selection, when you're in the lobby, it takes like over a minute. So it's a massive time sink. It's going to take you several hours to knock out 98 games. Even once you knock out all the miscellaneous trophies for multiplayer, it's not difficult because you don't have to win them, but it definitely takes some time. So free a teammate from a liquor grapple can be done solo or co-op. Just, kill the liquor while it's grappling someone, then kill 100 zombies with close quarters combat. That was one of the last trophies I got, so melee kills. 17 hunters and 31 parasites. Hunters come up on certain missions. You'll probably get this one fairly easily. The parasites, this one I think was the last trophy I got. I did it in like the 4th mission is the best place to farm it. 50 opponents in versus killed. That's very easy. You're going to get that you can easily farm that while you're going for 98 games. 3 tyrants killed is unmissable because you're going to be replaying certain missions. Infected 13 times is basically unmissable unless you're really, really good at the game. That's when a zombie bites you and it says you're infected and you have to use the biohazard spray quickly. 13 parasite zombies kills. This is when the parasites actually take over the zombie's body and you have to kill those zombies, but that's pretty easy and should come naturally. Revive 31 teammates. All these numbers are so random, by the way. I don't understand that. 31 teammates revived is very easy. You'll probably get this one naturally because your teammates are really stupid. You have to get 101 healing uses out of green herbs, another one that should come naturally. Kill 13 zombie dogs. This one probably won't come naturally because there's not a whole lot of opportunities to do this, but there's a very easy way to farm it like early in the 5th mission because there's a dog and it's the only enemy you'll face in a certain area, so that's a great place to farm it. Purchase 15 weapons, 5 weapons, and all available weapons. This is easy, but it requires quite a bit of currency. Thankfully, there's a nice little exploit with this. Like, there's a few weapons you're going to want to buy. You absolutely want to have the Juggernaut shotgun. It's a full auto shotgun. The Samurai's Edge handgun. It's by far the best secondary. And I would recommend also having 1 or 2 other weapons, like the heavy machine gun isn't a bad choice either. But once you buy those, save up your points till you have, I think it's like 250,000, and then purchase all the weapons at once, and then quit out of the game without saving, and when you jump back in, you will have earned the trophy, but you'll have all your points back, because you're going to need to use those points to fully upgrade and purchase all abilities for all characters, because there are 6 characters that you have to purchase everything for, and that is going to take quite a bit of points to do. So by far your best option is to do it the way I just said and purchase all the weapons, then quit out of the game without saving, and then go back in and purchase all the abilities. By far your best bet to doing this, because you really only need those few weapons. Kill 5 enemies while using a zombie as a shield. That's very easy. Kill 13 zombified teammates. This one will probably come naturally. Just let them turn and don't use the spray on them, and then kill them, and you should get that fairly easily. 103 kills with incendiary ammo. That's very easy because the incendiary rounds are, I mean, they're not the most powerful thing in the world, but you can easily farm this on the final mission of the game. Then 5 enemies with blood frenzy in a single game. I don't remember how I got this, but it's a fairly common trophy. It's when, like, the enemies start bleeding, so it makes them more attractive to zombies to be bitten. I think that's how it works. And this is sort of like with Aliens Colonial Marines. Part of the reason people really didn't like this game was because, you know, in Aliens Colonial Marines, you would think that it's an aliens game, so you're going to be fighting mostly aliens, but it's heavily human enemies. Same thing with this one. You want to be going in and killing zombies, but it's heavily human enemies, and that's not really a good thing. And then finally, you have to kill 5 players and then 10 players in a single multiplayer game with CQC. Again, easily boosted with 1 other partner, or multiple partners will make it go a little bit faster though. You have to collect all 7 raccoons. There's 1 in each of the 7 campaign missions, so that's just a simple collectible type. And finally, you have to kill an infected teammate with a headshot before they turn into a zombie instead of healing them or killing them when they're zombified. For the most part, the trophies are easy. Really, the only majorly difficult thing is the amount of time you have to sink into the multiplayer, and the professional S+ rankings is pretty annoying. And again, it was difficult, it caused a lot of rage, but it is ultimately doable. If I can do it, you guys probably can too, because I am not that good at games for the most part. This game also has 2 DLC packs that you have to purchase. So each of these contains 3 additional story missions. There's also 1 story mission you can download for free that's a DLC. So for this, most of the trophies are single player. So with this one, you have to not wake up the Lickers during By the Trail of Our Dead. That's the first of the 3 missions from this set. You have to complete the 3 missions. You have to detonate 13 bomb dogs, which is best done in the second one, the I Know Why You Cry. Same with the C4 one. This is done in that second mission. You have to beat any Echo 6 expansion with 3 female characters in your party, which is very easy. You have to complete a mission without killing anything with a gun. This is best done on, I think it was like the 3rd mission from this DLC was the best place to do it. However, there's a very easy exploit for it if you're struggling. Just go in and play it with a partner, and when you get to the final checkpoint of the mission, quit out of the game and have them invite you back to it, and all your stats will be reset so you won't have any kills, and then just finish out the mission. That's the easiest way to do it, but it is totally doable solo. The zombies in the park, this is done in the 2nd mission. That's fairly easy, even though you're being chased by a nemesis or a tyrant or something during it. And then finally, there is one multiplayer in this DLC. You have to kill another player with a Crucible in Foundry Versus, so this is a specific map, but it's very easy. Just spawn the map and kill an enemy player using the Crucible in it. That's actually a very efficient way to farm wins, or completions, I guess. Expansion Pack 2 is fairly similar. You get 3 trophies just for finishing the 3 story missions. You have to slay a total of 5 tyrants, which can actually auto-pop, or actually counts when you're doing it in the base game as well. So that's very easy. The rocket launcher, the guide suggests farming it in the multiplayer, but you really don't have to because you get a couple of rocket launchers. So it's not really that hard to do in the actual DLC, but you can farm it out in the multiplayer as well. You do have one true multiplayer trophy here. You have to deliver all 5 virus samples in a single game on the map Dispatch, which is fairly easy. I mean, you can boost it, of course, so just get one other partner and farm it out pretty quickly. You have to shut down or destroy 5 turrets, which I believe is unmissable, that you'll get it simply by beating the 3 story missions. You have to beat all of the missions, or you have to beat a mission with 3 male characters in your party, which is very easy. 3 super tyrants slain is a bit more of a pain because there's only one place you can do it at the very end of like the 2nd mission from this pack. I think is the only place that you can actually get this, and it takes quite a bit of time to farm it because there's like a railgun that'll go off and sometimes kill it without you wanting it to kill it. And you can do all the DLC stuff on the easiest difficulty, but it still makes stuff like this kind of obnoxious. So if you fail there, because you can really only get like 1 kill per run, and if you fail to even get a kill or you let the mission end, then you'll have to play through the entire mission again just to get back for another opportunity. But you can let yourself get killed after killing 1 super tyrant and attempt it again. That's a good strategy. And then finally, you have to complete any Echo 6 expansion mission without dying as a human player. Like, I think that no human players are allowed to die, but if you're playing solo, this is not going to be a problem, and this honestly should come naturally because these missions, some of them are fairly long, but you can play them on the easiest difficulty, so it's not really that big a deal. So yeah, guys, that is Platinum Trophies number 501 through 600. Just as a little bit of a preview for what I did next. We already talked about the other version of My Peppa Pig, but I'll cover it again in the 601 to 700. But I've also done Call of Duty Vanguard. I've actually done 2 of these Chess Knights games, Knight's Retreat and Shinobi. So I've knocked out both of those. I did Overcooked All You Can Eat on the PS5. Both versions of Horizon Forbidden West, an Artifacts Mundi game, and I'm currently working on LEGO Star Wars, The Skywalker Saga. So I'm going to go ahead and sync up the trophies. So, level 776, 17%, 23,093 total trophies. At this point in time, I am at 608 platinums, 3,782 golds, 6,153 silvers, 12,550 bronzes, because it took me a little bit longer than I was hoping to actually get this video recorded. I've been very busy with stuff with work and with helping my friends boost through certain older games. So it took me longer than I wanted to actually get this video recorded, edited, and uploaded. But I want to thank you guys for being there for me for another solid 100 platinums. This one had a lot less going back and cleaning up old games than some of the previous sets did. But I think there were still, despite there being definitely an influx of quick, cheap, cash grab, crappy game platinums in that list and stacks of these terrible games, I still at least got some pretty solid platinums in there. I mean, I did, a couple of Battlefields and an old Aliens Colonial Marines, Resident Evil, Operation Raccoon City. A few other games, good games were in there, Far Cry 6 to 100%. Cleaned up a couple of other old games like Resident Evil 7. So at this point in time, I only have about 12 or 13 incomplete games on my profile. One of them is obviously Lego Star Wars, which I'm currently working on, and that's just a time-consuming one. Another one is Ghost of Tsushima, which I'll eventually get done. But otherwise, I don't have a whole lot of incomplete games left. I have things like The Outer Worlds that I just need to sit down and go for like a month straight, just do nothing but play that game. I have that, I have Call of Duty Classic and Shadow of the Colossus, I have Black Ops 3, I have The Division, GTA 5, a handful of other games along with those, and for the most part I plan to go back and try to finish these. Of course I do have 3 impossible games now on my profile, like games where they're unobtainable, those being Hasbro Family Game Night. That one's unobtainable because of an online trophy. Homefront, the original Homefront, has like 6 unobtainable trophies that I didn't ever get. And Uncharted 3, I will go back to clean up a few more trophies that are obtainable, but the actual 100% is not currently obtainable, but I can get a little bit more progress made in it. Additionally, GTA 5 and The Division, I'm a little bit skeptical about ever finishing because The Division, I still have that survival mode trophy, and it's just, that pisses me off more than just about anything on PS4 because it's so terrible and so annoying, and it feels like it's unfair to me at times for no reason. But, you know, maybe it'll possibly get done someday, who knows. GTA 5, most of the remaining trophies are not that bad. The main problem is doing the Doomsday heist with the Lead and Criminal Mastermind challenges, because I'm not sure I have the skill or the patience to do those because they take so freaking long to get through. But again, you never know. It might happen someday. You honestly never know one way or the other if something like that is ever going to get done. But otherwise, once again, I want to thank you guys for being there, for watching me do my streams of dumpster dive games, as well as my streams of actually good games. I've been trying to stream a lot more platinum trophies being obtained recently because those streams tend to do well, and they're a lot of fun to get to interact with you guys while I'm trophy hunting. Makes some of the more grindy, time-consuming, and or boring or terrible games more entertaining. So yeah, it's been a good time. I'm going to, of course, continue to be trophy hunting for the very foreseeable future. I mean, there will be a 601 to 700, a 701 to 800, and 801 to 900, and 901 to 1000. Probably need to start going ahead and planning what I want to do for Platinum 1000, because it'll probably be something, I want that to be something pretty good, or just a major meme or something. It would have to be either really good and tough, or like a solid meme of some kind. But that is going to be it for this very long video, guys. Please like, favorite, share, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell if you haven't already. Once again, one more time, thank you guys for being here, for watching all these platinums. We're going to say cheers with nothing in my hand to yet another 100 platinums, and probably some old cleanup, but especially to another 100 platinums.